Chapter 967. The rooftop of the soul-devouring city master's mansion. A jet-black little beast directly rushed out from the entrance of the rooftop. Its speed was very fast, and it didn't slow down after entering the rooftop. It directly flew to the crystal square table, grabbed the spirit fruit on the table, and gnawed on it. It was not polite at all. Lord Devour, who was sitting on a chair reading a book, wasn't angry at all. Quite the contrary. He smiled affectionately at Xiaohei. "What's wrong, Xiaohei? Who provoked you? Tell Auntie. I'll help you vent your anger." Xiaohei rolled his eyes, getting angrier. "Auntie, you said that you would transform me. Why haven't you done it after 1.5 years? How long do I have to wait? This soul-devouring city is so boring." "Haha, are you worried about your big brother? Or do you want to transform and go to Leaping Spring City to propose marriage?" Lord Devour smiled leisurely. He could see through Xiaohei's thoughts at first glance. When Li Shui was in the soul-devouring city, Xiaohei's mood was normal. But now, he was getting more and more irritable. He smiled faintly and continued. "Originally, I didn't think your soul would reach the God-the-Arch realm so quickly, so I didn't prepare any items. Now, I've already sent people to look for them, and they're almost done. There's only one treasure left. Once I buy this treasure, I'll immediately activate the secret technique to transform you." "What treasure? Why does it take so long? Even if it's the westernmost southern mountain continent, it should be here by now, right?" Xiaohei blinked his eyes skeptically. Lord Devour didn't lack divine stones. Even if he had visited all 6 continents of the divine world through the teleportation formation, it would take him at most half a year. Lord Devour smiled and said, "This treasure is called the Soul Transforming Grass, one of the most important herbs for you to transform." "Xiaohei, don't think that the divine world only consists of the 6 continents and the Star Sea. There are many places in the divine world that you haven't heard of. Not only you, but many palace masters don't know about them." "What? There are many places in the divine world that even the palace masters don't know about?" "Andy, what do you mean? Are there many continents in the divine world?" Xiaohei cried out in surprise when he heard this. If these words were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake in the god realm. Hee. The other continents might not have it, but the immortal world had a lot of secret realms. In other words, it was a large parallel space. These secret realms were connected to the immortal world. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to find such an entrance. Without reaching the strength of a venerable, they would not be able to enter. Take the hidden monarch, for example. Many people in the immortal realm knew of his existence, but very few people knew that he actually lived in a secret realm. And the soul transformation grass that you need to transform is also in a secret realm. Lord Devour explained to Xiaohei gently and impatiently. If other people saw this, they would be astounded. Since when did the cold-blooded and heartless Lord Devour become so gentle and talkative? Of course, in the entire god world, only Xiaohei could make Lord Devour so gentle and kind. "Arcane realm? Annie, is it fun, the mystic realm? Who lives there?" Xiaohei's curiosity was piqued. He blinked his big eyes and asked. Lord Devour looked at Xiaohei and recalled the soul-devouring beast that looked exactly like Xiaohei many years ago. However, the soul-devouring beast's eyes were shining with intelligence and confidence. A gleam of reminiscence flashed in her eyes, as if she was recalling the days when she and the Soul Emperor went to explore the great secret realms. Her mouth curved into a sweet smile, which made her face, which wasn't really beautiful, extremely beautiful. After a while, she said, "It's fun in the mystic realms. There are many interesting races, and some secret realms have many venerable experts. Moreover, many races have special abilities. There are many treasures that the god realm doesn't have. Of course, it's dangerous. When I traveled with your father in the god realm, we went to many secret realms. It was the happiest time of my life." "Father," Xiaohei shivered. He hadn't asked Lord Devour about his parents because he was scared. At this moment, when Lord Devour mentioned them, and from his tone, it sounded like his father was dead, Xiaohei was shaken. Lord Devour put on a serious face and said, "Xiaohei, After you transform, I will tell you everything about your parents. Your father told me to tell you this. Anyway, I can tell you one thing. Your father is the greatest man in this world. No one else. Yeah, Andy, I want to go to Flame Dragon City to play. When the soul transforming grass is delivered, send me a message. Xiaohei kept silent for a while and then lowered his voice. His eyes darted around as if his father's shadow was everywhere in this city, and he didn't dare to look at him. Instinctively, he wanted to run away. Go. You can go anywhere you want as long as you don't get out of the Misty Continent. If you get out of the Misty Continent, I will catch you immediately. Lord Devour nodded. He didn't refuse, but his voice was firm and didn't allow any doubt. Xiaohei didn't want to bring the guards that Lord Devour had arranged. However, Madame Jiu wanted to accompany Xiaohei to travel around. Xiaohei didn't refuse. Xiaohei knew that Lord Devour had asked Madame Jiu to monitor him. When the two of them appeared in Flame Dragon City, Xiaohei was a little surprised. This was because Flame Dragon City had become even bigger, and the various buildings had become even more majestic than before. The city was bustling with people. Although the population wasn't as big as before, it was gradually regaining its prosperity. Apparently, Lord Devour had spent a lot of money and effort. Not long after Xiaohei appeared, two silhouettes dashed toward him. One of them was wearing a full set of black armor, with a stocky back and a wolf-like waist. His aura was overbearing, and the two small black horns on his head showed his identity. He was Lei Jun. The other one had long golden hair on his face and exposed skin. If he wasn't the Monster King, who could he be? Greetings, Madame Jiu. Xiaohei, welcome home. Lei Jun clasped his fists with a faint smile on his face. However, the melancholy in his eyebrows couldn't be concealed. The Monster King nodded indifferently and didn't say anything. Hello, Uncle Lei Jun. Let's talk inside. Regarding Lei Jun, Xiaohei and Yi Qinghan both called him the same. Madame Jiu also nodded to greet him. Lei Jun nodded and took the lead to fly into the City Lord Palace. Xiaohei, what did Lord Devour say? Firework. As soon as they entered the City Lord Palace and sat down, Lei Jun asked anxiously. He and Lei Kuang had gone to ask Lord Devour and the Misty Sovereign, but Lord Devour didn't give them a definite answer. The Misty Sovereign didn't even want to see them. Now that Xiaohei was here, of course, he asked anxiously. Xiaohei frowned. He also had deep feelings for Firework. They'd spent a long time together in the baleful Yin stream. He even treated her as his boss's wife because he could see Firework's deep love for Yi Qinghan. Now that Firework was caught, she might die. He was also heartbroken. After a moment of silence, he said, My aunt said that she can't do anything in the Star Sea. The Sovereign can't go to the Star Sea for this matter, but she said she would think of a way. Lei Jun's face darkened. The last time he asked to see Lord Devour, he got the same answer. Think of a way? What way could there be? There were billions of star soldiers and dozens of venerables outside Soul Emperor Island. If the Sovereign didn't take action, who could solve this situation? Who could save Firework? Thinking of Firework's delicate body surrounded by a pack of wolves, Lei Jun couldn't imagine what would happen next. He remembered that Fireworks was still a virgin. The virginity of the Thunder God clan was very useful for cultivation bottlenecks. Now that she was in a wolf's den, surrounded by tigers and wolves, Lei Jun did not dare to imagine what would happen next. Monster King, help the senior elder group deal with the Flame Dragon City matter. Xiaohei, Madame Jiu, I have something to do. I will leave first. Receiving the same answer again, Lei Jun couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up and said a few words. Then, he flew outside and instantly entered the teleportation formation. Before Madame Jiu and Monster King, Xiaohei could react, Lei Jun's figure had already rushed outside. Madame Jiu used her divine senses to scan and was shocked. She cried out involuntarily. Lei Jun is going to the teleportation formation of the Myriad Water Manor? He wants to go to Soul Emperor Island? He's going to rescue Firework alone? Chapter 968. Uncle Lei Jun is sending himself to his death. No, I have to chase him back. Xiaohei's hair immediately stood up when he heard that. He turned into an afterimage and dashed out. This frightened Ninth Lord. She quickly took out the communication jade talisman to send a message to Lord Devour. At the same time, she chased after Lei Jun. Swish! However, Ninth Lord's strength wasn't high, and Xiao Hei's speed was terrifying. By the time she and the demon the Arch chased after him, Xiao Hei had already turned into a white light and disappeared into the teleportation array. The guards guarding the teleportation array didn't dare to stop Xiao Hei. Ninth Lord didn't hesitate and immediately stepped into the teleportation array. The demon Thearcha's nose twitched. His eyes had a flash of urgency and confusion. After living in the Flame Dragon City for so many years, his heart was no different from a human's. There were many demonic beasts that had reached the 7th grade transformation stage. However, they usually occupied a mountain in the wild or became the sole slave of an expert. Yi Qinghan was very respectful to him and treated him as a human. The people in the Flame Dragon City also treated him as an important person. Lei Jun was also very polite to him. He was already used to this kind of life. If Yi Qinghan died, Lei Jun died, and the Flame Dragon City had a new master, he wouldn't know what to do in the future. Lei Jun indeed teleported to the sea and didn't inform the Lei clan, because he knew that even if the entire Lei clan went, they would still die. He knew that he was sending himself to his death, but his daughter was there. He had to send himself to his death. When Xiao Hei teleported to 5-Star City, Lei Jun had already driven a dragon boat out to the sea. The dragon boat was already prepared. It was obvious that Lei Jun had already planned to go out to the sea. Lei Jun didn't choose to teleport directly to the Blood Knight continent from Longyang Prefecture because he was afraid that the Lei clan would know and follow him. Xiao Hei actually wanted to catch up with Lei Jun and go with him. However, Lei Jun was already gone. He didn't know what to do. He wandered around the plaza of 5-Star City and finally scratched his head helplessly. Xiao. Not long after, Lord Zhou's figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Then, the space beside Xiao Hei fluctuated and a fiery red figure suddenly teleported out. Xiao Hei, are you ready to be naughty again? Lord Devour didn't seem to blame him. He just said faintly, waving his hand to arrange a god domain that isolated their conversation. I'm really worried about Boss. If Fireworks and Lei Jun die, Boss will be very sad. Facing Lord Devour's eyes that could see through everything, Xiao Hei didn't argue, just begging. Sir, Lei Jun just went out to sea. Madame Jiu lowered her voice. After reporting the situation, she didn't say anything else. Lord Devour had his own plan, so she didn't need to say more. The Lei family has a genius. Although he knows he's going to die, he didn't hesitate. He came alone. This kind of heroic spirit is rare. If Lei Jun doesn't die this time, he will have a chance to break through to the venerable realm. Lord Devour looked at the blood-red sea of stars in the distance, sighing gloomily. Xiao Hei didn't say anything more. She just looked at Lord Devour with more pleading eyes. Lord Jiu also couldn't bear it. Lord Devour still didn't say anything. He just stood there in silence. Buzz! At this moment, the teleportation formation glowed again. 2 graceful figures appeared in the formation. Xiao Hei and Madame Jiu looked around, their eyes filled with astonishment. A figure wearing a white dress appeared in the teleportation formation. She stuck out her tongue at Xiao Hei, blinking her eyes. The other figure was wearing a black leather dress. Her body was curvy and sexy. They were Li Shui and Yin Ling. Apparently, they had used their family spies to find out the situation of Xiao Hei and Lei Jun. They had come here immediately. The 5-Star City appeared. An eccentric small beast and 2 peerless beauties had attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the square and the guards of the teleportation formation. No one had expected that 2 more peerless beauties would show up. Instantly, people in the square swallowed their saliva. Lord Devour arched his brows. He released his god domain, covering the 2 of them. At the same time, the outside of the god domain changed color, blocking the greedy eyes outside. Lord Devour's eyes scanned the sky on the left. The space on the left rippled, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. The place where Lord Devour had just teleported was by the teleportation formation. Moreover, the space ripple wasn't that big, so some people couldn't react. But now, everybody in the square had reacted. They hurried to kneel on one knee, not daring to look around. At the same time, they shouted, "Greetings, Lord!" 2 venerables and several peerless beauties came to this small city at the same time. Everybody was guessing if something big had happened. The 2 of them didn't mind the people on the square, walking into Lord Devour's god domain. They bent to greet him, forcing a smile. "My lord, we can't control this kid anymore. All right, Li Quan, you Duanfei, don't act like this." Lord Devour beamed a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with the light of understanding. Apparently, everybody wanted her to go to Soul King Island. Without Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei's connivance, how could Li Shui and Yin Ling get the news that fast? Did they know that Xiao He and I were here? The 2 of them were really good at putting on a pitiful act. However, although they were worried about Yi Qinghan, weren't they trying to be friendly to Lord Devour in disguise? "Auntie," Xiao He begged again, her eyes sparkling. "Li Shui, Yin Ling, Lord Nine," and the 2 venerables also looked at Lord Devour with begging eyes. "Forget it." Lord Devour looked at Xiao Hei's pitiful eyes and heaved a deep sigh, forcing a smile. "Let's go to Soul King Island. Anyway, I have to warn you. If there isn't a good chance, I won't take action. Yeah, Auntie, I know you the best. You love me the most." As soon as Lord Devour relaxed, Xiao He, Li Shui and Yin Ling cheered up. Xiao He directly jumped on Lord Devour's shoulder, kissing him. Lord Nine, Li Quan, and Yu Duanfei wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. They were so embarrassed. Lord Devour shook his head with a forced smile. After sending some messages, he brought his people and teleported to the Star Sea. He swung his hand, and a small, red dragon boat appeared on the sea. The few of them flew in, and Paragon Li Quan personally controlled the dragon boat as it shot forward. Its speed was even faster than Paragon Moonchaser's control of the dragon boat. Apparently, this dragon boat was much better than Moonchaser's. Outside Soul King Island, Li Fei's face was filled with excitement. In another 3 days, it would be the end of the 2-year agreement with Yi Qinghan. He was incomparably looking forward to seeing Yi Qinghan being torn into pieces by him, roaring in pain. Thinking about how he brought Yi Qinghan's head back to Supreme Island, Li Kong's face was full of gratification, and the Li family members were full of admiration and worship. Li Fei felt his heart beating a little excitedly. "Xieyu, send a message to Yi Qinghan. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, I'm going to kill him." Li Fei stood up, looking at more than 30 venerables on the dragon boat. He was so happy. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Xia Tian, take everyone to their positions and be on high alert. Prepare to activate the formation and tie those 3 up to the dragon boat. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out after 3 days, tear them apart one by one. You can do whatever you want with that little beauty." Not long after, 3 crosses were erected on the 3 dragon boats that were surrounded by the 10 billion star army. And on the crosses, 3 people were chained with black iron chains. Each of them was guarded by 2 venerables. The origin energy in their hands flowed slowly, and they were ready to tear those 3 people into pieces at any time. At this moment, the wind and waves on the Star Sea seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and the blood-red seawater below became even brighter. Chapter 969. The moment venomous snake warrior god, dragon warrior god, and fireworks were captured by Evil Moon, they had a bad feeling. Needless to say, their identities weren't that important. After this trip to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Viper War God and the other man had become members of the Soul-Devouring Palace. However, they understood clearly that in Lord Devour's eyes, they were just passers-by. At first, Fireworks thought that someone was trying to take advantage of her Thunder God body. She even made up her mind that if someone tried to violate her, she would choose to self-destruct. However, apart from having their divine gems sealed, the 3 of them hadn't suffered any harm or abuse in the past few years. Today, the 3 of them were brought to the dragon boat and tied up tightly with frigid ice chains. Furthermore, there were 2 supremacies watching over them. Most importantly, There was a very familiar island ahead, Seoul Emperor Island. The three of them finally confirmed a certain speculation in their hearts. Viper turned his head and exchanged glances with Dragon. He could see the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. Fireworks stared at the beautiful Seoul King Island in the distance. Her eyes were misty, but she did not look dispirited or sad. Her weak body appeared on the dragon boat, but she began to exude a sense of determination. She raised her head slightly, and the sparkling light in her eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, she revealed a look of anticipation. The viper and the dragon swept away the fireworks. Then, a gleam of light flashed in their eyes as they looked at each other again. Similarly, the helplessness in their eyes faded away and was replaced by determination. The three of them made a decision. If the situation became irredeemable, they would not try to salvage it. The star army around them became excited. Even the venerable ones who were guarding fireworks and the others had a cruel smile in their eyes. The Star Ocean was about to regain its lost glory and dignity. He possessed the strongest martial prowess in the immortal world, the force that had the most venerables in the immortal realm, the sea of stars that no one had dared to provoke for millions of years. But by a trash martial artist, a little divine king. He was ruthlessly slapped in the face countless times. After being stabbed countless times, the Starsea's reputation fell to its lowest point in history, and it became the laughingstock of the entire immortal realm. As long as Yi Qinghan is alive, the martial artists of Starsea would not be able to raise their heads. They would continue to be the laughingstock of the entire god realm. This was the shame of every martial artist in the Starsea. An unprecedented shame. 3 more days. This shame would be completely washed away. They would take back the glory that belonged to them. He continued to raise his head and stand proudly on the starry sea with his spine straight. Compared to these low-level martial artists, the 30 over-venerables cared more about their reputation. At the same time, this was a very important opportunity. As long as he performed well, he might be able to gain the favor of the Star Monarch. He might even have a chance to enter the Nepha's Abyss the next time it opened. The nefarious abyss had produced a 5th grade, 9th grade war god. All the martial artists and venerables of the Star Sea treated this battle as a battle of honor, the most important battle of their lives. Although the enemy was only one person, although the enemy looked like a small divine king that could be crushed with a raise of the hand, the atmosphere outside Seoul Emperor Island became incomparably solemn at this moment. The smell of gunpowder in the air became more and more intense. A storm was brewing. Seoul Emperor Pavilion, illusory palace. The atmosphere inside was not as relaxed as the outside. The enchantress could no longer smile. Even the alluring aura around her body had faded a little. 3 days. Only 3 days left. She could not decide whether she should wake up Yi Qinghan or not. As a member of the demon clan, the inherited memories in her mind told her to listen to Yi Qinghan and not to disobey him. However, deep in her heart, she already had a deep affection for this young man. Moreover, Yi Qinghan shouldered the great mission of avenging the Seoul Emperor. How could she allow Yi Qinghan to fall because of this matter? She did not know what to do. She paced back and forth in the hall with her beautiful eyebrows tightly knitted. Yellow flowers piled up on the floor, haggard and withered. Who could pluck them now? Guarding the window. How could it be dark alone? The parasol tree was drizzling, and it was dusk bit by bit. How could this be described with the word worry? She sighed deeply and slowly turned around. However, at this moment, her body suddenly stopped moving. A pair of limpid eyes, with some astonishment, looked at the green figure on the white jade bed. That figure still did not move, but his eyes had already opened and were staring at her with bright and piercing eyes. However, within those clear black and white eyes, there seemed to be a faint trace of melancholy. After Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he did not speak. Instead, he stared at the Yao Ji in a daze, as if deep in thought. The Yao Ji did not move, nor did she speak. She just stared at Yi Qinghan from a distance, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness like water. Gradually, Yi Qinghan's eyes became confused, as if he was in a dream. He opened his eyes and glanced at her, then continued to sleep. Moreover, he even began to murmur softly, as if he was talking in his sleep. No, no, this isn't how the eternal space is fused. Could it be that I've fused it wrongly? Otherwise, why can't I fuse it at the last step? The Yao Ji did not dare to move even more. She knew that Yi Qinghan had reached the last step of the fusion. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have reached a bottleneck and was stuck at the last step. What is the use of the eternal space? How does he need to release it? Eternal? Eternal? Could it be that a certain space has reached eternal? There seems to be the laws of time involved. Could it be that I've fused it wrongly? No, if the fusion was wrong, why would I be stuck at the last step? Yi Qinghan stood up and started to wander around the hall while muttering to himself. He actually turned a blind eye to Yao Ji, as if he was a lunatic. His eyes were bewildered and his footsteps were unsteady. One moment he was shouting. The next moment he was shaking his head. As he spoke, Yi Qinghan casually waved his hands, simultaneously releasing the 4 basic profound mysteries: spatial ripple, spatial lock, spatial restriction, and spatial tremor. The 4 profound mysteries were instantly released around him. They did not seem to affect each other, as if they were doing their own thing. However, they seemed to be fusing, resonating, and intertwining with each other. The surrounding space suddenly became distorted and illusory. Yi Qinghan actually disappeared within it. The space in front of the Yao Ji seemed to have become a landscape painting, a painting of the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. This landscape painting was very mysterious. The moment the landscape painting was formed, the Yao Ji's eyes shrank, and she was incomparably shocked. After carefully looking at it for a while, the more the Yao Ji looked, the more mysterious and mystical she felt. Moreover, she felt as if her soul was being sucked into this painting. There seemed to be an inexplicable power brewing in that space, ready to explode at any moment and destroy everything. At this moment, the Yao Ji's heart was filled with a sense of fear. Something was wrong. The Yao Ji's eyebrows suddenly jumped up. She felt that something was wrong. This landscape painting was very beautiful, very mysterious, but it seemed to be missing something. The soul. It was missing the finishing touch. Clearly, as long as Yi Qinghan finished the final stroke, the painting would come to life. The terrifying energy brewing in the painting would be completely released, destroying everything. Even before the fusion was complete, it was still able to make her feel fear. Make her, supremacy, feel fear? What kind of mystical, profound mysteries was this? What kind of power was this? No wonder the profound mysteries of heaven and earth had appeared when they fused together. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually regained their clarity. However, the melancholy in his eyes still shone. He looked at the Yao Ji and sighed. How much longer until the appointed time? Chapter 970. Yao Ji was stunned once more. Then, with a bit of shame, she whispered, "There's still 2.5 days. There's still 2.5 days? There's no hurry. Come here, Yao Ji. I need your strength." Yi Qinghan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he faintly smiled. There wasn't a hint of worry or urgency in his voice. He was incomparably calm, his temperament as steady as Mount Tai. He even walked over to the bed and sat down, beckoning Yao Ji over with his hand. What? Yao Ji suspiciously looked at Yi Qinghan. She looked left and right, as if she didn't recognize Yi Qinghan at all. What time was it? And yet he was still thinking about such things. Could it be that Yi Qinghan's previous personality was a facade, and Yi Qinghan was actually a cold-blooded and heartless person? Don't look at me like that. I haven't changed. I need to enter the 5th level of soul silence. I need to revolve my soul even faster. I need to be calmer. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled. His personality had indeed changed. After experiencing the death of the Mount Wu Wind Emperor, his personality had become much more mature. Before the great battle, what he needed was a calmer mind. Being impulsive would not save anyone. It would only kill himself and kill everyone related to him. You must go out? Must you fight? Yao Ji felt that at this moment, this little man had become a grown man. The invisible aura around him was actually comparable to the Soul Emperor of the past. It was just that the Soul Emperor of the past was a sharp treasure sword, constantly radiating light in all directions and threatening cold air. Yi Qinghan's temperament was like an unsheathed treasure sword. Normally, he was as gentle as jade, but once he was unsheathed, his killing intent soared to the heavens. Yi Qinghan's complexion turned serious. He straightened up and said, "As my woman, this question you shouldn't ask. If the person outside was you, I wouldn't hesitate either." The enchantress was slightly taken aback. Then, she smiled and said nothing. She swayed her plump buttocks as she slowly walked over. Her pair of snow-white hands began to undress Yi Qinghan. After she had completely stripped Yi Qinghan naked, she hugged his legs and laid him flat on the bed. Then, she began to slowly remove the veil on her body. A woman's most beautiful moment was not when she was wearing beautiful clothes, nor was she completely naked. Instead, it was when she took off her clothes. When her clothes were slowly taken off, when those peerless beauties were revealed bit by bit. That moment of grace was so soul-stirring, so ecstatic. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. He allowed half of his soul to worry and let his imagination run wild. The other half of his soul didn't want to think about these things. Instead, he wholeheartedly admired this peerless body that was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her fine black hair was tied into a beautiful bun, revealing her crystal-clear earlobes and her snow-white jade neck. Her messy hair hung down, adding a bit of charm. Her large, limpid eyes rippled like spring water. Her creamy skin was abnormally smooth, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her towering twin peaks formed a stark contrast with her slender waist. The slowly wriggling little red string made one's blood boil. Yi Qinghan didn't move. Instead, he comfortably closed his eyes. His slightly furrowed eyebrows slowly relaxed at this moment. The enchantress smiled faintly. Like a soft white snake, she leaned forward. Her pink tongue flicked out like a snake's tongue. It carried a trace of warmth as it flowed along Yi Qinghan's strong and powerful body. It brought Yi Qinghan the highest level of enjoyment in the god realm. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows relaxed more and more. His entire body began to sink into an indescribable state. Along with the enchantress's peerless body and peerless masterpiece, Yi Qinghan's body kept twisting, rubbing, and moving up and down. The entire dream palace was once again stirred up by a strong wind. There was an ancient saying that before a general went to war, a beauty would play the zither and sing loudly. At this moment, the enchantress felt that she was that beauty, playing a song for Yi Qinghan before he left. Send him away, or send him to his death. At this moment, Lord Devour's order and the doubts in her heart were all gone. She knew that this man had to fight. He had to fight for the people outside, for her, and for himself. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes even tighter. An intoxicating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body didn't move. He let the enchantress sway above him. It was as if he had turned into the overlord of Jiangdong. He sat quietly on the high platform, calmly watching the enchantress play the last song for him. The wind in the dream palace became stronger and stronger. "Auntie, haven't you found Uncle Leijun?" Not far from the Soul Emperor Island, a small dragon boat was floating on the sea that was only 10,000 meters away from the Star Army. It was strange that the dragon boat was quietly floating on the sea, but the countless Star Army and venerables hiding around 10,000 meters away didn't seem to see it. Inside the dragon boat, Xiao He, Yinling Lord Jiu, and the two venerables were sitting in the main hall, protecting Lord Devour. Through the transparent shield of the dragon boat, they could see the situation outside. At this moment, Xiao He, who was standing on the table, asked the calm Lord Devour. Yi Qinghan was indebted to Leijun, which meant that Xiao He was indebted to Leijun. It was Fireworks' father again. Of course, Xiao He was worried. Since Lord Devour was here, Xiao He thought that Fireworks and Yi Qinghan could be saved, so he wasn't worried. At this moment, he was worried about Leijun, who hadn't shown up yet. Lei Jun had a fiery temper. Previously, in the Seal God Valley, he had dared to fight against the Wind Emperor and the Monster Sovereign alone. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't give up. However, today was the last day, and Lei Jun hadn't shown up yet. Were they late? Was Lei Jun dead? Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei were also worried. Although they weren't close to Lei Jun, they had to show their attitude, to show Lord Devour. Li Shuai and Lord Jiu's faces were filled with anxiety, and it was clear that their emotions came from the bottom of their hearts. It was especially so when they saw Fireworks' frail body on the dragon boat in the distance. She was trembling slightly on the tall cross, and both of them bit their lips, their eyes misting up. Yinling was also worried, but she was more excited. That man, it's been a long time since she saw him. She wondered how he would show up. Lord Devour sat there quietly like a mountain, standing still. His face didn't change, but he extended his hand, caressing Xiao Hei's head. Don't rush. Let's see. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei exchanged looks, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Lord Devour seemed to have brought them here to watch a good show. If Lord Devour didn't move, they couldn't move even if they wanted to. It was useless for Xiao Hei and the others to cause trouble. Even if Lord Devour didn't remove the restriction on the dragon boat, no one would be able to get out. Send a message to Yi Qinghan. If he doesn't show up in 2 hours, he'll have to collect his corpse. On one of the dragon boats, Li Fei's eyes shone brightly as he gazed at the Soul Emperor Island. His spirit sense constantly swept the surroundings. Although his expression was calm, he couldn't hide the excitement and urgency in his eyes. Venerable Evil Moon bowed and nodded. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he sent a message. At the same time, Venerable Xia Tian sent a message to the Star Army outside. Yi Qinghan, if he doesn't show up in 2 hours, I'll kill 3 of you. Not long after, the entire Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island shouted at the same time. Their voices were like a clap of thunder on the flat ground, causing the surrounding seawater to vibrate and set off huge waves. The simultaneous roar of 10 billion people was enough to shake the world and startle the 4 seas. The rumbling echoes reverberated in all directions, lasting for a long time without end. However, before the roar could fade completely, an even louder roar was heard. Although the roar came from one person, it was so imposing that it seemed to be able to resist the roar of 10 billion people. Fireworks, don't be afraid. Father is here. Father is here to save you. From a distance, a dragon boat shot over like a sharp sword. A stalwart man in purple was standing on the dragon boat. His purple hair fluttered in the air, making him look like a demon king. He was holding a silver spear in his hand. Although the spearhead was facing backward, the cold, murderous aura was like a gust of wind that pressed down on the Star Army. Lei Jun was here. Chapter 971. Lei Jun was alone, but no one knew how he could drive the dragon boat. One man, one spear, facing the 10 billion Star Army, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he looked like he was looking down on the world. He was fighting against so many people alone, but he was still so domineering. This kind of scene looked very soul-stirring and made one's blood boil. It was just like what was described in the ancient books. A general facing tens of thousands of enemies alone, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward, trying to turn the tide, to turn the situation around. However, in the eyes of the 10 billion Star Army and countless venerables, it was like they were seeing a fool. A farmer with a kitchen knife facing a bunch of fully armed fools. Father, a desolate scream arose. Fireworks, who had been emotionless since she was tied to the cross, finally couldn't hold it anymore. She started to cry. She was muddle-headed and heartbroken. She twisted her body crazily and screamed at Lei Jun. No matter how strong a person was, when they faced their family, they would reveal the most vulnerable part of their heart. The Viper War God and the Dragon War God exchanged looks again. They felt their blood boiling, and tears rolled down their cheeks. Although they knew Lei Jun was stupid and naive, neither of them thought that Lei Jun was wrong. It was the most sincere love a father had for his daughter. What emotion in the world could move people more than this? Lei Jun knew he was going to die, but he still came. He came without hesitation, and he came with arrogance. Lei Jun is a hero of this generation. Even in such a situation, he can still be so imposing and domineering. I am not as good as him. In the dragon boat, not far from them, Lord Devour was still emotionless. However, Li Quan's eyes were shining, and he sighed sincerely. Lei Jun is a real man. Yu Duanfei's eyes were misty, but there was a strange light deep in her eyes. She thought to herself, if such a man could die for me, my life would be worth it. He's an idiot, a complete idiot. If he doesn't die now, when will he? He's so stupid. Li Quan and Yu Duanfei's pleading didn't move Lord Devour. Quite the contrary. It seemed Lei Jun had touched the scar in Lord Shi's heart. He slapped the table and cursed indignantly. His eyes were filled with rage and pain. Inside the dragon boat, as Lord Devour was enraged, the air seemed to freeze. Even dripping spring and flying rain felt a strong pressure. The others felt like a mountain was pressing on them, suffocating them. Xiao He and Madame Gio wanted to say something, but Lord Devour was enraged for no reason. They kept quiet out of fear, and the cold air rose in the dragon boat. No one dared to say another word. Lord Devour rarely lost her temper. At least, they had never seen her this furious. Li Fei, come out and see me. At this time, everyone was attracted by Lei Jun's angry roar. At this moment, Lei Jun was already less than 100 miles away from the Star Army. He stepped on the dragon boat, and his body turned into a series of afterimages. He flew thousands of meters into the sky and shouted from above. It was as if Li Fei was a small character, his subordinate. Humph! Who do you think you are? Do you think you can call out His Excellency's name? You're courting death. A 7th grade war god from the Lei family dares to be so insolent? Kill him. Kill this bastard. No, capture him and tie him to their daughter. The Star Army was instantly enraged. Countless people cursed. Of course, no one dared to move, because Li Fei had set up a great formation. If the people were disorderly, the formation would be messed up. No one dared to face Honorable Li Fei's anger. Sir, should I go out and capture him alive? In the dragon boat, Honorable Xiatian and Honorable Evil Moon asked at the same time. The Honorables outside had already set up the formation, so they could not move recklessly. At this moment, the two of them naturally volunteered. Otherwise, Li Fei would have to capture a mere 7th grade war god himself. No need. Li Fei shook his head, his face grave. A 7th grade war god suddenly appeared at this critical moment. Although this person was Fireworks' father, Li Fei did not dare to be careless. Perhaps it was a conspiracy of the Misty Continent. Otherwise, what was the point of sending a 7th grade war god to his death? After a moment of silence, Li Fei said, send 10 7th grade war gods. Don't capture him alive, just kill him. Pass down the message. The rest of the people are not to move. Honorable Xia Tian nodded. At this critical moment, it was better not to have any accidents. He hurriedly passed down the message. Not long after, 10 7th grade war gods shot out and charged toward Lei Jun. Without a word of nonsense, all of them used their killer moves. Father, hurry up and leave. Leave now. Fireworks screamed again. At this moment, she was already in a mess. Her whole body was twisting desperately. Her wrists, ankles, and neck, which was like a swan's, were all scratched by the ice chains. Her hair was disheveled. Her beautiful face was filled with pain, and her eyes were filled with despair. Lei Jun's expression did not change, and he did not look at the fireworks. His silver spear danced wildly, and the 2 purple horns on his head flickered with lightning. The silver spear was also surrounded by arcs of lightning, emitting crackling sounds. 10 7th grade war gods shot toward him. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body turned into a series of afterimages, and at the same time, the arcs of electricity on the 2 horns on his head shone even brighter. He actually used his ultimate move, the Wrath of the Thunder God. Terrifying electricity flickered between the silver spear and the two horns, and finally turned into arcs of electricity as thick as a fist. They violently shot out in the shape of a fan. The arcs of electricity attracted each other, creating bursts of electricity. A terrifying aura emanated from the arcs of electricity, and the temperature of the air instantly rose. Like an electric net, it shot toward the 10 7th grade war gods. F***CK, what's that? The 10 7th grade war gods were startled. Even though they did not know how powerful this thing was, they felt that human flesh could not withstand it. They immediately changed their direction and dodged to the side. Leijun sneered. His body once again turned into a series of afterimages, shooting to the left. The spearhead turned into a series of afterimages, enveloping the 4 7th grade war gods. Hiss. The electric snakes made heart-palpitating noises and unexpectedly changed their direction along with the others. This was not important. What was important was that the electric snakes suddenly sped up. Under the frightened gazes of the 10, countless electric snakes instantly caught up to them and coiled around their bodies. In an instant, a pungent burning smell pervaded the air. The bodies of the 4 simultaneously trembled, and then 4 crisp sounds of watermelons cracking rang out. Leijun's eyes were like lightning. His figure flashed again, and he dodged to the right. He easily brandished his long spear and enveloped the 6 7th grade war gods. Then, 6 more watermelon cracking noises rang out. A red and white rain floated down from the sky. Blood and brain matter streaked across the sky. 10 headless corpses fell silently, and 10 sparkling divine crystals floated up, dazzling and resplendent. Hiss! A series of gasps sounded. Countless eyes stared at Leijun, who was standing proudly in the sky, as if they could not believe their own eyes. Since when did 7th grade war gods become like cabbages that could be killed in an instant? Even Fireworks stopped crying and struggling. She looked at Leijun as if she did not know him. Since when did this father of hers become so strong? However, Fireworks seemed to recall something. Her eyes became dazed, and she felt that something was wrong. Chapter 972. Wow. Annie, Uncle Leijun. The people on the dragon boat were also shocked. Xiao He pointed at Leijun, then looked at Lord Devour, stuttering. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei exchanged looks and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They looked at Lord Devour, waiting for his explanation. The Lei family finally has a talent, Lord Devour said faintly, ignoring Xiao He and the others' doubtful looks. Only Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei looked as if they had expected it. Yu Duanfei's eyes brightened when he looked at Leijun. Leijun had almost instantly killed 10 war gods at the peak of 7th grade, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He continued to stand proudly in the air, ignoring the divine crystals and spatial rings floating in the air. He raised his spear and said, Li Fei, come out and talk. This time, no one dared to insult him. Leijun had used the death of 10 war gods to prove his strength, and that he was qualified to talk to Li Fei directly. Li Fei, Xie Yu, and Xia Tian exchanged looks. They were all surprised. The bloodline of the Thunder God was powerful, but it wasn't strong enough to kill someone at the same level. Lord, I'll go out and meet him. Venerable Xia Tian thought for a while and volunteered to go out and capture Leijun. Don't move. You stay in the middle to prevent any accidents. Pay attention to the formation. Don't move without my order. Our target is Yi Qinghan. Li Fei waved his hand. The more critical the moment, the more nervous she was. If they couldn't kill Yi Qinghan this time and let him escape, all their efforts would be in vain, and it would be hard to explain to Li Kong. Then, Li Fei teleported. However, he stood in the sky above the Star Army, looking at Leijun. His long green hair fluttered in the air, very eye-catching. He looked at Leijun coldly and said, I am Li Fei. Leijun, if you don't want to die, leave now. His tone was cold and overbearing. The Star Army's morale was boosted. This was the Star Sea style, overbearing and unreasonable. Leijun's expression did not change. He only coldly looked at Li Fei and said, I'll exchange my daughter for your hostage. How about it? What if I refuse? Li Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of playfulness as he said mockingly. Very simple. With a wave of his hand, Lei Jun actually retrieved the long spear. Then, a raging inferno erupted from his body, while a layer of white qi flowed out from his body. The white air current was very faint, but it was extremely eye-catching in the raging fire. Lei Jun revealed a hint of craziness at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "If you refuse, then I will use the 10 million star army to die with me and my daughter." What? The star army was in an uproar, and Li Fei's expression changed. Xie Yu and Xia Tan, who were in the dragon boat, revealed expressions of as expected. Inside the small dragon boat, Xiao He and Li Shui-er's group were more astounded. Lord Devour had a gleam of approval in his eyes. Viper and Firework Dragon's eyes lit up. Fireworks finally knew why he felt that something was wrong. After releasing Thunder God's fury, there would be a period of weakness. However, Lei Jun did not show any signs of weakness. Lei Jun, who was at the peak of rank 7, would definitely have a reaction. But where was the rank 8 Lei Jun? Lei Jun was determined to die, so he went to the Star Sea. But he suddenly reached rank 8 halfway. He became a venerable. Lord Devour said that if Lei Jun did not die this time, he would most likely break through. Unexpectedly, he broke through in advance. Li Fei had a slight headache. If a venerable self-detonated, they might be fine, but the star army below would be in trouble. At this moment, the star army below had formed a large formation and blocked all the blind spots. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Qinghan to sneak out. However, it was a fatal spot now. The star army below was too densely packed. If Lei Jun self-detonated, 10 million star army soldiers would die. It should be known that these star army soldiers were absolutely loyal to the Supreme Island's strongest group. The weakest martial artists were at least third-tier God King realm. If 10 million of them died at once, the Star Lord would definitely tear him apart. The most important thing was that once the explosion happened, the Star Army would be in chaos. If Yi Qinghan had been watching from the Soul Emperor Island, he would not have let go of such a good opportunity. He would have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. As the Deputy City Lord of Fiery Dragon City, Lei Jun's influence on Yi Qinghan shouldn't be any lower than fireworks. Li Fei thought. Exchanging Lei Jun for fireworks wasn't a loss. After all, she was a venerable, wasn't she? And a venerable with the Thunder God's bloodline. Father! Before Li Fei could say anything, a clear and melodious shout rang out from the other side. There was no sadness or sadness in the voice. It was very calm, attracting Li Fei's attention. Fireworks looked calm, but there was a tinge of guilt and sadness in her eyes. She laughed and said loudly, "I'm sorry." She smiled and said loudly, "Did you forget who you are? You have the Thunder God's bloodline. You're the first venerable of the Lei family in 10 million years. Fireworks is unfilial. I can't be filial to you anymore. Father, take care of yourself and take revenge for me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you even if I die. Big Brother Yi, in the next life, Fireworks will be your wife." As she spoke, the two little pink horns on Fireworks' head suddenly lit up. Her creamy skin turned bright red. The scratches on her wrists, legs, and neck automatically healed. At the same time, arcs of lightning flashed on her skin, and her white palace dress fluttered without any wind. At that moment, she looked like a goddess descending into the world, incredibly pure and holy. A gentle light shone from her petite body, and a massive energy that made the two sovereigns guarding her feel fear spread out from her body. At this moment, the countless Star Army warriors on the dragon boat changed their expressions and began to run in all directions. Thunder God's sacrifice? Fireworks. Lei Jun's face could no longer remain calm. This was a skill unique to women with the Thunder God's bloodline, and they had to be virgins. The explosion of energy was no less than the self-destruction of a 7th-grade war god. Originally, this Thunder God sacrifice was offered to the man she loved to help him break through a bottleneck. Who would have thought that fireworks would be used to self-destruct? "Auntie, Annie, Fireworks is going to die. Fireworks is going to die. In the small dragon boat, Xiao Hei's hair stood on end. Her entire body emitted a fierce aura. She anxiously jumped up and down in the dragon boat, constantly shouting at Lord Devour. Li Shui's fingernails dug deep into her palms. She bit her lips so hard that she didn't even realize that she had bitten them. Li Quan and Yu Duanfei's murderous aura burst out. They looked at Lord Devour. As long as she gave the order, they would not care about anything else. They would go out and kill. Lord Devour didn't say anything, and his expression didn't change. He didn't care about the others, but his eyes were not on Fireworks, but on Lei Jun. Lei Jun suddenly faced the sky and laughed crazily. The flames on his body became fiercer. He looked at Fireworks and slightly shook his head. His eyes were filled with madness. What does the Lei family have to do with me? I can't even care about my daughter? Do I still have to care about the Lei family? Fireworks, if you want to die, your father will accompany you to the 9 Nether Realm. Even if millions of people die with me, it's worth it. Chapter 973. Li Fei was panicking. What kind of people were they? Why did they want to self-destruct? A person only had one life. No one had ever been to the legendary 9 Nether Realm. No one knew if their soul would be sucked into the 9 Nether Realm. Martial artists were actually most afraid of death, because wasn't defying the heavens and changing one's fate all for the sake of obtaining greater power? Wasn't it to reach the peak of being a warrior, to be immortal, to be with heaven and earth? Venerables were afraid of death the most. In fact, when they reached this realm, it was rare to fight to the death. After all, it wasn't easy for them to reach this realm. Of course, it was a different story if someone killed their father or stole their wife. Now, there was not only Lei Jun, but also Lei Huayan, who had powerful energy. If the two of them exploded, the fireworks would be beautiful, but Li Fei guessed that she would be beautiful when she was slapped to death by Star Sovereign. Auntie! In a small dragon boat, Xiao Hei was so anxious that he wanted to bang his head on the wall. He almost roared at Lord Devour. The rest of the people in the dragon boat were also anxious like ants on a hot pan, but they didn't dare to talk to Lord Devour like that. They didn't even dare to speak. Lord Devour still didn't move. The space around Lei Jun started to shake. He was about to teleport, but he still didn't move. But when Lei Jun teleported into the Star Legion, and the Star Legion fled in all directions, Fireworks, Viper, Dragon, and the 6 Venerables were ready to teleport. Lord Devour moved. She stood up suddenly, her beautiful eyes brightening. But she wasn't looking at Lei Jun and Fireworks, but at the sky. Then, she sent a message. Lei Jun, Lei Hua, Viper, and Dragon, don't move. Lei Jun, Fireworks, and Viper received the message at the same time. The 4 of them were shocked. The flames on Fireworks and Lei Jun's body gradually stopped burning. The 4 of them were ecstatic because this voice was Lord Devour's voice. Lord Devour came. Inside the small dragon boat, Venerable Li Quan and Duanfei were confused. They followed Lord Devour's gaze to the sky, but didn't see anything. Why was Lord Devour acting so strangely? Swish! Countless members of the Star Army were fleeing. Similarly, under Li Fei's signal, countless Venerables teleported out and surrounded Lei Jun and the other 3. If Lei Jun and the Fireworks self-destructed, the 30-odd Venerables could only rely on their origin energy to resist the shock waves of the explosion. Otherwise, countless people would die. At the same time, Li Fei ordered the rest of the Star Army to stay alert and not panic, in case Yi Qinghan took advantage of the chaos to escape. This was the best solution that Li Fei could think of in an instant. However, the flames on Fireworks and Lei Jun's bodies suddenly retracted. He actually didn't self-destruct. F***CK. Kill Lei Jun for me. Li Fei was enraged. So many people had actually been fooled by Lei Jun. With a furious roar, the weapons in the hands of countless Venerables began to revolve around them. They were about to attack. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Lei Jun's body was surrounded by his origin energy and lightning. The 2 horns on his head shone with an incomparably dazzling white light. A small barrier of light enveloped Lei Jun, Lei Hua, and Venomous Snake. Lei Jun actually wanted to rely on the lightning god's protection to resist the attacks of more than 30 venerables. Boom! Suddenly, just as Li Fei and the 30-odd venerables were rushing towards Lei Jun, something strange happened again. In the sky, countless rainbow-colored auspicious clouds appeared at lightning speed. These rainbow-colored auspicious clouds appeared very abruptly. No one knew where they came from. Moreover, each auspicious cloud contained a huge amount of energy. This kind of energy caused everyone present to tremble. That's right, they were trembling. Their bodies were trembling. Their souls were trembling. Every single cell in their body was trembling. Many people had seen the heaven and earth phenomenon before. Some had even witnessed it with their own eyes and felt it personally. However, none of them had seen such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon before. This was the purest heaven and earth energy, the most terrifying heaven and earth energy, the origin energy of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. Li Fei did not dare to move. All the venerables did not dare to move. Under such a violent heaven and earth energy, who dared to move? If they used the heaven and earth energy to directly attack, even Li Kong would be turned into dregs in an instant. Rumble, rumble. The rainbow-colored auspicious clouds in the sky constantly rubbed against each other, causing a series of rumbling sounds. This sound was much louder than the simultaneous roars of 10 billion people. At this moment, the 10 billion people below felt their ears ringing, and it was as if they had gone deaf. Within the countless auspicious clouds, numerous enormous white lightning bolts surged within. It was as if numerous true dragons were swimming within the clouds. The sound was vast and shocking. Each of those lightning dragons was 1,000 meters long and several meters thick. Every single one of them carried terrifying energy. Li Fei felt that any of the lightning dragons could instantly kill any of the venerables present. They wouldn't even be able to escape. My lord, this is... Venerable Li Quan's eyes were filled with shock. A few years ago, a similar heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared in Dripping Spring City. At that time, he was the closest to the heaven and earth energy. However, the difference between that heaven and earth phenomenon and this heaven and earth phenomenon was like heaven and earth. The divine lightning that descended at the end was about the same size as the lightning dragons in the sky. It was very obvious that these lightning dragons would eventually become one. Such terrifying energy. Could it be the legendary god's punishment? Yu Duanfei didn't know the reason, but when she saw Lord Devour smile in his bright eyes, she was delighted. She asked, "My lord, could it be caused by the pavilion?" Lord Devour looked as if he was hundreds of thousands of years younger. His joyful aura was overflowing. His face was covered in radiance, which made him look so beautiful. He waved at Xiao He and hugged Xiao He. Then he sat down and said with a smile, "Sit down. Wait for a good show." A good show? Xiao He, Li Shuai and Madame Nine were bewildered. They thought that Lord Devour was going to take action. They didn't expect that Lord Devour would just sit down. There was no sign that he was going to take action. Was he going to watch a good show? Whose show was he going to watch? Who was going to perform? Li Quan and Yu Duanfei shivered, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their breaths hastened, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. On the contrary, Yinling Air's eyes brightened. Her ample bosom began to shiver. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the left. The left. That was the direction of Seoul Emperor Island. On Seoul Emperor Island, the 8 venerables had already woken up. At this moment, they all stood up. Only the 8 of them knew that the center of the auspicious clouds was the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. They were under a lot of pressure outside the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. At this moment, the 8 of them had the urge to run away. "Don't move. It's not a god's punishment this time. You guys are fine. Continue to guard." 7 voices rang in the 7 venerables' ears. The 7 of them were shocked and looked at each other. All of them were moved. From the eyes of the others, besides the Star Sovereign who was in seclusion, all the sovereigns were alarmed. Even the hidden sovereigns had come out from the secret territory. They were watching this side quietly. The wind and clouds moved, and the world was shocked. Chapter 974. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Ji's body trembled incessantly. She was completely unaware of the chaos outside. It was very difficult for women of the bewitching race to reach a true climax. But this time, after 3 consecutive days of incessant stimulation, Yao Ji felt that her body and soul had reached the peak of excitement. Her skin was flushed pink, and every cell in her body was trembling. "I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm going to die." Yao Ji's plump buttocks writhed even more violently. Her entire body was like a snake, writhing. She was very tired. She also knew that the bewitching race could not allow their bodies to reach the peak of excitement because it would cause great harm to their bodies. But Yi Qinghan needed it, so she was ready to risk it all. With a loud moan, peach blossom nectar gushed out of Yao Ji's body and was completely absorbed by Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji's entire body trembled violently, and all her muscles convulsed. She lay on Yi Qinghan's body like a dead fish, breathing in through her nose and mouth, but not out. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. With a roar, he arched his body and violently spewed out. He hugged Yao Ji tightly, his eyes sparkling and his skin glowing with an indescribable luster. He did not comfort Yao Ji, but gently placed her on the bed. Then, he picked up a nearby veil and covered her. He picked up the green robe on the bed and quickly put it on. He took out the dragon sword saber and tied it behind his back. Then, he gently kissed her forehead and said with a smile, "Have a good rest. Send me out." Yao Ji weakly opened her eyes and forced a smile. She said softly, "I'll wait for your return." Rumble. In the skies above Soul Emperor Island, the wild power of heaven and earth became even more violent. The 10 billion martial artists felt like they were small boats in a raging sea that could be destroyed at any moment. They would be blasted into nothingness. But no one dared to retreat or escape because they did not know if they could escape at this moment. Another reason was that Li Fei and the others did not move. Li Fei's head of green hair fluttered in the air, but his eyes flickered with a gloomy and indeterminate light. He had a very bad premonition in his heart, but the supremacies on Soul Emperor Island didn't move. He thought that this was a heaven and earth anomaly and not a divine punishment, because they hadn't done anything to provoke the divine punishment. Today was a very crucial day, but strange changes had occurred again and again. Leijian's appearance was not a big deal, but now, a strange phenomenon had suddenly appeared, which made him very worried. There was even an inexplicable sense of fear. The other 30-odd venerables were also worried and afraid. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the stronger the premonition of danger. At this moment, the 30 over-supremacies sensed a premonition of danger. This place was very dangerous. Run for your life. They didn't know where the danger came from. 10 billion star realm experts and dozens of venerables. How could there be danger? Could it be that a 9th grade war god would make a move? Buzz! Suddenly, a burst of light came from Soul Emperor Island, attracting everyone's attention. When a green figure appeared out of thin air above Soul Emperor Island, more than 30 supremacies narrowed their eyes. They knew where the danger came from. This danger came from the green-robed man on Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan. This was a very absurd thing. Extremely absurd. Big Brother Yi. Little Han. Brother Yi. For loud shouts came from within the Thunder God's protection of the Star Army. Their voices were filled with surprise, grievance, worry, and fear. Yi Qinghan didn't answer them. He didn't even look at the black mass of people in front of him. He stood proudly in midair, his eyes closed. His green robe billowed in the wind, his black hair dancing wildly in the air. Even the dragon sword saber on his back was trembling slightly, as if it was about to unsheath itself and kill all the enemies in front of him. Rumble. The 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky moved faster and faster. Countless thunder dragons began to interweave and merge, 2 becoming 1. The pressure on Soul Emperor Island became even more terrifying. Wild energy wreaked havoc in the sky and sea. Huge waves began to surge in the blood-red sea. Countless dragon boats began to sway left and right. Countless people began to tremble. The surging of the sky and the surroundings formed a sharp contrast with Yi Qinghan, who stood proudly in the sky with his eyes closed. This scene was extremely strange and awkward. Yi Qinghan, don't play tricks there. Hurry up and come out. We'll kill the four of them immediately. Li Fei roared angrily. There was a trace of panic and fear in his voice, though he didn't know why he was like this. But Yi Qinghan still didn't move. Kill the four of them now. Li Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't care less about the increasingly wild energy in the sky and the divine thunder that could fall at any moment. He felt that if he didn't act now, he would force Yi Qinghan to come out. Things would become worse and worse, completely out of his control. Xiao. The moment Li Fei moved, the countless venerables also moved. They couldn't wait any longer. If they waited any longer, they felt that they would all die. Eternal space? Wrong. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan moved. He opened his eyes and laughed wildly towards the sky. His voice was incomparably insolent and incomparably elated, unbridled. His eyes were filled with divine light at this moment, and his entire body was emitting a faint white light. His entire person became incomparably holy, like a god descending, undefeatable. Yi Qinghan's words caused Li Fei and the rest to be slightly startled. All of them turned their heads subconsciously. They frowned and stared at him, not understanding what he was saying. What was the use of saying this now? But in the next second, Yi Qinghan actually laughed loudly as if there was no one else around. He said leisurely, "Eternal space is not eternal space at all, but willpower. I didn't expect willpower to actually be a kind of spatial profound mystery. Willpower can not only be bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, but it can also be comprehended by martial artists through cultivation. Willpower originally uses the power of space and heaven and earth to suppress everything. It itself is a kind of profound mystery, so of course it can be fused. Haha, this young master actually comprehended the profound mystery of willpower. This young master actually possesses willpower. Haha. Yi Qinghan's words were somewhat inexplicable. They were very profound and mysterious, causing countless people to be confused. However, Yi Qinghan's last sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears, causing them to feel dizzy. Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, as a real clap of thunder descended. Following the earth-shattering explosion, a 10-meter thick, 1,000-meter-long bolt of godly thunder emerged from the colorful clouds. With a destructive pressure, it directly struck downwards. Its target was Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the sky. Yi Qinghan's body did not move. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he raised his hands, welcoming the descent of the godly thunder. An incomparably blinding light, like the explosion of a demonic sun, lit up on Yi Qinghan's body. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Qinghan's entire body. At this moment, everyone was blinded. That explosion earlier on had caused everyone to go deaf as well. At this moment, even their souls seemed to freeze. Everyone felt as if they had died, and their souls began to slowly fly upwards. Lei Zhan's Thunder God protection also quietly exploded at this moment. Countless dragon boats outside Soul Emperor Island, under the pressure of that array, just now, were all turned to dust. Countless martial artists that were hiding were forced to reveal themselves. The dozens of supremacies that were flying in midair and attacking the Thunder God protection were directly pressed into the sea. All the martial artists were pressed into the sea. The entire Soul Emperor Island trembled at this moment. The Soul Emperor Pavilion emitted a dazzling light. The restrictive barrier automatically activated to resist the aftermath of the heavenly might. After a moment, everyone's eyes recovered. They looked around at the wreckage of the dragon boats and the countless fallen star army soldiers. They looked at each other in dismay. Something's wrong. Where is Yi Qinghan? Li Fei blinked his eyes in confusion. He looked around and then exclaimed. His eyes were fixed on the sky above Soul Emperor Island. There was nothing there. Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes locked onto the sky above Seoul Emperor Island at the same time. At the same time, their divine senses swept in all directions. However, they still could not find Yi Qinghan's voice. Countless people had a doubt in their minds at the same time. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had been blasted into pieces? Or did he escape during the chaos? Buzz! Suddenly, the space above the Star Army trembled. Li Kong's expression changed. More than 30 supremacies looked up at the sky at the same time. The 10 billion Star Army also looked up subconsciously. However, in the next second, everyone's expression changed instantly. They became incomparably pale, without any color of blood. They became completely hopeless. The surrounding spatial power condensed in the air and finally turned into a giant face. This giant face looked like a person's face. Yi Qinghan's face. Chapter 975. With the appearance of this giant face, the entire space seemed to freeze. No one could move. Even dozens of supremacies couldn't move. Not even teleportation. The entire space seemed to be frozen at this moment, as if it had become eternal. Eternal space is not stopping time in a certain space to achieve the effect of eternity. Is freezing the power of space here, forcefully imprisoning it, using the powerful power of space to suppress everything, suppress all martial artists. With the power of space controlled, who can move? Who can resist? Without source, who can compete? With will, no one can resist. No wonder will is unstoppable. No matter how strong a person is, can they resist the power of heaven and earth? A faint voice resounded. This was Yi Qinghan's voice. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but also as if he was explaining the truth of heaven and earth. Although the 10 billion people below couldn't move their bodies, they could use their souls. When they heard Yi Qinghan's words, countless people were shocked. Because of Yi Qinghan, countless spatial powerhouses had gathered below. There were also many God-Emperor spatial powerhouses. Countless people had studied eternal space before. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's words were like a blow to their heads, and they instantly came to an understanding. The legendary mysteries of eternal space did exist. That spatial powerhouse from 10 million years ago was right. This problem that had plagued the divine world for 10 million years had finally been solved. But no one could have imagined that eternal space was actually will could not only be bestowed by heaven and earth, but could also be comprehended by people. If this news spread throughout the divine world, it could be imagined that the entire divine world would experience a strong earthquake. While the countless spatial powerhouses were shocked, they were also secretly overjoyed. If they did not die this time, they would try their best to comprehend eternal space. Once they succeeded, they would become invincible gods of war. The spatial law was not a useless law. It was not a supreme law, but a supreme law, a law that could create invincible gods of war. If it wasn't a supreme law, then what was? In truth, the entire Seoul Emperor Island was experiencing an earthquake, a powerful earthquake. Yi Qinghan was a minor god monarch, a stray dog, someone they thought was dead for sure. He actually grasped will and became an invincible god of war. That was not important. What was important was that they and Yi Qinghan had formed an irreconcilable enmity. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of Yi Qinghan. Lei Jin was stunned silly. He looked at the face in the sky. That familiar face at this moment felt so strange. He knew that Yi Qinghan was very awesome. How could someone who could lead them out of Seal God Valley not be awesome? But what he didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan was actually this awesome. Venomous Snake and Dragon were dumbfounded. At this moment, both of them felt like their minds were in a mess. They felt dizzy as if they had drunk the strongest alcohol in the world. Fireworks was drunk, looking at the face in the sky. She really wanted to laugh out loud. She really wanted to proudly tell everyone that. That was her man. Li Fei fainted. He looked at the sky in a daze, not daring to believe it. He started to feel endless fear, and he started to hate Li Tian. This enmity was a little too big, so big that the Leaf family might be destroyed because of it. Evil Moon was stunned. Countless venerables were stunned. They had pursued this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. A young boy, a descendant who was many generations younger than them, a little warrior who had cultivated for less than 100 years, had actually reached it. Lord Devour laughed. His laughter was rippling, arrogant, and joyful. Ever since the Soul Emperor died, he had never laughed like this. Xiaohei's hair was still standing on end. His pair of spirited eyes were filled with pride. That expression, that raised head, it seemed to be telling everyone, "That's my boss. Lord Xiaohei's boss." Dripping Spring River's Rainduan Fei was also frightened. "You can't play like this, right? Kid, if you play like this, how can we, the seniors, endure in the future?" Li Shui, and Lord Jiu were silent. At this moment, they didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb this dream. However, Yinling giggled. Her curvaceous body twisted and turned. Her exquisite face was filled with excitement. Her first man had actually become a monarch. Although she was raped, no, she didn't resist at all. I had no conflict with the Star Sea. Peach Blossom and Sahan loved each other. Peach Blossom venerable, for your selfish desire, you forcefully separated them. I snatched them. This is my fault. I have no complaints if you want to kill me. But what wrong did the millions of people of the Flame Dragon City do? What wrong did the civilians of the Flame Dragon continent do? Their crimes shouldn't involve their families, and the civilians shouldn't be implicated. The experts of the divine realm are supreme. If you want to kill me, if you have the ability to kill me, I have nothing to say. If that's the case, I have the ability to kill you now. If I want to kill you now, you should have nothing to say. The ethereal voice continued, with boundless dominance and soaring anger, resounding in the ears of the billions of Star Army soldiers. It was like the decree of a monarch, undefiable and undefiable. Uncle Lei Zhan, take fireworks and the others to the sea 10,000 meters to the left. The space fluctuated and the pressure around Lei Zhan and the others suddenly disappeared. Lei Zhan was overjoyed. He quickly surrounded Fireworks and Viper War God with his origin power and broke the ice chains on them. Then, he took the three of them and teleported. Strangely enough, after the four reached the sea 10,000 miles to the left, their figures suddenly disappeared. But it didn't seem like teleportation. Even divine senses couldn't detect them. The spatial energy in the air started to flow again. Yiqing Han's huge face disappeared and was replaced by a huge palm that was 10,000 meters long. It brought with it a pressure that could destroy heaven and earth as it slammed down towards Li Fei and the dozens of venerables. No, Yiqing Han, you can't kill me. The Star Sovereign won't let you go. At the last moment, Li Fei actually burned his origin power in exchange for a roar. In the end, he could only hope to use the name of the Star Sovereign to scare Yiqing Han. The Star Sovereign was the #1 in the divine realm. Even the South Mountain Sovereign was defeated by him in one move. He thought that Yiqing Han might have some reservations. Boom! But what responded to him was a deafening sound. The giant palm smashed a bottomless pit in the sea. Around the palm, except for the huge waves, not a single drop of water flowed toward the pit in the middle. With the appearance of the pit, dozens of venerables and more than 1 billion Star Army soldiers disappeared. Strictly speaking, they were all smashed into powder, and not even their divinity crystals were left. One palm smashed more than 1 billion people to death. The waves soared into the sky and crashed down heavily. Apart from the roaring of the waves, there was only silence, a deathly silence. The giant face in the sky disappeared, and a figure in a green robe stood proudly in the sky. The space pressure was also lifted at this moment, but the remaining billions of people still felt that the pressure was still there, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Countless pale, yellow liquid and cold sweat flowed down from the crotch of the martial artists and into the blood-red seawater. Other than the fishy smell of the seawater, the smell of the seawater was also accompanied by a faint smell of sex. It was too cruel. He was not a human. He was the devil sovereign of the 9 underworlds, the Devil King. These words appeared in the minds of countless martial artists at this moment. It was normal to kill people in the divine realm. Countless people died almost every moment. But it was the first time in the history of the divine realm that more than 1 billion people were killed with one palm. There were more than 30 venerables here. Venerables! Swoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out of the pit, which made countless people puzzled. There was actually someone alive? Lord! Ye in-law! Spare me. I hope you can spare my life for the sake of the peach blossom. I know I was wrong. I was blind. A martial artist with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. He knelt in midair and kept kowtowing. Peach blossom, if it wasn't for the sake of the peach blossom, would you still be alive? Yi Qinghan said coldly, not even looking at the peach blossom venerable. Looking at the star army outside the Soul Emperor Island, he said faintly, "Go back and tell Kong to stay on the Supreme Island. If he dares to come out, I will kill him. I will spare your lives for the sake of the Star Monarch. Get lost." Then, Yi Qinghan turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the sea where Lei Zhen disappeared. Lord Devour's small dragon boat had already opened the protective shield, but for some reason, the martial artist couldn't detect it. As soon as he entered the dragon boat, Yi Qinghan looked at Lord Devour and the joyful crowd. He smiled, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 976. The Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island scattered quickly. In just a few blinks of an eye, the densely packed crowd of people had disappeared. The dragon boats were destroyed. Many experts had them, but they didn't have time to take them out. They just ran away as fast as they could. No one cared about the direction. The most important thing was to leave this place first. Soul Emperor Island resumed its tranquility. Only the remains of the dragon boats were left floating on the sea. The crater created by the giant hand was swallowed by the seawater. However, the billions of people could only stay outside Soul Emperor Island forever, watching the tides rise and fall, the clouds gather and disperse in the small dragon boat. When Yi Qinghan fainted, it scared a lot of people, especially Xiao He and Fireworks, who were scared to death. Fireworks hugged Yi Qinghan hurriedly, not knowing what to do. Lei Zhen and Dripping Spring also used their divine senses to check. They were puzzled. How could such a fierce man faint just like that? Why are you panicking? Lord Devour said faintly. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a smile, "Little Han just consumed too much energy. He just needs to rest for a while. He has just broken through to the God Arch realm, and the heaven and earth divine thunder bestowed him the origin power. Then, he immediately used the will attack. His foundation isn't stable, and his soul has consumed too much energy. It's not bad that he could endure until now." Hearing Lord Devour, everybody exhaled in relief. Lei Zhen's and Venerable Li Quan's eyes lit up. Venerable Li Quan asked, "Lord, that divine lightning just now bestowed origin energy?" "Yes." Lord Devour nodded. Looking at people's curious eyes, he pondered for a while and explained, "The principle of heaven and earth bestowed Yi Qinghan the origin power twice. The first time was in Dripping Spring City. You should remember it, Dripping Spring City. I guess this time, the origin power bestowed will be more than the last time. After all, he has comprehended the profound mysteries of the principle of will. It's unprecedented. Little Han is the strangest genius in the history of the God realm." Li Quan also revealed an expression of as expected. Actually, when Yi Qinghan killed Paragon Flying Snow, he had already suspected that Yi Qinghan possessed origin energy. This was because the room where the divine thunder struck was the place where Yi Qinghan and Lei Zhen lived. Lord Devour's words made their eyes brighten. The will was the thing that every venerable craved the most. Having it was the symbol of an invincible god of war. As Lord Devour said so, it meant that he had confirmed that the will could be comprehended. Duan Fei asked anxiously, "Sir, can will really be comprehended?" "What do you mean?" Lord Devour glared at the three of them, then at Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the chair. The three of them instantly came to their senses and felt ashamed. Wasn't this a formidable person who had comprehended will? It was just that it was too inconceivable for the three of them to believe it. Lord Devour paused for a while, then continued. However, I guess, except for little Han, no one in the divine world can comprehend the mysterious will, which is the eternal space. Lei Jun was bewildered, asking in astonishment, "Why do you say that?" Lord Devour sneered and said, "The divine world has had so many geniuses for billions of years. Even the space venerable from 30 million years ago was a peerless genius. He became a god at 3, broke through to the god-emperor realm at 20, and became a venerable in 100 years. What happened in the end? After millions of years of research, although he found the theory of the eternal space, didn't he die when his life ran out? Moreover, little Han dared to tell us this secret. He must know that besides him, no one else can comprehend this mysterious will." Everyone nodded in agreement. That was the logic behind it. Of course, they didn't know that the reason why Yi Qing Han could comprehend the eternal space was because his soul had mutated, and he had 2 souls. Because of this, Yi Qing Han concluded that no one could comprehend the eternal space. Auntie, is my big brother the invincible god of war now? Ha ha, the invincible god of war. Invincible in the world. Big brother is the big brother. Awesome. Xiao Hei was jumping around the table. She was so happy. Seeing that no one was talking, she hurried to interrupt. Invincible in the world? Oomph. He's still 108,000 miles away. Listening to Xiao Hei, Lord Devour's smile disappeared, and he became serious. Everybody on the dragon boat put on a serious face, looking at Lord Devour. After a while, she turned to Yi Qing Han and said, "Yi Qing Han's competence is strange. Actually, he's a god emperor. Moreover, he has just entered the god emperor realm. But the origin energy in his body is more than the venerables who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Anyway, he's not a venerable because he can't teleport. His will, how do you describe it? He's a little stronger than a level 9 expert, but he's still a little weaker than the one with the lowest competence in the divine world, the one who has been living in seclusion. That's why his competence is strange. Of course, his comprehensive competence is at level 9. The lowest is level 9. Fireworks and the others didn't understand Lord Devour's words. Lei Jun didn't know anything, and only dripping spring river and swirling rain looked pensive. Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. Seeing that everybody was confused, he explained, "Remember, a level 9 expert isn't really invincible. It's just that there aren't many level 9 experts. Compared to other warriors, they're invincible. Just like the God Realm and the Mortal Realm, the God Realm is invincible. Even if Yi Qing Han is a level 9 expert, as long as his divine crystal and soul are destroyed, he will die. Of course, it's the same for me. Venerables are divided into 3 levels: low, and peak. Similarly, level 9 experts are divided into different levels. A level 9 expert can kill a level 9 expert. Even a venerable can kill a level 9 expert with a sneak attack. Of course, it's extremely difficult. There's no such thing as invincible in this world. A level 9 expert has mastered the will, which is to say, a part of the power of space and heaven and earth. The amount of origin energy a venerable has mastered determines their strength. As for level 9, it depends on the amount of space power you have mastered. For example, a level 9 expert who has mastered the space power of a prefecture or a level 9 expert who has mastered the space power of a whole continent can crush you into powder with just a lift of his hand. Oh, so that's how it is. Everybody nodded as if they understood something. If Lord Devour didn't tell them, they would have never known this in their entire lives. Venerable Li Quan and the other 2 felt as if an even bigger door had been opened for them. Whether they could step in or not would depend on their own luck. Li Quan saw that Lord Devour was so patient to explain to them. He hesitated for a while before asking again, "Lord, is there a higher realm above level 9? "Yes," Lord Devour said faintly. Then he kept silent. They were satisfied that he could give them a definite answer. Indeed, it was useless to know their realm now. Not to mention the Viper War Gods group. Even Li Quan was the same. Lord Devour suddenly took out a messaging jade talisman to send a message. Then, he opened the protective cover of the small dragon boat. At the same time, he stood up as if he wanted to welcome someone. Everybody was stern. Who could make Lord Devour stand up to welcome him? Not long afterward, the space fluctuated. A white figure appeared in the sky, glancing at the unconscious Yi Qinghan. Then, he turned to Lord Devour and smiled faintly. Jiawu, long time no see. Yao Ji, thank you for your hard work these years. Lord Devour beamed a smile one more time. Then, he introduced her to the others. This is one of the Yao dancing concubines, the sole emperor's subordinates, Yao Ji. Greetings, Lord Devour. Everyone was stunned. Yao Ji's body was wrapped tightly in a thin veil, but her beautiful face and elegant temperament, as well as the seductive aura that emanated from her bones, not only did it cause Lei Zhen, Viper, and the other men's hearts to race, it also caused Li Shi, Yin Ling, and Fireflower to feel ashamed. At the very least, Yao Ji's seductive womanly aura was something that they couldn't compare with. On the other hand, Yin Ling, eyes glowed once more. She was like a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey, and her pupils turned green. Chapter 977. Supreme Island, Li Residence. Today, the group of guards was once again frightened by a black-robed man. The black-robed man was trembling all over as he ran towards the empty courtyard. He even crashed into a fake mountain as he ran. However, he acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to run towards the empty courtyard with his trembling body. Swish! Just as the guards were all feeling goosebumps in their hearts, not knowing what had happened, a black shadow flew in from the entrance of the Li family mansion. This black shadow's speed was even faster than the black shadow from earlier. As it flew, it shouted loudly, "My lord, something has happened! Something has happened!" All the guards froze. They knew the two black figures. One was the elder who guarded the soul jade slips, and the other was the elder from Supreme Island's intelligence department. Something happened. Swish! Countless experts of the Leaf family flew towards Leaf family's empty courtyard. The doyens guarding the soul jade slips were scared to such a state. It was definitely an important figure of the Leaf family that had died. Right now, there was one important figure of the Leaf family outside, Venerable Li Fei. And for the intelligence department's elder to come in such a hurry, it meant one thing. Something big happened in Star C. Or rather, Star C. Many people died. It didn't take long for the news to spread across the entire Li family. It spread across the entire Supreme Island, too. Li Kong was enraged. The entire yard he lived in was instantly flattened. The 24 venerables of Supreme Island were enraged. The entire Supreme Island was in an uproar. More than 1 billion experts and over 30 venerables died in Star C, including Li Fei. So many people were slapped to death by one person. A puny martial artist who slapped Star C countless times not long ago was slapped to death by Yi Qinghan. This news was no less than someone dropping a bomb on Supreme Island. All the experts on Supreme Island felt their scalps go numb and their heads spin. More than 1 billion experts and over 30 venerables. Putting aside the billions of experts, the 30-odd martial supremacies were practically the majority of the martial supremacies in the Starry Sea outside the Supreme Island. There were over 60 venerables in the entire Star Sea, and almost half of them were on Supreme Island. Only a few of the remaining half were left. This was the heaviest blow to the Star Sea in hundreds of millions of years. Ever since the Star Sovereign unified the Star Sea, such a terrible thing had never happened again. Along with this earth-shattering news, there was another unbelievable news. Yi Qinghan had reached level 9, and he had even comprehended a heaven-defying precept. Eternal space. The eternity of space was actually a will. Martial artists could comprehend willpower. Li Kong's body trembled slightly. His fat body trembled, and the fats on his body trembled. Dozens of supremacies stood beside him. They were all supremacies from the Sovereign Island. They did not dare to look at Li Kong as they lowered their heads to look at the ground and the ruins around them with gloomy expressions. There were still countless Li family disciples kneeling outside. They were all trembling along with their family head. It seemed that the wind today was especially cold. Countless supremacies knew that Li Kong wasn't trembling because of Li Fei's death. He was trembling in fear. Yes, he was afraid because of Yi Qinghan, because so many people had died. Let's go. Follow me to pay a visit to the sovereign. After a while, Li Kong regained his composure and stopped trembling. He lifted his head and looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, causing everyone to feel pain. Countless supremacies really did not want to get involved in this mess. Although they were usually eager to pay a visit to the sovereign, they wanted to hide as far away as possible now. They were even secretly resentful towards Li Kong. Why should we follow you to bear the wrath of the sovereign for the mistakes that your Li family has committed? But under supremacy Li Kong's knife-like gaze, no one dared to say a word of objection. Li Kong's prestige in the Star Sea was too high. At least no one dared to go against him now. More than 20 people teleported. When they reappeared, they were at the plaza of the Sovereign Island. There was a huge teleportation formation on the plaza. But this teleportation formation was very strange because there was no one guarding it. Li Kong and the rest walked into the teleportation formation. Then, Li Kong flipped his hand and 9 blood-red stones appeared. He inserted them into the 9 notches of the teleportation formation. There was a flash of white light, and everyone disappeared from the plaza. Everyone came to a cave that was surrounded by waves of fire. Below them was a piece of slowly moving magma, and smoke rose from time to time. There was a huge palace on top of the magma. This palace was actually floating on top of the magma. It floated along with the magma, but it did not sink. It was extremely mysterious. Everyone stood in midair and did not dare to go near the palace. Their eyes seemed to be filled with fear towards the moving magma. Li Kong has something important to ask of the sovereign. Please grant us an audience. Li Kong led everyone to kneel in midair. They did not kneel on one knee, but on both legs. They did not bow, but prostrated on all fours. Li Kong was at the front. His fat body was lying in the air with difficulty. It was very comical. It was quiet all around. The waves of fire were swallowing, and the magma was squirming. Strangely, there was no sound at all. The supremacies did not dare to get up. They floated in the air like dozens of huge worms. Wong. After a long time, the space above the palace fluctuated. An unparalleled aura rippled out from the palace and spread throughout the entire cave. Countless supremacies felt as though a huge mountain was pressing down on them. They felt a sense of suffocation and could not even lift their heads. A pair of huge eyes quietly condensed above the palace. The eye sockets were blood red, and the pupils were black and white. However, the pupils in the middle were like 2 bottomless abysses with no end in sight. What's the matter? A faint voice rang out. There was no emotion in the voice, and it was not loud either. However, these few words seemed to strike the hearts of everyone present. The voice seemed to have an inexplicable power, causing everyone's hearts to ache. All the muscles in their bodies contracted, and cold sweat poured down. Reporting to the sovereign. The floating continent has produced 2 ninth-grade martial artists recently. One of them killed Li Fei and 34 other supremacies, as well as one 3 billion-star army outside Seoul Emperor Island. The matter is like this. Li Kong is guilty. Sovereign, please punish him. Although Li Fei's heart was filled with endless fear, he could only brace himself and report the truth. Moreover, he didn't dare to conceal the truth. He recounted everything that had happened in the divine world, and also reported the matter of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion's 8th level being opened. The pair of huge eyes above the palace remained emotionless. After listening to Supremacy Li Kong's words, it became silent. The silence scared Li Kong and the supremacies. They were afraid that the Sovereign of Star would slap them in the next second, and everyone would be trapped in this cave forever. Got it. After a long time, the voice was heard. There was still no emotion, but everyone felt the pressure on their bodies getting stronger. When the voice was heard again, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Once the 9th floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion is opened, report to me immediately. Activate the Supreme Formation and seal the Supreme Island. Unless a ninth-grade martial artist attacks the Supreme Island, do not disturb me for anything else. Get out. When the last 3 words were spoken, a strong wind blew. Everyone felt a strong force acting on them. Everyone was like a kite with a broken string, rolling in the wind, unable to control themselves. When the wind finally stopped, everyone realized that they were already on the square. All the supremacies were lying on the ground like dogs eating **T, scaring the thousands of guards on the square. Li Kang did not care about his image being ruined. As long as he was alive, it was fine. He was glad that the Sovereign of Star did not pursue this matter. Instead, he paid attention to the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He immediately ordered the activation of the Supreme Formation to seal the Supreme Island. However, he was confused. What was in the 9th floor? Why was the Sovereign of Star so concerned about it? Chapter 978. It didn't take long for news of the earth-shattering battle outside of Soul Emperor Island to spread throughout the entire Divine Realm. It would be difficult for such an important matter to spread slowly. The entire Divine World was in an uproar. The previous time when Paragon Flying Snow died, everyone in the Divine Realm was discussing about it. Supreme beings were supreme beings who could teleport and possessed an all-conquering source of power. They were almost immortal, but dozens of them had died this time. Killing more than 1 billion people with a single palm strike had made Yi Qinghan's reputation overshadow his level 9 strength. Murderous Demon King, a demon in human form, the demon monarch of the divine world. Countless titles hung over Yi Qinghan's head. In fact, the higher a person's realm was, the less they would kill a lower-level martial artist. It was too shameful. That was why there had never been a battle in the God realm where so many people had died. Of course, no one felt that Yi Qinghan was going overboard. After all, the strong preyed on the weak in the immortal world. When 10 billion people besieged Yi Qinghan, they had to be prepared to be killed instead. You want to kill others, but can't others kill you? Even if Yi Qinghan had killed all 10 billion people, no one would have said anything. Of course, a large part of it was because he didn't dare. He was an invincible rank 9 powerhouse. Who dared to say anything about him? There was still a faint smell of blood in the air outside Soul Emperor Island. The ethereal continent's prestige flourished, with 3 rank 9s on one continent. The 8 sovereigns of the divine world had now become the 10 sovereigns. The Misty Continent occupied 3 of them. It could be said that as long as the Misty Continent declared war on another continent, the 3 great 9th-grade martial artists would be able to easily wipe out all the martial artists who dared to resist. No one could stop him. The title of the number 1 force in the divine realm of the star, Sea, immediately shifted to the Misty Continent. Didn't you see that he killed more than 1 billion people in the star Sea, and the Sovereign of Stars didn't even fart? There was something even more sensational, and that was the profound mystery that Yi Qinghan had comprehended: space eternity. After this matter spread out, countless spatial law powerhouses went crazy. Countless low-level martial artists began to turn their heads to comprehend the law of space. The law of little ribs had suddenly become a delicious piece of cake. The laws of heaven and earth bestowed wills, and they had to comprehend the ultimate mysteries. Ultimate profound mysteries were the fusion of 5 basic profound mysteries, the highest realm one could reach when comprehending the laws. This was incomparably difficult, perhaps even impossible. There had been countless geniuses and eccentrics in the God world for billions of years. But in the end, only a few 9th-grade profound mysteries appeared. It could be seen that successfully comprehending this ultimate profound mystery was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But things were different now. As long as one could comprehend a high-level profound mystery, eternal space, they would immediately possess a will of will. They would be able to reach the peak of martial artists, an invincible existence. High-level profound mysteries were hard to comprehend, but compared to ultimate profound mysteries, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Which god emperor didn't comprehend 2 or 3 high-level profound mysteries? For a time, countless people made up their minds and went into seclusion. He swore that he would not come out of seclusion until he comprehended the eternity of space and reached rank 9. Of course, there were also countless people who were worried. If countless martial artists were to comprehend the eternity of space and become an invincible rank 9, the divine world would definitely be in chaos. There were only 6 continents and 1 star sea in the immortal realm. With so many sovereigns, how are they going to divide up the forces? Many people had actually heard of a rumor that the reason why the hidden sovereign went into seclusion was because he went into an arcane realm. It was because he was the weakest among the sovereigns. The divine world did not have any territory for him, and he dared not snatch it. In the end, he could only go to an arcane realm with his tail between his legs and declare himself king. Once there were more rank 9s, the divine world forces would definitely divide up the forces again. The divine world would definitely be in chaos, and there might even be an apocalyptic war. Therefore, countless people were worried. Among those who were worried were the sovereigns of the other 5 continents. The 5 sovereigns did not hesitate. They came out of seclusion almost at the same time, and then all left their respective continents, rushing toward the ethereal mainland. The divine world suddenly became unusually lively. Everyone was anxious. The name Yi Qing Han had also become the most discussed word in the entire divine world. Yi Qing Han did not know about the chaotic situation in the divine world. He only knew that the martial artists of the ethereal mainland had gone crazy. Coming out of the small dragon boat and standing on the sea outside the divine martial city, Yi Qing Han was frightened by the black mass of people in front of him. There were 10 billion star soldiers outside the Soul Emperor Island. It was a magnificent scene, but compared to the figures in front of him, it was still a little lacking. Oh my, there were tens of billions of people here. On the ground, in the air, and on the sea, there were people everywhere. They were orderly, layer after layer, circle after circle, with no end in sight. It was impossible to count how many people there were. Welcome home, frigid Knight's sovereign. Welcome home, frigid Knight's sovereign. Welcome home, frigid Knight's sovereign. Suddenly, everyone knelt on one knee in front of Yi Qing Han at the same time. With one hand on their chest, they bowed and lowered their heads, shouting excitedly. They bowed 3 times and shouted the same 3 times. The sound was earth-shattering, piercing through the sky. The blood-red seawater on the sea, under this earth-shattering shout, set off huge waves. Countless seabirds flew up from all directions. Even in the distant sea, countless demon beasts in the sea were frightened and fled in panic. Tens of billions of martial artists of the Misty Continent, organized and spontaneous. Hearing that Yi Qing Han had returned to the Misty Continent from the Divine Martial City today, they all rushed over. In the distance, there were still flashes of white light in the Divine Martial City. Obviously, there were still countless martial artists rushing over. At the forefront were Venerable Moonchaser, Venerable Fragrance, and countless venerables of the Misty Continent. Obviously, this was an order from a Misty Continent sovereign to give the highest standard of welcome. They were all here to welcome Frigid Knight's sovereign, to welcome the pride of the Misty Continent home. When Yi Qing Han roared in the Star Sea and swore to fight against the entire Star Sea alone, Yi Qing Han became the pride of the young generation of the Misty Continent. But today, he became the pride of the entire continent. With my blood, I declare to the world that if His Highness does not die, or if he does not collect 100-fold debt of blood, he will never return. How heroic was this oath? How arrogant was this oath? How arrogant was this oath? Never return. A single person, a mere divine king, declared war against the largest faction in the divine realm, and wanted to kill their highness, wanted to fight against 10 billion experts. No matter what the final result was, to be able to say such a sentence, to be able to do such a crazy action, was worthy of admiration and pride. But not only did Yi Qing Han dare to say it, but he also dared to do it, and he did it. He killed billions of martial artists in the Star Sea. He killed Li Tian, he killed Li Fei, and he killed dozens of venerables. Today, he could finally return to the imperial court, finally home. The pride of the misty continent was home. Did you say that the martial artists of the continent, the citizens of the continent, and the citizens did not come to welcome him? Yi Qinghan did not speak. He stared blankly at the dense crowd around him, at the distant divine martial city, smelled the familiar air, looked at the countless familiar faces below, and fell silent. Back then, this was where he set out to sea. With 50 demonic beasts and 50 soul slaves, he set out for the Star Sea. Then he fought in the Star Sea. Countless times he saw the misty continent, and countless times he wanted to go home. But he only took a deep look and then resolutely disappeared again, diving into the surging blood-red seawater. The millions of citizens of the Flame Dragon City, Mount Wu, the Wind Emperor, and countless others had died. It was like a sharp sword hanging above his sea of soul. He could not breathe, and he could not smile brightly. Between life and death, his wife, children, friends, subordinates, and the citizens of the Flame Dragon continent made him feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, pressing on his thin shoulders, almost crushing him. Today, he finally won. He could finally go home with dignity, and he could finally have the face to pay respects to the millions of citizens who had died because of him. He could finally smile brightly. The feeling of relief was so good. Yi Qinghan smiled, like a flower blooming at the foot of Mount Luoshun, incomparably brilliant. His entire body relaxed. Ever since he came to this world, he had always been fighting and fighting for himself, for his loved ones, and for his fate. He had almost never relaxed. He had always wanted to live a peaceful life, but he could not. Until today, he finally knew that he could live a peaceful life. Chapter 979. Little Han, I'm going back to the Soul Devourer City. Jita gave you the title of Frigid Night Sovereign. Don't reject it. You should arrange your things first. After you're done, come to the Soul Devourer City to see me. A faint voice interrupted Yi Qinghan's contemplation. His soul consciousness scanned and found that Lord Devourer had teleported away with Lord Jiu. The small dragon boat had also disappeared. Lei Zhun, Li Quan, and the others were floating behind him. They were also frightened by the billions of people in front of them. Xiao He flashed and stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He held his head high, his face proud, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know that he was Yi Qinghan's war beast. Fireworks' beautiful eyes sparkled. She held Yao Ji's hand, looking at Yi Qinghan's back with an infatuated look. Yinling Air was holding Yao Ji's hand on the other side, smiling faintly at Yao Ji. The three of them were all masked with silk scarves, concealing their peerless beauty. However, just their slim and graceful figures were enough to captivate one's soul. Everybody stand up. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, smiling tenderly. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the ears of every warrior of the Misty Continent. Billions of people felt like they were bathing in the spring breeze. They all wore happy and worshipping faces, standing up and looking at the blue figure standing proudly in the sky. That figure wasn't tall, but in people's eyes, it was so tall and majestic. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly again. He didn't say anything, taking people to fly into the divine martial city. The warriors in the sky automatically moved to the sides, making a wide path. Lei Zhun stayed, smiling at people. Everybody, Frigid Knight's sovereign has just returned to the continent. He has many things to deal with. Later, you can visit Flame Dragon City as a guest. Everyone in Flame Dragon City, listen to my order. Return to the city. Countless figures soared into the sky and lined up neatly behind Lei Zhun. They followed Lei Zhun in high spirits and chased after Yi Qinghan. Farewell, Frosty Knight's sovereign. When Yi Qinghan flew into the divine martial city and walked into the teleportation array, billions of people knelt down on one knee again and shouted in unison as they watched Yi Qinghan leave. Yi Qinghan turned around and waved at the crowd, once again thanking them for their hospitality. The entire divine martial city erupted in thunderous cheers. After Yi Qinghan and the others turned into a beam of white light and disappeared, the cheers continued for a long time, shaking the entire field. When Yi Qinghan teleported to Myriad Water City, he was once again welcomed and cheered by countless people. This time, Yi Qinghan didn't stay for too long. He just waved his hand indifferently and directly entered the Flame Dragon City's teleportation formation. Standing in Flame Dragon City's plaza, Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar city. Looking at the even more beautiful city, he couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. How many years has it been? He had finally returned to this city, the city that belonged to him. Welcome back, City Lord. The martial artists who stayed behind in Flame Dragon City didn't call him Frosty Knight Sovereign like the martial artists in Divine Martial City. Instead, they called him City Lord. This time, Yi Qinghan's smile was even brighter. Looking at the demonic emperor's furry face, he felt so close and warm. Swish! A moment later, Lei Zhen and the Flame Dragon City citizens who went to Myriad Waters Manor to welcome Yi Qinghan had all returned. However, the teleportation array didn't stop. All the teleportation arrays on the plaza lit up, and countless martial artists were teleported to Flame Dragon City. Countless manor heads stood on the plaza with smiles on their faces and bowed to Yi Qinghan. Uncle Lei Zhen, where are the millions of people buried? I want to pay my respects to them. Yi Qinghan ignored those manor heads and spoke to Lei Zhen indifferently. All the martial artists in the city shuddered. They didn't expect that the first thing Yi Qinghan did after returning was to pay his respects to the souls of the dead. City Lord, this way please. After returning to Flame Dragon City, Lei Zhen became more courteous. No matter what, Yi Qinghan was the City Lord of Flame Dragon City. Moreover, he had already reached such a high cultivation realm. If he called them Little Han in public, that would be disrespectful. Yi Qinghan followed Lei Zhen out of the city. Yao Ji, Hua Yin, Li Quan, and the others followed closely behind. The venerables of the floating mist mainland who had rushed over all followed behind silently. The rest of the martial artists followed behind Yi Qinghan silently as they walked out of the city. Yi Qinghan walked. No one dared to fly. Outside the gates of Flame Dragon City was an incomparably wide plaza. At the end of the plaza, there was a tall stone monument. Beneath the monument, there were millions of corpses and heroic souls buried. Yi Qinghan walked to the front. He knelt down on both knees and cowed out. When Yi Qinghan knelt down, it scared the countless people behind him. Pung pung. Everyone in the plaza knelt down. Even Yi Qinghan had knelt down. How could they still dare to stand? Yi Qinghan kowtowed 3 times respectfully. He silently swore in his heart that he would definitely take Li Kong's head to avenge the deaths of everyone. Whether it was for the millions of heroic souls below, or for Xiaohe, or for the Soul Emperor, Li Kong had to die. After paying his respects, Yi Qinghan let Lei Zhen and Li Quan entertain the distinguished guests. Venerable Wind Chaser and the others represented the floating Mist Sovereign, so they couldn't slack off. Lei Zhen had already sent a message back. Immediately, countless square tables were set up in the plaza within the city and outside the city. Countless spiritual liquids, wine, and fruits were served. As long as they were in Flame Dragon City, they could enjoy to their heart's content. Ling Er, are Qing Cheng and the others still in the Lily Cave Mansion? Yi Qinghan immediately asked Yin Ling Er as he brought Yao Ji and Yin Ling Er into the 5th floor of the City Lord Mansion. However, his expression was a little awkward. He touched his nose in embarrassment and was a little nervous. Uffed. Yin Ling Er looked at Yi Qinghan's expression and all her anger dissipated. The Frigid Knight Sovereign, who stood above millions of people, was actually a little afraid of her. She felt a little proud and smiled. When I left the Lily Cave Mansion, I told them to go back first. Safety first. Yi Qinghan looked at Yin Ling Er gratefully and then smiled at Fireworks. Fireworks, make arrangements for Yao Ji, Ling Er, and Shui Er to stay. I'll go back to the Flame Dragon continent first. Xiaohe is leaving. Fireworks nodded with joy at her eyes. Yi Qinghan was treating her as one of his own. Of course, she and Yin Ling Er were a little jealous. As soon as Yi Qinghan returned, He went to pick up Qing Cheng and the others. But after thinking about it, the two felt relieved. Yi Qinghan was such a loyal person. Wasn't this his strong point? If Yi Qinghan was a cold-blooded person, would they like him? After giving the unfettered ring to Qing Cheng, Yi Qinghan could only helplessly leave with Xiao He through the teleportation formation. But this time, Yi Qinghan covered his face. He didn't want to be surrounded by people wherever he teleported. Exclamations. After teleporting to the Misty City, they used the special teleportation formation to teleport to the Flame Dragon continent. When Yi Qinghan once again stood in the sky above the Flame Dragon continent, when Yi Qinghan smelled the familiar air, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. This time, no one would be able to pose a threat to him, to his family, or to the Flame Dragon continent, right? Swoosh! The space around him fluctuated continuously. Countless God-rank experts teleported over. Qinghan, Father, Little Han, Frost Emperor, Xiao He, Lord Xiao He. Countless familiar faces appeared by Yi Qinghan's side, looking at Yi Qinghan with faces full of excitement. This was their backbone, their pillar of support, their king. Hello, everyone. The smile on Yi Qinghan's face was intoxicating. Even he himself was intoxicated. He loved this feeling the most. This feeling where everyone was happy. He looked at Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, Yi Yaorao, Yi Sahan, and Peach Blossom. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, I am back to take you to the divine realm. From now on, no one can stop us from reuniting. No one will be able to threaten you anymore. As the Frost Emperor, I promise you. Chapter 980. Frigid Night Sovereign. Everyone was confused. Yu Qingcheng, Peach Blossom, and the others weren't country bumpkins. How long had they lived in the divine realm? They had heard of the title sovereign, but didn't it refer to the 8 supreme existences of the divine realm? Lord Devour had also reached the sovereign level, but how could Yi Qinghan guarantee them as a sovereign? Since when was there a Frigid Night sovereign? Wait a minute. Yu Qingcheng raised her eyebrows as she recalled something. Wasn't Yi Qinghan called Frigid Night War God? Frigid Night War God. Frigid Night Sovereign? Could it be? Yu Qingcheng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded his head. Yu Qingcheng's entire face flushed red. Her beauty was indescribable. Qinghan? How could it be? Yu Qingcheng exclaimed, then covered her mouth. If it wasn't Yi Qinghan who said it, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and happily said, Why not? What's impossible about your man? Yu Qingcheng was even more excited, but the others were still confused. Yi Yaorao looked pensive. Yi Qingyu was the most direct. She looked at Yu Qingcheng in confusion and said, Sister Qingcheng, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Qinghan said he has become the Frigid Night Sovereign. In other words, his strength has reached the 9th grade. Yi Qingyu blinked, then suddenly opened her eyes wide. At the same time, the others also opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This joke was too big. Don't be so surprised. You will know in the future. If the warriors of the continent want to go to the divine realm, they can go at any time. On the Ascension platform, it means you are from the Fire Dragon continent. They will send you to the Fire Dragon city immediately. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He kept smiling. So many years of struggle, dancing on the edge of a knife, running with the Grim Reaper. Wasn't it all for today? Now that he had the ability to protect them and give them the best life, what other reason could there be for him to be unhappy? Xiao He stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and said proudly, Boss's sovereign status was personally bestowed by the Misty Sovereign. When Boss returned to the Misty Continent, tens of billions of experts from the Divine Martial City came to welcome him. Father, have you reached level 9? Everyone was stunned because they had absolute trust in Yi Qinghan. They knew that he never boasted or lied, and Xiao He also never lied. But Peach Blossom still couldn't believe it. Her father was a venerable. She knew very well how difficult it was for a warrior to reach level 7 or venerable, let alone the supreme existence, a level 9 invincible war god. That's right, Peach Blossom. I think this time your father will not object to you and Sahan being together. Yi Qinghan answered very seriously. He knew that it was hard for her to believe it, and he didn't want to explain, so he said with a smile, "This time I am here to take you to the divine realm. You will all know when you get there. Father, you have become a sovereign, a level 9 invincible war god?" Yi Sahan blinked, still not believing it. "Okay, I will go with you to the divine realm." Peach Blossom's eyes lit up. Although she had a comfortable life with Yi Sahan in the Fire Dragon continent, she had grown up in the divine realm, so it was comfortable to live in the divine realm. Although she hated the Peach Blossom Venerable very much, he was still her father. It would be best if they could reconcile. Yi Qingwu immediately shouted, "Go to the divine realm, go to the divine realm. I also want to go to the divine realm." Yu Qingsheng and Yi Yaorao looked at each other, their eyes full of desire. In the divine realm, their cultivation speed was very fast, but in the Fire Dragon continent, it was too slow. The two of them wanted to go to the divine realm. Let's go. Grandpa Green Cow, Grandpa White Tiger, let's go to the divine realm together. Anyway, you can come back whenever you want in the future. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and made his decision. Yi Tianlong also didn't hesitate. They also wanted to go to the divine realm to confirm what Yi Qinghan said. Although they believed it, they still didn't dare to confirm it, because this was too ridiculous. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out. He originally wanted to visit the rabbit in the dark castle, but when his divine sense swept out, the rabbit sent him a voice transmission immediately. It said that it was preparing to go into seclusion, and that it would talk later. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. This rabbit was too awesome. He didn't even say anything, and she rejected him directly? And it seemed like he couldn't find out her strength now. It seemed like he had to ask Lord Devour about this. Yi Tianlong sent a message to Yi Chong, telling him something. Then, Yi Qinghan brought his team to the Purple Island. This time, besides Yi Qinghan's family, some God Realm warriors of the continent also wanted to go to the Divine Realm to see the legendary Divine Realm. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't mind. They entered the Purple Island directly. Yi Qinghan did it himself. They got into the teleportation formation and were teleported to the Ascension platform. Everybody, stand on the left. On the Ascension platform, the two Peak of King God Realm Guard were still wearing silver robes and hair. When they saw people teleporting from the material plane, they scanned the area and said instinctively. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes opened wide. He crawled up, kneeling on the ground. His body shivered as he said fearfully, "Greetings. Greetings, Lord Han Yi. My lord, please forgive me." The other guard had already woken up. He also kneeled on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Many warriors of the material planes stood on the left side of the Ascension platform. When they saw the two guards kneeling, they also knelt in fright. Yu Qingsheng and the others' eyes brightened. The guards of the Ascension platform had a special position. Although they were only at the peak of King God Realm, they didn't even pay attention to a 5th or 6th grade war god. When Lord Jiao took out the token of the Misty Mountain Lord, the two guards only kneeled on one knee. But now, get up. From now on, the people who ascended from the Flame Dragon plane will be teleported directly to the Flame Dragon City. Activate the teleportation formation. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't argue with these two nobodies. Although he and Xiao He had been scolded by these two when they ascended that year, they were still the same. At this moment, Xiao He wanted to teach them a lesson. However, when he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he didn't say anything. He knew his boss's identity was different now. If this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Everyone walked into the huge teleportation formation on the right side. The two guards quickly teleported and disappeared from the Ascension platform with a flash of white light. Big brother, do you think we should be more polite to the warriors who ascended? The Frigid Knight Sovereign ascended less than 100 years ago. But when he ascended, we don't even know if we scolded him or not. If the next time a genius ascends, we teach him a lesson, and he breaks through to the high-level God Emperor Venerable after 100 years, and comes looking for trouble with us, we'll be finished. Once Yi Qinghan left, The two silver-robed men hurriedly gathered together in disgust. Yi Qinghan's sudden rise made them feel afraid. The other giant man also nodded. The two of them had special identities. Perhaps a 5th or 6th grade war god wouldn't do anything to them. However, not to mention Yi Qinghan, any venerable could easily kill the two of them. The God Realm warriors who had just ascended were sweating profusely when they heard the two men's discussion. Ascended less than 100 years ago. How could it be so awesome? Although they didn't know what realm the Frigid Knight's sovereign represented, he could order the guards to teleport people who ascended from a plane to a city with just a few words. How awesome was that? The dozens of warriors who had just ascended were instantly excited. Their hearts were filled with ambition, and they fantasized about being like that lord, cultivating diligently for 100 years, and finally becoming an overlord in the God Realm. At that time, they could also come to the Ascension platform and let these two people directly teleport the warriors who ascended from their continent to their own city. Chapter 981. It was only after arriving at Flame Dragon City that everyone was completely convinced of this extremely absurd fact. When countless venerables and millions of martial artists knelt down on one knee and paid their respects to Frost Knight Sovereign, Yu Qingsheng and the others' eyes became slightly moist. They knew that after today, the Flame Dragon continent would be completely safe and no one would be able to separate them. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan's frail body and became incomparably proud. Yi Tianlong's old eyes were filled with tears. This was the 7th brother that was forgotten by the Yi family, the 7th brother that almost died because of his negligence, the 7th brother that couldn't even summon a battle beast. Not only did he stand at the peak of the Flame Dragon continent, but also the peak of the divine realm. Yi Qing didn't have too much time to care about everyone's feelings. He had a lot of things to do. Let fireworks settle down Qingsheng and the others. As for the relationship between the women, he would deal with it himself. If he dealt with this troublesome matter by himself, he would definitely be met with countless disdainful and resentful gazes. Ignoring them, just like what happened to Yi Yao Rao last time, everyone quickly blended together. Flame Dragon City's matters were all left to Lei Zhun to deal with. He called for a doyen. Although Flame Dragon City was destroyed under the protection of Lei Zhun's Thunder God, all the doyen did not die. The only exception was Wu Shan and Feng Qi, who died in the Star Sea. Wu Shan was killed by venerable flying snow, and Feng Qi was killed by Xieyu. Although he avenged them in the end, Xieyu should have been killed outside Soul Emperor Island. But Yi Qinghan still felt guilty, and was even more determined to find a way to kill Li Kong. This doyen came from Seal God Valley, and was a doyen of Flame Dragon City. He was originally Lei Zhun's subordinate, and his name was Wu Tian. His strength was not high, only at the peak of 6th grade war god. Wu Tian didn't know why Yi Qinghan called him over alone, and he was a little perturbed. The current Yi Qinghan was not the same as before. His 6th grade strength was no different from a god in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Could it be that Yi Qinghan wanted to remove him from his position as an elder? If Yi Qinghan were to issue an order, not to mention a war god at the peak of 7th grade, even a venerable would fight over the position of a senior elder of Flame Dragon City. Wu Tian, bring some people to the Starry Sea. This is the map. Go there. Yi Qinghan took out a map and placed it on the table. Then, he pointed at a location in the South Star Sea. Seeing that Wu Tian was very puzzled, he explained, tens of thousands of li below this position sea, there is a mysterious spirit cave mansion. There are more than a dozen demonic beasts inside, as well as more than a dozen martial artists that I brought with me back then. Take my token and bring them back. Yes, City Lord, I will bring them back as soon as possible. Wu Tian hurriedly responded, but in his heart, he was very glad. It seemed that Yi Qinghan was a very nostalgic person. Although he had become a monarch, as long as he and the others did not make any mistakes, his position as a senior elder would not be removed. Yi Qinghan nodded and let Wu Tian go. In fact, there was still one more thing in the Starry Sea that was waiting for Yi Qinghan to do. That was to go to the Flame Dragon Island next to Soul Emperor Island to look for the Night Emperor and the others. The Night Emperor and some of the seniors of the Flame Dragon continent were probably not very strong. However, they were the ancestors of the Flame Dragon continent. This matter was originally one of the reasons why Yi Qing Han went to the Starry Sea. He did not expect that so many things would be involved. After the battle on Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qing Han was in a coma for a long time. When he woke up, he was almost at the ethereal continent, so he did not go back to look for them. Originally, Yi Qing Han could have sent Yi Tianlong and the others to look for them. Yi Tianlong was his grandfather, so it was not impolite. However, Yi Qing Han felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, he had been in the Starry Sea for so long. Although the Flame Dragon Island was remote, it was impossible that no one had heard of it, right? He had built the Flame Dragon City, and the information was easy to find. He had ascended from the Flame Dragon continent. When the Night Emperor and the others heard this news, they would definitely take the initiative to look for him, right? However, there was no news of them now, so Yi Qing Han was a little worried. After thinking for a while, he decided to look for them after this matter was settled. No matter what, they were his ancestors. After sorting out the matter of the Night Emperor and the others, Yi Qing Han sat cross-legged in the hall and began to check his body. Lord Devour said that his overall strength had barely reached rank 9, but he had not had time to check his body and straighten out his strength and realm. My soul and nomological order have reached the Emperor God realm. Now, excluding the power of origin and willpower, my strength should have reached rank 7. Was this what power was? It's really amazing. Yi Qing Han looked inside the divine crystal and found that there was a kind of translucent white light around the divine crystal. This was power. It could radiate with his divine power, and it could produce pressure on martial artists below the Emperor God realm. However, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the Emperor God realm, so the power was not strong. All right, the power of origin. Outside the Soul Emperor Island, the heaven and earth law seemed to have bestowed me with the power of origin again. Yi Qing Han suddenly remembered and quickly looked inside his soul. He would not have known if he did not look, but when he did, he was shocked. Originally, the power of origin was only floating on the bridge between his two souls. Now, it was all floating above the soul sea. It was like a floating cloud, and its volume was at least 3 times bigger than before. It seemed that this time, the heaven and earth law had bestowed him with double the power of origin. With a thought, Yi Qing Han directed the power of origin to be released. This time, there was no resistance. It instantly appeared in his palm, and with another thought, the power of origin instantly enveloped his body. However, once a protective shield was formed on the surface of his body, there was no extra power of origin to attack. Yi Qing Han fooled around for a while, feeling that it was very fun. Finally, he thought of willpower, but he could not figure out. Rather than saying willpower, he felt that it was better to say space eternity. For him, willpower was just releasing space eternity and then absorbing the nearby power of space. He relied on this power of space to suppress his enemies. He could not understand willpower at all, so Yi Qing Han could only ask Lord Devour later. He began to look inside the divine crystal. Now that he had reached this level of strength, he should be able to open the second seal in the divine crystal, right? He covered the black stone with his divine power, but what shocked Yi Qing Han the most was that the second seal on the black stone did not move at all. Yi Qing Han did not believe it, so he covered it with the power of origin again. The result shocked him even more. The power of origin could not get close to the black stone. F***CK, this is really strange. Yi Qing Han was frightened. At this moment, his overall strength had reached grade 9, which meant that he had reached the peak of the divine realm. He did not expect that he could not even open the second seal. What was this black stone? Was the Battle Emperor messing with him? Just as Yi Qing Han was puzzled, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was the Battle Emperor's voice, which made Yi Qing Han shudder. Kid, don't waste your energy. Although your overall strength is not bad, your comprehension of the law is very low. According to the words of this divine realm, The second seal of this thing can only be opened when your comprehension of the law reaches the level of a venerable. As for the third seal, you need to comprehend an ultimate mystery to open it. Work hard, kid, your progress is not bad. This emperor is looking forward to meeting you again. After the battle emperor said that, he became completely silent. The meaning of this paragraph seemed very simple, but it contained a very profound and complex meaning. What did it mean according to the words of this divine realm? Could it be that there were many divine realm planes? To open the third seal, one needed to comprehend an ultimate mystery? The meaning was very clear. One had to rely on the comprehension of the law and reach the real grade 9 to open it. This sentence had the most meaning. Yi Qinghan felt that the ultimate mystery was like carrots and cabbages to the battle emperor. One had to comprehend one. Could it be that he could comprehend two? It seemed like a grade 9 was nothing to the battle emperor. The battle emperor's words made Yi Qinghan confused, but no matter how he called out, the battle emperor did not speak again. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to Xiao He, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Let's go, Xiao He. Let's go to Soul Eater City to find your aunt." Chapter 982. Just as he walked out of the hall, he met Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen was stunned. Then he reported the situation with a bitter smile. In the past few days, countless people applied to buy buildings in Flame Dragon City. Originally, after Flame Dragon City was destroyed, Lord Devour helped rebuild it. However, because of the shadow of the previous destruction, very few people came to settle down. After so many years, there were only 20 or so people. Many houses, buildings, and shops in the city were empty. Now, Yi Qinghan had become the sovereign. Moreover, there was a sealed god valley below Flame Dragon City. Of course, countless wandering warriors and big and small families came to buy buildings, applying to become permanent residents in the city. In just a few days, the City Lord Mansion received millions of applications. A senior elder in the city calculated there were about 10 million people who wanted to settle down in Flame Dragon City. That senior elder did not dare to make the decision, so he could only ask Lei Zhen, a sovereign city, who did not want to come and settle down. Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a cold smile, and he said indifferently, "Unless it's necessary, I don't want all of them." The buildings and shops in the space generally changed to restaurants and hotels. Flame Dragon City does not need that many permanent residents. Lei Zhen nodded. He also expected that Yi Qinghan would definitely make such a decision. He was already very clear about Yi Qinghan's character. People who treated him well, he would treat you better. People who made him uncomfortable, he would make you even more uncomfortable. Uncle Lei Zhen, you decide the city's matters. You don't need to ask me for everything. I believe in you. I will make a trip to Soul-Devouring City. Yi Qinghan smiled at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's character was without a doubt. He was a fierce man who could go to the Star Sea for fireworks alone. How could he allow sand to enter his eyes? After Yi Qinghan said that, he walked into a small hall. The small hall was not small, and would not be crowded even if dozens of people sat down. However, when Yi Qinghan walked in, his eyes were dazzled. The small hall was filled with women. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were all clamoring and laughing. The atmosphere was pretty good. Yi Qinghan paused with a guilty conscience, but countless eyes were already on him. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to be thick-skinned. He laughed and strode in. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, hello everyone. What are you talking about?" It was fine if Yi Qinghan didn't speak, but once he did, countless resentful eyes shot towards him. Especially Yi Qingwu and Enling Air. They were full of electricity, causing Yi Qinghan to tremble. The small hall was filled with beauties. Yu Qingsheng and Yao Ji sat at the head of the table. Their strength was not high, but they had the demeanor of a married woman. Venerable Yao Ji was powerful and had helped Yi Qinghan a lot. Not to mention her age, there was no doubt that she was sitting at the head of the table. On the left sat Yi Qingwu, Yi Yao Rao, Yi Qingyu, and Peach Blossom. On the right sat Fireworks, Enling Air, Li Shui Air, and Flying Rain. Each of the women had their own features. If a country bumpkin came in and saw them, he would have lost his soul. Brother, we're talking about your childhood. Yi Qingyu was the most innocent. She stood up and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand, giggling. Yi Qingyu indeed had the most right to speak about Yi Qinghan's childhood. Moreover, everyone was interested in this matter, and it was a good topic. The things that Yi Qinghan had done in the Flame Dragon continent were very legendary. Everyone was very interested in listening to him. What's there to talk about? Yeah, you guys keep talking. I'm going to the Soul Devourer city. Lord Devourer asked me to go there. You guys should be happy. Yi Qinghan smiled and decided to use the old method to let them get to know each other. Of course, there was only one person they weren't familiar with, the Enchantress. As for the rest, they were still passable. I'll go with you. Little Han, I haven't been to the Soul Devourer city for a long time. I miss it. The Enchantress looked dignified. Obviously, she controlled her aura to not be so bewitching. The most beautiful side of the Enchantress tribe was always reserved for her man. Even so, the faint charm in her bones couldn't be concealed no matter what. Brother, I want to go too. Me too. Except for Flying Rain, Peach Blossom, and Li Shui Air, everyone wanted to follow. Obviously, these women didn't want to go to the Soul Devourer city to see the sea. They just wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and nodded. Okay, we'll go together. Didn't Lord Devourer say he wants to transform Xiao He? Let's watch together. Shui Air, you don't want to go? All the women instantly revealed joyful expressions, and at the same time, they looked at Li Shui Air and Xiao He with indescribable expressions. Li Shui Air was shy. She glared at Xiao He and said, I'm not going. In a few days, I'll go back with my father. Xiao He stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He wasn't afraid of Li Shui Air at all. Instead, he said proudly, Hee, Shui Air, just stay at home. When I, Lord Xiao He, become a handsome man, I'll go with my sister-in-law to your house to propose marriage. Li Shui Air's pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at Xiao He fiercely again and ran away shyly after throwing a sentence. You're so shameless. Who wants to marry you? Everybody burst out laughing. Firework blushed. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's promise, she said softly, Yi Qinghan, you guys go. I'm not going. I'll go with Sister Shui Air. Seeing Firework running away with her blushing face, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu looked pensive. They looked at Yi Qinghan angrily. Yi Qinghan laughed, asking Yao Ji to take them to the teleportation formation. A white light sparkled on the soul-devouring city square. Several peerless beauties walked out of the teleportation formation, which bewildered thousands of guards. Seeing one or two beauties of this level was enough to make them dizzy. But now, there were several of them. However, when they saw the cyan figure in the middle of the group of beauties, their expressions instantly changed. The greed in their eyes immediately disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a face full of respect. They all knelt on one knee and shouted, Greetings, Frigid Knight Sovereign! Greetings, young Master Xiao He! Greetings, lords! Yi Qinghan waved his hand. Yao Ji used her soul consciousness to check. She found Lord Devourer's balcony, then led the others to teleport. Lord Devourer made an exception, standing up to greet them. He smiled and nodded to them. Eventually, his eyes fell on Xiao He, smiling. Xiao He, the soul transforming grass is here. When you want to transform it? Xiao He's eyes brightened. He flew down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder, jumping on the table. Right now, I want to transform. I want to become a handsome man. Haha, this kid. Lord Devourer looked at Xiao He lovingly, then smiled at Yi Qinghan. Little Han, you guys should take a walk in the city. We just need several hours. Yao Ji, you come with me. Yao Ji nodded. Xiao He was the sole emperor's son. Finally, he was going to be an adult. It was normal for her to attend the ceremony. Yi Qinghan wasn't in a hurry. He just wanted to ask Lord Devourer some questions. Moreover, Lord Devourer had asked him to come here. At this moment, Xiao He was going to transform. Sure, Yin was looking forward to it. Lord Devourer took Xiao He and Yao Ji and teleported away. Lord Jiu stayed with the others and chatted on the balcony. Yu Qingsheng and the other two weren't strangers to this balcony. Big brother, After several hours, the space fluctuated. A voice arose from the balcony. Yi Qinghan was standing on the balcony with the women, looking at the wandering sea in the distance. He turned around and didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Lord Devour and Yao Ji appeared on the balcony, with a young man standing next to them. He wasn't tall, even shorter than Yi Qinghan. He wore a green robe, and his body looked thin and weak. His face was delicate, but his appearance wasn't much different from Yi Qinghan's, except that he was a little more handsome. He had a pair of shiny black eyes, which were strange and full of spiritual energy. Needless to say, he was Xiao Hei's human form. However, this Xiao Hei's human form was similar to Yi Qinghan's. However, his eyes were full of spiritual energy, and his aura was different. Xiao Hei flew toward Yi Qinghan like a lightning strike. As he was about to land on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, he halted in the air. He was a little surprised, looking at Yi Qinghan's shoulder, then at himself. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Huh." Yi Qinghan laughed, walking over and giving Xiao Hei the bear hug. He teased, "Xiao Hei, you've turned into a human. Do you still want to stand on Big Brother's shoulder?" Chapter 983. Xiao Hei pouted, feeling even more embarrassed. He was used to standing on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Now that he had turned into a human, he couldn't get used to it. Everybody found it funny. Xiao Hei had imitated Yi Qinghan's appearance. With his thin body, green robe, and delicate face, if he stood next to Yi Qinghan, people would say that they were blood brothers. However, Xiao Hei's spirited eyes were constantly moving around. This caused his temperament to be completely different from Yi Qinghan's. He looked like a mischievous youngster. After so many years, especially after he had become the Fire Dragon City Master, Yi Qinghan's body naturally revealed a special aura. He had become more steady and domineering. Now, after he had turned into the Cold Night Sovereign, his body seemed to be covered by an invisible halo, which gave people an inexplicable feeling of a noble, domineering, and imposing aura. The so-called changing body, changing aura. When a person reached a certain realm and a certain status, they would naturally have the same aura. "Big brother, I can't stand on your shoulder anymore, can I?" Blackie rubbed his nose. Instinctively, he did what he used to do, using his fingernails to scratch his nose. He had almost scratched his nose. Everybody burst out laughing. Even Lord Devour cracked his mouth, laughing without any manners. After laughing for a while, Yi Qinghan patted Xiao Hei's shoulder with a serious face, saying, "Xiao Hei, you're a person now, a real person. Big brother will always be your big brother, but you have to work hard to change. Become a person. You have your own life. Don't let Shui or look down on you." "Yes, Lord Xiao Hei, am so smart. I'm sure he will change soon." Xiao Hei patted his chest, not minding at all. "Haha, Xiao Hei, you should change your name. Your family name is Devour. From now on, you will be called Devour." Lord Devour's face was full of love, as if he was treating his own child who had grown up. "Sure, Hei. Auntie, my surname is Sure." The cheeky smile on Xiao Hei's face disappeared. Lord Devour had promised him that after he transformed, he would tell him his real identity. Now that he had told him his surname, was he going to tell him about his past? Lord Devour's face became stern as he said to the others, "Come here and sit. We're on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite." Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he knew that Lord Devour wanted to talk about the Soul Emperor. He nodded and followed Lord Devour. Everybody sat down under the grape trellis, gazing at Lord Devour. However, she became silent and closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them and looked at Xiao Hei. "Your father's original name was Soul Eater. This was the name he gave himself. He and I grew up in the Dark Forest. We were both divine beasts. In the beginning, we were always bullied by the holy beasts in the Dark Forest. Your father always protected me, and we almost died several times. Your father's innate talent was really abnormal. In just 10 years, your father had reached the God Realm, killed the ultimate holy beasts, unified the Dark Forest, and secretly unified the Fire Dragon continent. After that, your father and I came to the God World, starting his legendary life. We started to travel in the Misty Continent. He was the fastest genius to reach the peak of 7th grade war god in the history of the god world. He was the undisputed #1 under the sovereign realm. He was the second blacksmith in the god world. He was the sole emperor, the master of the sole emperor pavilion, the first palace master of the soul devouring manor. Lord Devour slowly told him the story of the sole emperor. His legendary life was filled with pride and nostalgia. The enchantress also looked like she was recalling the past, as if she was thinking about all the earth-shattering things that extraordinary man had done. Sole Emperor, father. Tears trickled down Xiao Hei's cheeks. He stooped his head, his bright eyes gloomy. Actually, he had guessed something. However, he had tried his best to avoid the fact that the sole emperor was his father, because the sole emperor was dead. Everybody kept silent. Yi Qing'an didn't comfort Xiao Hei. Some emotions needed to be vented. Otherwise, suppressing them in his heart wasn't a good thing for Xiao Hei. After a while, Xiao Hei lifted his head, looking at Lord Devour. "Annie, how did my father die? And my mother?" Lord Devour's eyes were gloomy. Even the enchantress turned her face away, as she couldn't bear it. After a while, Lord Devour said coldly, "Your mother was a wandering warrior in the Star Sea. Her name was Hua Feiyue. She was beautiful and lovely. She was also an extraordinary woman, the flower of the Star Sea. Unfortunately, someone killed her." "Who?" Xiao Hei jolted up. A murderous aura shot up into the sky, just like the time when he released the Soul Devourer, the brutal aura of a savage beast. Lord Devour heaved a deep sigh. "The first venerable of the Star Sea, Li Yikong." Swoosh! Xiao Hei turned into a shadow, dashing down the platform. However, a figure was faster than Xiao Hei, hugging him. "Xiao Hei, calm down. Didn't your Annie take revenge? Do you know why? Li Kong must die. No doubt about it. Big Brother will hand him over to you. You can tear him apart. Trust me. Trust Big Brother." Xiao Hei looked at Yi Qing'an's resolute eyes. Tears gushed out one more time. He hugged Yi Qing'an and cried like a helpless child. Yi Qing'an gently patted Xiao Hei's back, looking up at the sky. He didn't say anything, but 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Ever since Xiao Hei could remember, he had never seen his parents. After so many years, he finally got the news of his parents, but they had passed away. In Yi Qing'an's heart, Xiao Hei was always a child, even now. This news was cruel to him, but he had to face it. If he couldn't get through this, he would never grow up. After a long time, Xiao Hei's emotions calmed down. Lord Devour said faintly, "Xiao Hei, you and little Han will take revenge for your mother. As for the one who killed your father, you don't need to know. Even if we gather all of us, we can't take revenge." What? Not only Xiao Hei, but everybody else was shocked. Even the enchantress didn't know the whole story. She was astounded. Yi Qing'an had killed dozens of venerables with one palm strike. His competence had reached the peak of the divine world. Not to mention Lord Devour. Even the Misty Monarch had to give him face, which meant that he was much stronger. Unexpectedly, even the 2 monarchs couldn't take revenge? How strong was the enemy? Was there someone stronger than level 9? "Auntie, you're lying. You and Big Brother are so strong. You can kill any monarch, right?" "Impossible, impossible." Xiao Hei shook his head as he couldn't believe it. "Harumph." Lord Devour snorted coldly, his face getting darker. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking to the edge of the rooftop. Looking at the vast sky, he sighed weakly. "You know too little. The water in this world is too deep. Warriors like the Misty Monarch, I can slap them to death with just one hand. But your father's enemy can slap me to death with just one hand." This, Lord Devour's gloomy words had frightened everybody one more time. Everybody's face changed. Xiao Hei's face turned pale. Lord Devour could slap the Misty Monarch to death with just one hand, but the enemy could slap her to death with just one hand? It was really Astor's King Hell. Yi Qing'an's brows arched again. He recalled something. When the fiery dragon city was built, he didn't understand why the Misty Monarch treated him so well. Not only did he come here personally, but he also told the experts of the divine world that the fiery dragon city would be under his protection. Then he sent people, deliver materials, and help the fiery Dragon City build. At that time, he was suspicious. Even if Lord Devour was a level 9 expert, the Misty Monarch, as the overlord of the continent, didn't need to be so attentive. At that time, he even suspected that the Misty Monarch and Lord Devour had something going on. But now, it was clear, because Lord Devour was stronger than the Misty Monarch, and much stronger. The Misty Monarch was flattering Lord Devour. Combined with what the Battle Emperor had said, Yi Qinghan was absolutely sure that a level 9 expert wasn't invincible. There were realms above level 9. Could it be the legendary Divine Emperor? The Divine World wasn't the only plane. Perhaps there were many other planes like the Divine World, like the 9 Nether Demon World? The 9 Nether Demon World? Perhaps there was an even higher and more powerful plane? Looking at Lord Devour's curvaceous back, the vast wandering sea, and the boundless sky, Shi Yan's heart sank. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. Lord Devour was right. The water in this world was really deep. Chapter 984. Xiaohei, now you know why I didn't tell you about your identity, right? I just want you to grow up happily. You don't need to care about these things. I've been doing this for years. Of course, if you try your best to cultivate, I'll be happy. Lord Devour turned around, looking at Xiaohei. Then, he turned to Yi Qinghan and continued, but I want to tell you that you have to learn from your old master. Attitude. Xiaohan has a good attitude. No matter what kind of pressure he's facing, he'll always have a positive attitude. Only with a good attitude can he face everything calmly and continuously improve. Do you understand? Yi Qinghan wasn't modest. He nodded. His character was always like this. He was optimistic and full of hope for life. If a man didn't have hope for life, he wouldn't achieve anything. Especially in times of adversity, if he didn't have a positive attitude, things would get worse. Then, things would only get worse and worse. And in the end, there would only be complete defeat. Let me ask, if even you have given up, who else can save you? Yi Qinghan would never give up until the last moment. Even if he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't be afraid of death. Yi Qinghan hoped that Xiaohei could learn from this attitude. It was important to him because it could help him walk out of the shadow of his parents' death and find the weird Xiaohei who was full of fighting spirit. Xiaohei didn't say anything. He just quietly walked to the door of the rooftop. His back looked bleak and gloomy. Yao Ji had a gleam of worry in her eyes, and so did the other women. Lord Jiu was more direct. She stood up hurriedly, wanting to chase after Xiaohei to comfort him. Don't go, Lord Devour, and Yi Qinghan shouted almost at the same time. Lord Jiu's feet shivered, retreating, looking at Lord Devour in confusion. Lord Devour didn't say anything. Yi Qinghan had to force a smile, explaining, he needs to calm down. He has to think it through himself. No one can help him. Lord Devour nodded, then turned to Yu Qingcheng and the others. You guys leave first. I have something to discuss with Little Han. Yu Qingcheng and the others hurried to excuse themselves. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Madame Jiu knew that they were going to discuss something important, so she also wanted to leave. However, Lord Devour waved his hand, asking her to stand aside. Apparently, he didn't mind her at all. Yao Ji sat there quietly. With her relationship with Lord Devour, she didn't need to leave. Yi Qinghan sat up straight. He knew that Lord Devour wanted to talk business with him. He guessed that he would know many secrets that the Divine World didn't know. He just didn't know how much Lord Devour would tell him. Little Han. Lord Devour's face was calm again, without any fluctuation of emotion. She picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then, she said faintly, I used to tell Agio that if you could get out of the Investiture Valley, I would give you a big chance. In fact, I was going to give this opportunity to Mo Xiao Xiao, but after you came out, I didn't think about it. I'm going to give it to you. Big chance? Yi Qinghan was surprised. Madame Jiu nodded. That year, Lord Devour did say that. And Yao Ji looked pensive, blinking her eyes. This big chance is a treasure that goes against the natural order. The supreme treasure of the 9th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Light radiated from Lord Shi's face. Light shot out from her eyes, and her voice was excited. Apparently, she couldn't control herself because of this treasure. She didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to talk, continuing. Actually, I don't care if you can enter the 8th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion or not. I'm going to give you the supreme treasure of the 9th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, your speed of growth has surprised me. So, I don't want to give it to you anymore. This, Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Lord Devour made him dizzy. Why didn't she give it to him after giving it to him? Lord Devour paused for a while, then explained, our enemy is really strong. I've been looking for someone with excellent innate talents who could help me take revenge. I'm going to ask him to get that treasure, and then we'll kill that enemy together. You're one of the candidates I've prepared. Yu Qingsheng, Imo Xiao Xiao, Xiao Yu, and Xiao He are also my candidates. Among them, you and Imo Xiao Xiao are the ones I value the most. That's why I've arranged for you to train and endure hardships. I hope you won't blame me for this. I've been waiting for you to reach a certain realm to refine that treasure. Then, you'll help me deal with that enemy. Although we can't win, we can at least have a chance to fight. Your growth speed has surprised me. Now I need you. You have to grow stronger. After you've refined that treasure, you'll be stronger. Then, we'll be more confident to kill that enemy. Do you understand what I mean, little Han? After listening to her, Yi Qinghan quieted down, pondering. The enchantress's eyes brightened. She exchanged looks with Lord Devour. Apparently, they agreed with her. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth. You mean, the stronger I am, the stronger I will be after refining that treasure? So, which aspect of my power do I need to improve? What level do I need to reach? And, with my current competence, can a treasure increase my power by a lot? Who's the enemy you've mentioned? Why don't you attack him now? Lord Devour and the enchantress exchanged looks. They both looked pleased. Smart people could understand easily, and they got the point immediately. Lord Devour contemplated for a while, but he didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, he talked to him faintly. You should release your eternal space. Don't attack. Just sense how much space power you can control, and how far you can control it. Yi Qinghan was shaken. Lord Devour said that it was his will, which made Yi Qinghan suspicious. He stood up, his face dark. Slowly, he opened his arms. The space around him twisted, and the space rippled. Of course, with Lord Devour's eyesight, he could easily see the 4 basic space power Upanishads moving in a certain trajectory around Yi Qinghan, releasing them at the same time. Then, they resonated with the surrounding space power. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes, his soul sensing the space power around him, trying to find the furthest distance he could control. After a while, he released the eternal space. After resting for a while, he opened his eyes and said, the space power I can control is around 10 million miles. It's around 10 times bigger than the soul-devouring mansion. Yeah, Lord Devour nodded. Apparently, it was the same as what she had guessed. She stood up, pointing at the wandering sea in the distance. I can tell you that my competence is like the space power I control. It's as big as this wandering sea. Tell me, if you fight me, what will happen? Wandering sea? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The wandering sea was bigger than the entire Misty Continent, and their competence was more than 10 times different. If he fought with Lord Devour, wouldn't he be smashed to death easily? Lord Devour said with a stern face, and our enemy's competence is like the space power of the entire Star Sea. Do you understand it now? Yi Qinghan gulped. Of course, he understood it. It was because the Star Sea was as big as 3 Misty Continents. Chapter 985. 4 times the size of the Misty Continent, which meant that his strength was 3 times that of Lord Devour and dozens of times stronger than him. No wonder Lord Devour said that all of them together couldn't defeat him. This enemy was so strong. Of course, we can't calculate his real strength like this. It's just a metaphor to let you know how big the gap is. Lord Devour saw that Yi Qinghan's face was getting more and more serious, so he smiled to ease the atmosphere. Then, he continued, actually, we divide the strength of the level 9 experts into 3 realms. Lower level 9, upper level 9, and peak level 9. My strength is upper level 9, Jita, and the others are lower level 9, and you can barely be called lower level 9. But Our enemy is a level 9 Supreme. Level 9 Supreme. Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows. Anything that was related to the word Supreme was extremely powerful. He didn't know why the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour would provoke a level 9 Supreme. However, since it had already happened, he didn't want to look into it or regret it. He and his family, and all the people of the Fire Dragon continent were tied together with Lord Devour. They were bound together, and they were bound together. Lower level 9 and upper level 9, as well as level 9 Supreme, are all level 9, but their strengths are world apart. Just like Jita and the others, they can't defeat me alone. Similarly, Jita and the others, we can't defeat a level 9 Supreme. Lord Devour continued to explain to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had entered level 9, so he had to explain these things to him so that he wouldn't have to take a detour. Then, why isn't this enemy attacking us now? Yi Qinghan asked again. This man is seriously injured, and his soul and divine crystal are in big trouble. Moreover, he seems to be trapped in a palace, and the Soul Emperor said that there is a powerful restriction that is constantly attacking him. In short, he can't come out yet, but once he does, we'll all be in trouble. Light shot out from Lord Devour's eyes. He seemed to recall the past. His face became murderous, and his voice became cold. That year, Li Kong killed the Soul Emperor's wife. The Soul Emperor swore to take revenge. However, at that time, his competence and the treasures he had were only at the Venerable Realm. And I was even worse. I was just at level 7. The two of us wandered around the God world, entering various arcane realms and exploring the chaotic streams of space. In the end, he accidentally stumbled into a strange and wonderful place. There, we discovered 2 treasures of heaven and earth, 2 treasures that can raise our strength to an extremely powerful level. Speaking up to here, the murderous aura on Lord Devour's face slowly disappeared. What replaced it was guilt and sadness, and there were sparkling tears in his eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, the Soul Emperor refused to take it because we all felt a fatal danger. But I didn't believe in fate. I sent the Soul Emperor flying away and went alone. I didn't expect that after I got it, the Soul Emperor had no choice but to release the soul-devouring transformation to save me. Moreover, he was attacked by that enemy. Not long after he escaped, he died. I refined one of the treasures, and my strength soared from level 7 to the upper level 9. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. No wonder so many experts in the God world were puzzled. How could Lord Devour's strength soar so fast? More than 100 years ago, he was just a war god, and now he had become a level 9 expert. It turned out he had refined the same treasure as the one in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan's desire for that heaven-defying treasure increased. If Lord Devour refined it with his level 7 power, he could reach the upper level 9. Now that his overall strength had reached level 9, what realm could he reach after refining it? Don't dream so beautifully. Lord Devour could see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts at first glance. He said leisurely, "Even if you refine that treasure now, you're just a little bit stronger than me. Even if we join hands, we can barely resist a grade 9 Supreme Being. It's possible that all of us will die. So, you have to become stronger. When you fuse with that treasure, you will have a better chance. Do you understand now?" Yi Qinghan nodded. Only now did he completely understand that the higher his strength was, the greater his strength would be when he refined this precious treasure. He looked at Lord Devour seriously. "What realm do I need to reach?" "You have to comprehend more high-level mysteries to reach the Venerable Realm. Of course, if you can comprehend an ultimate mystery and reach level 9, you will have absolute confidence," Lord Devour said seriously. Then he smiled and said, "Little Han, don't be too hasty. To comprehend the principle, you need a moment of inspiration, a flash of insight. That enemy of ours won't be able to get out within 1,000,000 years. So, don't give yourself too much pressure. You just need to work hard on your cultivation. Leave the rest to me." Yi Qinghan stood up, bowing to Lord Devour with a respectful face. He knew that this woman was actually very pitiful. She carried everything on her own, silently withstood countless pressures, and secretly arranged countless things. She was like a towering mountain behind them, shielding them from the wind and the rain. However, many people didn't understand her, including Yin, who had a grudge against her that year. The enchantress spoke for the first time. She looked at Lord Devour and said faintly, "Diao Wu, you've worked hard these years. Now, I think that compared to you, although you've been bored for so many years in the illusory palace, you've worked harder." Lord Devour didn't say anything, but he looked relaxed. Because of Yi Qinghan's growth and the enchantress's old friend, the enchantress, she felt that the burden on her shoulders was lighter. "Sir, I have something to ask you." Yi Qinghan kept silent for a while before asking. Seeing Lord Devour nod, he continued, "Is the divine world a plane? Are there other planes in this world? Or is there a higher plane?" Lord Devour looked at Yi Qinghan, feeling funny and angry at the same time. The enchantress rolled her eyes at him. Lord Devour didn't say anything, but the enchantress said, "Of course, the divine world is a plane. As for the other planes, you should know them when you come to the divine world." Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he got it now. 9 nether demon world, 9 nether underworld. Lord Devour nodded this time. This world has so many parallel spaces, and each of them is a plane. The material plane was a miniature parallel space, and the spatial god equipment was a miniature space. The divine world is a big parallel space, and the demon world and the underworld are the 2 big planes closest to the divine world. About the higher level planes, you don't need to know. Lord Devour quieted down. Apparently, this conversation was over. Yi Qinghan stood up, his mind clear. Looking at the sky, he felt his heroic spirit rising. It was the first time he found out how vast this world was. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled a phrase from before. "My journey is this sea of stars." Chapter 986. There was a small island in the north of the soul-devouring city. This island was called Drifting Island. Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan this name. It was said that the Soul Emperor had named it that year. This island was beautiful, but it wasn't because of the beautiful scenery. Rather, it had a kind of bleak beauty. Yi Qinghan came to this island alone. There were no flowers or grasses on this island, only maple trees. When the wind blew, the entire island was covered with yellow maple leaves. It was full of loneliness and bleakness. Wandering footsteps everywhere in the world, but I don't have a home. The winter wind with snowflakes blows my tears. Stepping on the thick maple leaves, they rustled. Listening to the rustling of the leaves in the wind, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with yellow. A wanderer's song from his previous life echoed in his ears. All of a sudden, a feeling of loneliness arose in his heart. At this moment, he understood why the Soul Emperor had named this island Drifting Island. A soul from Earth had suddenly come to this world. In this strange world, facing countless strangers, he was out of tune with this world, unable to integrate into it. The Soul Emperor felt that he was the loneliest person in this world. He was far away from his home, his family, and everything he was familiar with, wandering in this strange world. Although Yi Qinghan had a feeling of loneliness in his heart, it wasn't as deep as the Soul Emperor's. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no one to rely on. He had felt the warmth and coldness of people in that world, but wasn't he also a wanderer in that world? In this world, he had his own home, family, wife, and son. Most importantly, he felt that he had become a part of this world. Walking slowly, Yi Qinghan enjoyed this feeling of loneliness, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, he saw a small hill and an even lonelier figure on top of it. After Xiao He had left the sky platform, Lord Devour had sent him a message, asking him to come here and calm down. He had stayed here for 3 days. When Yi Qinghan felt that it was about time, he hurried over. He lifted his feet lightly and walked to the top of the hill. Then he sat down beside Xiao He. Yi Qinghan did not speak. Xiao He only turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan for a moment before continuing to look forward. In front of them was the boundless wandering sea. At this moment, the demonic sun had set and the demonic moon had risen. The night had just begun, and it was as desolate as water. The wandering sea was silent, like a gentle woman smiling at the moonlight. Yi Qinghan still did not speak. Xiao He also remained silent. The two of them sat quietly and looked at the wandering ocean in the distance. They looked at the stars in the sky and looked at the watery moonlight. It was quiet all around, but both parties felt that silence spoke louder than words. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiao He was upset, and Xiao He knew that Yi Qinghan was there to comfort him. Their souls were connected. Actually, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Both of them understood. Yi Qinghan was here. That was enough. The sky brightened, and with the gentle light of dawn, a dragon boat floated over from the distant wandering sea. There was a woman on the dragon boat. She was dressed in white, and her eyes were filled with warmth as she looked at Little Black with a smile. Yi Qinghan stood up and gently patted Xiao He's shoulder. Then he left quietly. Another light breeze blew. The maple leaves on the entire wandering island started to fall again. The sky was filled with yellow leaves. How could it be described as desolate? Yi Qinghan returned to soul-devouring city alone. He walked into the city lord manor. However, he did not go to the rooftop. Instead, he went to the third floor. There was a large hall on the third floor of every city lord manor. There was a stone door that led to a place Battle God Pavilion. When Yi Qinghan appeared in soul-devouring city's Battle God Pavilion, countless battle gods in the plaza were stunned. Then they all knelt down. Swish! Countless figures quickly flew over and knelt down at the same time. They shouted, "Greetings, frigid knight sovereign. Hee, rise." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I am here today to advance to the battle god grade. Hee, I'm still a quasi-battle god. What procedures do I need? Do I need any challenges?" "Sovereign, you're joking too much. The entire divine realm knows your identity. You need to be certified. I will immediately go to the General Pavilion to apply for a 9th grade honor." The person kneeling at the front was the Battle God Pavilion Branch Master of Soul, Devouring City. He was at the peak of the 7th grade. When he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The people behind him were also sweating profusely. Was this frigid knight sovereign here to play with them? His 9th grade strength was publicly acknowledged in the divine realm. Killing more than 30 supremacies with a single palm strike was the best proof. Moreover, the Misty Sovereign had given him the title of Frigid Knight Sovereign. Would such a person care about the vanity of the Battle God Pavilion? He even asked if there was a need for procedures. Challenge? Could it be that the Battle God Pavilion needed to find a few supremacies to beat him up? There's no need to go through so much trouble. I just want to apply for a 7th grade honor. I don't need to go to the General Pavilion to apply for it, right? Of course, Yi Qinghan was not here to play with them. He was not so bored that his balls hurt. He was here to clarify one thing: the origin of the Slaughter God Saber. The Slaughter God Saber was an awesome weapon. If not for the Slaughter God Saber, he would have died in the stream of evil spirits. It would also have been difficult for him to survive the battle in the Sealed God Valley. Countless people in the divine realm knew about the origin of this saber, but they could not tell him. This made him feel as if a bone was stuck in his throat. It was very uncomfortable. All the 5th grade war gods in the Battle God Pavilion knew about this saber, but they were not allowed to spread it. Those who were not from the Battle God Pavilion did not know about it. Even the Soul Emperor who obtained this saber did not know. Thus, he wanted to apply for a 7th grade war god to clarify. 7th grade, the Pavilion Master's forehead was filled with more black lines. It seemed like this frigid knight sovereign was really here to play with him. You're already in 9th grade. Do you still need a 7th grade honor and medal? Why? Is there a problem? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be slightly angry. No problem. Of course there's no problem. There's no problem at all. The Pavilion Branch has the right to directly bestow the honor below the Venerable Realm. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. This scared the Pavilion Master and the countless war gods behind him. The Pavilion Master hurriedly bowed and said, "I can handle it for you immediately. Sovereign, this way please." Under the personal guidance of the Pavilion Master, Yi Qinghan arrived at a large hall. The pavilion master let Yi Qing Han sit at the head of the table. Then, two maids immediately served fragrant tea. Yi Qing Han had just taken a sip when a 7th grade war god walked in. After saluting Yi Qing Han, he handed a spatial ring to the pavilion master and left respectfully. Sovereign, the procedures and some small items that a 7th grade war god can obtain are all in this spatial ring. Please keep it well. The pavilion master handed the spatial ring to Yi Qing Han with both hands. In an instant, all the procedures and the items that a 7th grade war god should be bestowed were completed. Although he knew that Yi Qing Han did not care for it, since Yi Qing Han had requested it, it was naturally done immediately. Yi Qing Han put it away and asked, "Didn't they say that after advancing to the 5th and 7th grade, they would have a chance to watch the simulation of the chief pavilion master's battle against the demons?" "Oh, yes. I will activate it immediately." The pavilion master suddenly understood. So Yi Qing Han came to watch this. However, he was already a 9th grade war god. Watching this would not be of much use to him, right? Since Yi Qing Han had requested it, the pavilion master did not dare to say anything. He immediately activated the simulation. The surrounding walls suddenly lit up. Yi Qing Han once again arrived at the world of lava. He once again saw the 3 devil sovereigns and the 3 pavilion masters of the war god pavilion. The battle between the 6 of them was very intense. After watching for a while, Yi Qing Han finally understood the origin of the slaughter god blade. It was the weapon of the most powerful devil sovereign among the 3 devil sovereigns. However, what made Yi Qing Han extremely depressed was that the battle had not started for a long time, but there was not a single casualty. Furthermore, the high-level techniques had not been used yet. Just as he was watching the battle with great interest, the scene suddenly changed and the scenery in front of him suddenly disappeared. "That's it?" Yi Qing Han raised his eyebrows again and turned to ask the pavilion master. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. The pavilion master hurriedly replied, "In reply to Sovereign, it is only this long. I think the chief pavilion has preserved the later scenes. Every pavilion branch only has such a short video." "Who is the one holding the slaughter god blade?" Yi Qing Han pondered for a moment and asked again. "That is the supreme devil sovereign of the 9 nether devil realm, the supreme devil. He was suppressed under the lava by the chief pavilion master." The pavilion master answered without hesitation. Clearly, this information was given by the chief pavilion. It was very clear. Supreme devil. No wonder it is called the supreme slaughter god blade. No wonder the demons are so afraid of this blade. No wonder this blade can absorb the aura of the demons. It seems that this blade is not simple. Yi Qing Han nodded. He understood some things in his heart. However, he also had more doubts. Chapter 987. After exiting the war god pavilion, Yi Qing Han went to the rooftop to bid farewell to Lord Devour. There were still some things to take care of in Flame Dragon City, and he had to find time to thank the ethereal sovereign. There was also the matter of Forefather Knight Emperor. He had a lot of things to take care of. He didn't have time to stay in Soul-Devouring City. Unexpectedly, when he brought up this matter, Lord Devour waved his hand and said, "Take care of other things first. You should go to Ethereal City first. Jita and the other sovereigns have been waiting for you for several days. You should go and visit them." Okay. Yi Qing Han nodded and then nodded at Yao Ji. He sent a voice transmission to Yu Qing Sheng and the others, and then went to the teleportation formation. Countless guards and citizens of Soul-Devouring City were very respectful when they saw Yi Qing Han. However, they found it strange. Why did this sovereign always fly instead of using instant teleportation? What they didn't know was that this frigid knight's sovereign actually didn't know instant teleportation. When Yi Qing Han arrived at Misty City once again, the moment he appeared, he alarmed the guards. Yi Qing Han looked at the cultivators kneeling on the ground and saw the respectful and worshipful expressions on their faces. He smiled with some distress. It seemed like it wasn't easy to be a star in his previous life. It was a sense of accomplishment to show off once in a while, but it wasn't fun to do it every time. No wonder the ethereal sovereign often went into seclusion. He probably concealed his identity even when he went out. It was really uncomfortable to be looked at like a monkey. Swish! Not long after, Venerable Fragrance appeared with instant teleportation. The rest of the Venerables had probably gone to the baleful Een stream. Recently, it was said that the baleful Een stream was stirring again. Venerable Fragrance respectfully invited Yi Qinghan into the palace of the city lord, but she was very nervous. That year in Dripping Spring City, because of Tu Xie, she had offended Yi Qinghan. Later, when Flame Dragon City was built, he had also appeared. If Yi Qinghan said anything in front of the ethereal sovereign, he could even slap him to death right now, and he wouldn't be able to resist. Yi Qinghan seemed to have forgotten the unhappiness in the past. With a smile on his face, he chatted with Venerable Fragrance as they walked in. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Qinghan had forgotten what had happened in the past. Now that he was in a different realm, he saw things differently. He had to give face to the Misty Mountain Lord. After chatting for a while in the City Lord's mansion, Venerable Fragrance heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Qinghan did not care about the past at all. Venerable Fragrance was secretly grateful and became more respectful to Yi Qinghan. The two of them left the City Lord residence and flew towards Ethereal Peak. Although Venerable Fragrance was curious as to why Yi Qinghan didn't teleport, he didn't dare to ask. Since Yi Qinghan wanted to fly, he could only follow obediently. Their speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach Ethereal Peak. Perhaps the Misty Mountain Lord had already given instructions. Venerable Fragrance brought Yi Qinghan and flew directly to Ethereal Peak. There was an incomparably gorgeous palace on Ethereal Peak. Venerable Fragrance had never entered it before, and this time was no exception. She respectfully knelt on one knee outside and shouted in a deep voice, "Fragrance requests an audience with the monarch. The frigid night monarch has arrived." Yi Qinghan didn't kneel or even bow. Before Venerable Fragrance could finish speaking, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. He wore a blue robe, had a medium height, but was rather sturdy. He looked like a middle-aged man with long hair casually draped behind his head. His face was handsome and amiable, and he gave Yi Qinghan the feeling that he was refined. "Greetings, Lord." Yi Qinghan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Disregarding the Misty Mountain Lord's strength, qualifications, and age, he only talked about what happened outside Fiery Dragon City. He was worthy of this salute from Yi Qinghan. "Hee, Qinghan, don't be so polite. Just call me Jita. Let's talk inside. I will introduce you to a few big brothers and big sisters." The Misty Mountain Lord was very polite. In fact, he was overly polite. If Yi Qinghan hadn't interacted with Lord Devour before, he would definitely be overwhelmed by the favor. Jita was giving Lord Devour face. Even so, Yi Qinghan had a good impression of this Misty Mountain Lord. However, his refined temperament made Yi Qinghan a little suspicious. Wasn't Jita the leader of the largest god bandit group in the divine world? How was he the leader of a god bandit group? He was simply a teacher. The two of them walked into the gorgeous palace. Venerable Fragrance looked at Yi Qinghan's back with envy and flew down the mountain with a little sadness. With his strength, he didn't have the chance to enter this palace. This world was very realistic. Strength was the symbol of status, and the strong were respected. The palace was very gorgeous, so gorgeous that it was a little extravagant. However, Yi Qinghan could understand. After all, he was one of the few peak experts in the divine world. This kind of face-saving work was always necessary. He wasn't like Lord Devour who liked to keep a low profile. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan, probably not many people would know that his strength had reached level 9. There were people in the hall of the palace. There were 2 people sitting on both sides. There were also some maids standing at the side to serve them. When the 4 of them saw Yi Qinghan walk in, one of them stood up first, followed by 2 others. The last one stood up lazily. The first one to stand up was a muscular man. His muscles were as strong as a gorilla's, and he was more than a head taller than Yi Qinghan. He laughed and said, "Let us welcome the number 1 genius of the divine world, the youngest lord, Hanye's sovereign." Yi Qinghan faintly glanced around and smiled. He bowed politely and said, Yi Qinghan greets all the lords. The muscular man's loud voice sounded again. Little brother Yi, don't be so polite. I am Mo Shanghuang, the Lord of Tianqi. You can just call me Big Brother Mo. In the divine world, seniority doesn't matter. Only strength matters. You are now at level 9, so we are of the same generation. We are brothers. Greetings, Big Brother Mo. Yi Qinghan nodded and said. He was a straightforward person. If others gave him face, he would give them face. Both Jida and Mo Shanghuang revealed looks of admiration. No matter what, Yi Qinghan's demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing. Ordinary people did not have it. Who could be so calm when meeting the hegemons of the God realm for the first time? As the host, Jida naturally had to introduce everyone. He said to a warrior with blood-red hair and armor beside, Mo Shanghuang, "Come, Qinghan, let me introduce you. This is the Blood Knight Sovereign, Shui Qianqiu." Greetings, Lord Shui. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. This person stood up later than Mo Shanghuang, but he was still polite. Therefore, Yi Qinghan changed the way he addressed him. The Blood Knight Sovereign said politely, "The Cold Knight Sovereign is a young hero. Qianqiu admires you. This is the Grace Mainland's Sovereign Yanran. However, she likes someone else, Miss Yanran. Miss Yanran is the only sovereign in the divine world who is a soul cultivator. She is still single." Jida then introduced the only woman present. Yi Qinghan had been paying attention to this woman the moment he entered. However, it would be rude to look at her in detail. Now that he looked at her, he was stunned. There was no doubt that Sovereign Yanran was a beauty, a great beauty. She had an enchanting figure, an oval face, and exquisite facial features. She wore a tight white dress that outlined her slender waist and long legs. The most important thing was her temperament. Perhaps it was because she was a soul cultivator. This monarch Yanran was full of spiritual qi. Her eyes were the most charming, and she had an indescribable temperament that was very attractive. "Greetings, Miss Yanran," Yi Qinghan said politely. Sovereign Yanran seemed to be a person who did not like to talk. She was a little cold. She smiled slightly and nodded slightly. The last person had a cold expression. Jida introduced him as the South Mountain Sovereign, Ing Kuei. Yi Qinghan bowed politely, but Ing Kuei only nodded slightly and continued to raise his head high. Yi Qinghan was too lazy to care about him. What made Yi Qinghan feel strange was that these sovereigns had gathered here today. It was obvious that they were here for him. However, there were still 2 sovereigns who were not here. It was normal for the hidden sovereigns to not be here, but there was also the Wind Moon Sovereign of the Wind Moon continent. This was very suspicious. Everyone started to chat. Under the enthusiasm of Jida and Mo Shanghuang, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. However, the South Mountain Sovereign's cold and arrogant face made Yi Qinghan slightly uncomfortable. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Indeed, it was something that everyone was concerned about. It was about the eternal space. All the sovereigns were afraid that if every space master realized this profound mystery, the divine world would be in chaos when there were a lot of sovereigns. Yi Qinghan confidently told everyone that besides him, no one in this world could realize the eternal space. However, he did not say the specific reason. However, everyone believed him because Yi Qinghan was not an idiot. If others could realize it, they would definitely not say it. After getting the answer, everyone said a few polite words and left. The South Mountain Sovereign was the first to leave, followed by the Blood Knight Sovereign and God Grace Yanran. In the end, only Jida and Mo Shanghuang were left. The 2 of them were clearly prepared to continue chatting with Yi Qinghan to build up their relationship. At that moment, the messaging talisman at Yi Qinghan's waist vibrated. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his divine sense in confusion. No one should be sending him a message at this time, right? However, after scanning it, Yi Qinghan was slightly startled. This messaging talisman had been given to him by Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Yi Qinghan had many things to do and had forgotten something. Cherry Blossom wanted him to immediately send her a message once he was out of danger. There was only a short message on the messaging talisman, asking Yi Qinghan to reply to her if it was convenient. Of course, it was not convenient right now, so Yi Qinghan did not care. He continued chatting with Jida and Mo Shanghuang for a few hours. Finally, Mo Shanghuang bade farewell and instructed Yi Qinghan to visit the heaven-awakened continent when he had the time before teleporting away. Yi Qinghan also took his leave, and the Misty Monarch didn't try to keep him. He only said that after the matter at Baleful Stream was settled, he would visit Yi Qinghan and discuss some things. After flying down Ethereal Peak, Yi Qinghan immediately took out the messaging talisman to send a message. Why'd he ask Her Highness Cherry Blossom? He also told her that he had returned to the ethereal continent. Cherry Blossom's message came very quickly, but it made Yi Qinghan's expression change instantly. Cherry Blossom's message was very simple. There was only one sentence. Brother-in-law, if you don't come, my cousin will be someone else's. By the way, my cousin is called Blue Rain. Chapter 988. Brother-in-law, Blue Rain. In Yi Qinghan's mind, those bewitching blue nails after the rain, as well as those tender and alluring plump lips appeared. Blue Rain had been in the South Ridge continent for so many years, but they had never sent him a message, nor had they returned to Fire Dragon City. Yi Qinghan once believed that she would never return. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan had feelings for Empress Rain. However, their feelings had not been made clear. Furthermore, Empress Rain had insisted on leaving that night. Yi Qinghan could only let go, or rather, wait for her return. All these years, Yi Qinghan had been pursued all the way in the Stellar Sea. He basically had no time to care about Empress Rain's matters. Occasionally, he would think of her at night. Despite having lived through the vicissitudes of life, she was still as mischievous as a young girl. He would smile sweetly. After returning to Fire Dragon City, he felt a little sad when he did not see Empress Rain. However, he did not blame her, nor would he send her a message. He believed that everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. Letting go was also a form of happiness. But at that moment, Cherry Blossom's message jolted Yi Qinghan awake. Blue Rain had no feelings for the Blue family. Or rather, it could be said that they hated them. All she wanted was to meet his parents. She had not brought them over at all. After she left, even if she did not return, she could at least send a message to inform them that she was safe, right? But all these years, it was like mud flowing into the sea. Not a single bubble was produced. That could only mean one thing. Something had happened to her. Thinking of Cherry Blossoms and the way she addressed him as brother-in-law, Yi Qinghan's soul trembled slightly. Brother-in-law. Wasn't it obvious that Blue Rain had acknowledged him as a man? Cherry Blossoms, what's the situation? Tell me immediately. Yi Qinghan's soul revolved very quickly. In a second or two, he figured out the crux of the matter. He immediately sent another message to Cherry Blossoms. Cherry Blossom's message came very quickly. Brother-in-law, my cousin will be getting married in half a year. Come in half a year. I have people watching over me. Let's talk when you come to South Ridge City. Her Highness Cherry Blossoms was being watched. Yi Qinghan felt that things were getting tricky. Moreover, the South Mountain Sovereign seemed to be unhappy with him. Although he didn't know the reason, the Southern Mountain Continent was in Kuei's territory. Yi Qinghan didn't ponder for long. He immediately flew toward Ethereal City. On the way, he took out a bamboo hat and covered his face. He circulated his divine crystal to make the muscles on his face change slightly. At the same time, he made his body taller and stronger so that he wouldn't have to kneel down the moment he appeared. He flew to the floating city square. As expected, although a few people saw him, they were slightly stunned, but they didn't pay attention to him. Yi Qinghan teleported directly to Soul Eater City. Entering the City Master's mansion, Yi Qinghan transformed back to his normal appearance. He walked to the rooftop and found that only Lord Devour and Yao Ji were there. I reckon that Lord Geo has gone out to play with the ladies. There are many islands in the north of the Wandering Sea, and the scenery is not bad. My lord, Yi Qinghan bowed slightly and said, I want to make a trip to the Nanling continent. Lord Devour raised his head slightly and said nonchalantly, as long as you don't go to the Supreme Island, the northernmost Mystery Land, or the southernmost Green Mountain, you can go anywhere in the Divine World. Supreme Island, Northernmost mystery land, Green Mountain? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. Supreme Island. Lord Devour had told him that the Star Sovereign was said to be the strongest sovereign in the divine world. Although he wasn't sure if it was the upper or ninth grade supreme martial artist, Yi Qinghan knew that he couldn't offend them. It was the first time he heard of the latter two places, so he was a little confused. I'll tell you about it later. As long as you don't go to these three places with your strength, you should be safe in the other places. Lord Devour waved his hand as if he didn't want to say more. Since Lord Devour said so, Yi Qinghan couldn't ask more. He just frowned and said, "The Southern Mountain Sovereign seems to have some prejudice against me. Don't worry about him. I'll support you. Go and do your job well. When you have time, cultivate more. Send me a message if you need anything." Lord Devour said faintly. His voice was light, but it was domineering and arrogant. "Okay." Yi Qinghan nodded and looked at Lord Devour with gratitude. He knew that Lord Devour didn't like to talk about many things, but he had secretly made many arrangements. Yao Ji stretched out her small hand, yawned, and said with a smile, "Hee, I'll go with Little Han. I'm bored in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so I'm going out for a walk." Lord Devour waved his hand, looked at the two of them indifferently, and didn't say anything. His eyes didn't contain any special meaning, but Yi Qinghan still blushed under his gaze. Giving Yao Ji a look, the two of them walked out of the City Lord Mansion. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness swept over and covered the entire soul-devouring city. Then he continued to release his divine consciousness and easily found Yu Qingcheng and the others on an island in the north. Lord Jiu was accompanying them. He nodded to Yao Ji, and Yao Ji brought him and teleported. "Brother." The girls were looking at the strange scenery on the island. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji appeared. Yi Qingyu was pleasantly surprised and rushed over, holding his hand with a sweet smile on her face. "Hee, I'm going to the South Mountain Continent. Do you want me to go with you, or do you want to go back to Fiery Dragon City? Of course, you can also play in the soul-devouring city." Yi Qinghan rubbed Yi Qingyu's head affectionately, asking for their opinions. Without exception, all of them said in unison that they wanted to go with Yi Qinghan. They didn't know why Yi Qinghan was going to the South Mountain Continent. But in their eyes, Yi Qinghan was the symbol of invincibility. Even if he went to the South Mountain Continent for business, they could go sightseeing. Why wouldn't they go with him? "Xiaohei, I'm going to the South Mountain Continent soon. Do you want to stay in the soul-devouring city with Shui? Also, about the marriage proposal, is it now or after I come back?" Then, Yi Qinghan used soul telepathy to send a message to Xiaohei, who was on the drifting island not far away. In the end, not long after, Little Black brought Li Shui and flew over quickly. His attitude was clear. Yi Qinghan could only send a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour said that it was fine and that Xiaohei should go with them to relax. As for the marriage proposal, they would talk about it after they came back. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. With Yao Ji's help, they teleported to the public square's teleportation array and went to the Fiery Dragon City. Looking at the situation, they wouldn't be gone for long, but it was still good to make arrangements. Since Lord Devour had spoken, and she was supporting him, Yi Qinghan wasn't that worried. At most, he would just snatch her again. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. After returning to the Fiery Dragon City, he summoned Lei Zhun and the Eminent Elders. Lei Zhun and the Eminent Elders smiled bitterly, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the Fiery Dragon City was built, the City Lord didn't even show up in the city, let alone manage it. Was this his city or theirs? Yi Qinghan told Yi Sahan to learn how to manage the city from Lei Zhun and to cultivate when she had time. He also told Yu Qingcheng to give him the unfettered ring. There were a few Soul Emperor diagrams inside, and he could comprehend them and cultivate. Also, he told Peach not to go to the Star Sea. It wouldn't be long before the Peach Blossom Venerable came to find him. Unsurprisingly, Fireworks wanted to go with them. What was strange was that the Venerable Rain Duanfei said that there was nothing to do on the Rain Butterfly Island, so he left Lei Zhun to manage the Fiery Dragon City. Seeing Rain Duanfei's sweet face, Lei Zhun's awkward smile, and Yinling Er's slightly angry glare at Lei Zhun, Fireworks was embarrassed. Yi Qinghan secretly gave Lei Zhan a thumbs up. Lei Zhan looked like a crude, old man with a bad temper. He didn't expect him to be so good at playing with women. He got the hang of it so quickly. Chapter 989. In the southernmost Blackwater city of the ethereal continent, ever since the ethereal sovereign and Jiao Wu gave the order to kill the god bandits of the Blood Night Sea, countless formidable martial artists gathered in Blackwater City and witnessed another grand occasion. A group of exquisite beauties suddenly descended upon this small city, and the tens of thousands of martial artists in the city plaza were all shocked silly. Although all the women had their faces covered, their graceful figures and the natural charm they exuded were enough to steal the souls of tens of thousands of people. It wasn't strange to see one or two eager beauties, but it was shocking to see a group of them. However, before the crowd could see clearly, the group disappeared. Everyone was shocked again. Those who could instant shift were all supremacies. They quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of their mouths and became fearful. A dragon boat suddenly appeared on the shore of the Blood Night Sea and shot forward like a sharp arrow, breaking through the waves. For this trip, Yi Qinghan gathered 2 peak stage 6th grade war gods to accompany him. He couldn't possibly drive the dragon boat himself. And of course, he couldn't let a group of women do the hard work. Yi Qinghan let the women find their own rooms and settle them in the front hall. He turned the shield inside the dragon boat transparent so that they could enjoy the beautiful scenery outside. They took out the delicacies and drinks stored in their interspatial rings and chatted while eating. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Xiaohei didn't say anything, and Li Shu, who was at the side, also looked at the crowd with a smile. Yi Qinghan didn't bother about him. Although he didn't say anything, his mood was obviously much better. He would probably be able to get rid of this shadow after a period of time. The women chatted harmoniously, but Yi Qinghan could clearly feel that there was some tension between the Fire Dragon faction led by Yu Qingsheng and the Divine Realm faction led by Yao Ji. What was strange was that Yi Yaorao seemed to have joined Yu Qingsheng's side, while Yin Ling, who was originally from the Fire Dragon continent, joined Yao Ji's Divine Realm faction. Luckily, Yao Ji and Yu Qingsheng had the demeanor of a married woman and wouldn't openly start a war. However, this sour taste made Yi Qinghan feel a little uncomfortable. Because of this, Yi Qinghan despised himself. Why did he have to pester so many women? This wasn't right. This was not good. But, in the blink of an eye, it seemed that they were the ones pestering him, right? Well, I can't blame him for this. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. At night, when the demonic moon rose, Yi Qinghan had an even bigger headache. Deep into the night, the women didn't greet Yi Qinghan. They all went to their own rooms, as if they had discussed this beforehand. In the end, even Li Shui, Air, and Little Firework went to Firework's room to whisper. Only Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei were left in the spacious hall, staring at each other. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei looked at each other and said with a bitter smile, "Xiaohei, you said that after you transform into a human, you will have many wives. Now you know the pain of our boss. It's not a good thing to have too many women." Xiaohei raised his eyebrows, and his eyes showed a trace of depression. However, he was much more quick-witted. He said with a crying face, "Boss, what are you saying? You're saying that you are in pain, but also happy. I'm suffering." Shui Air said that if I dare to learn from you and have many wives, she will castrate me and ask her father to hammer me to death. All right, boss. What do you mean by castrate? Castrate. This is a rather skilled job. Simply put, she will cut off the thing you pee on. If she is more ruthless, she will cut off your balls as well. Yi Qinghan blushed with shame. Li Shui Air looked like a little lady, but he didn't expect her to be so violent. Like father, like daughter. It seemed like Venerable Li Quan was also gentle on the surface, but he was a violent maniac. Xiaohei suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. His eyes widened, and he covered his crotch with both hands. His face was full of fear. Then he thought of something. His expression changed, and he chuckled. He said quietly, "Boss, you scared me. We are gods. With divine crystals, we can just cut off this thing and grow it back." Yi Qinghan looked at Xiaohei with disdain. He said, "What if it grows back and is useless?" Not as good as before. Looks like this is a problem. Xiao He frowned. He muttered to himself for a long time before glancing at the room that Li Shui had entered. He said in a low voice, "Looks like I can only secretly raise a few beauties in the future. I can't let Shui know. Boss, you have to help me hide this. If Shui finds out, she will ask her father to hammer me. Even my sister-in-law can't help me. Get lost." Yi Qinghan frowned and said firmly, "Deal with your own matters on your own. I can't help you with this. If I help you, and Li Quan comes to hammer me, should I fight or not?" When Xiao He heard this, he pouted like a little wife. He said after a long time, "Boss, you are not loyal. What happened to sharing weal and woe?" F***CK. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. This brat hasn't even gotten his hands on Shu yet, and he's already thinking of other girls. He's even prepared to hide a mistress in his house and raise a mistress. You still want to get Li Shui first. I think you haven't succeeded yet, right? Yi Qinghan suddenly chuckled. He picked up a cup of tea and moved closer. His expression was as wretched as it could be. F***CK, boss. How do you even know this? Xiao He blushed. He lowered his head and rubbed his hands. After a long time, he said in a mosquito-like voice, "I almost succeeded, but I entered the wrong cave and was slapped by Shui. She said it hurt so much, she doesn't want to do it with me anymore." Uffed. Yi Qinghan was just about to drink his tea when he spat it out. He held his stomach and laughed out loud. Buzz. At this time, the shield of fireworks room flashed. Fireworks and Li Shui poked their heads out. Fireworks asked, "Big brother, what are you guys talking about? You seem to be having a good time." Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's faces instantly returned to normal. They sat up straight, and their faces were full of righteousness. Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Yes, we are talking about training. I am teaching Xiao He how to train. Xiao He is like this, right?" Xiao He nodded seriously and said, "Yes, we are talking about training. Don't make it up. Men talk about important things. Women don't make it up. Go back, go back. Big brother, let's continue. Don't laugh. I'm a bit stupid. You say this 9-soul rotation." Fireworks smiled sweetly at Yi Qinghan, then turned around and walked into the room. That beautiful and pure smile caused Yi Qinghan's heart to flutter. He thought to himself, "When will I be able to take care of this girl? It's a pity that there are so many people here. It's not easy to do so." Li Shui glared at Little Black fiercely, and Little Black immediately shriveled up. He put on a smiling face and kept giving her hints. When Yi Qinghan's eyes swept over, he returned to his domineering look. He looked at Li Shui coldly and scolded. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you going back?" After Li Shui went back to her room, Yi Qinghan nodded and patted Xiao He's shoulder. "Good job, Xiao He. A man should be domineering. When you make Li Shui obedient, it will be easy for you to pick up girls and get concubines." Sigh. Xiao He remembered Li Shui's fierce look and withered again. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid when the time comes, it will be me who will be obedient." Chapter 990. The dragon boat was very fast, and the Blood Night Sea had been wiped out by the ethereal continent's formidable martial artists. There were almost no large god bandit legions left, and the journey was smooth. Within a month, they reached the Blood Night continent's Autumn Wind City. After arriving at Autumn Wind City, Yi Qinghan asked the enchantress to send most of them to the Illusion Palace to cultivate and rest. The Illusion Palace was the #1 divine artifact below the God Emperor. It would be a pity not to let the girls use such a good thing. The girls were also very tempted by this legendary spatial divine artifact. After staying in the Blood Night Sea for a month, the girls were satisfied, especially Yu Qingsheng and Yi Aorao. Once they heard that they could enter the Illusion Palace, they were overjoyed. In the end, only Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, the enchantress, and Xiao He were left. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu refined divine crystals and found it hard to improve their cultivation. The enchantress was sick of staying in the Illusion Palace. The 5 of them disguised themselves and flew into the Autumn Wind City. The 2 peak stage 6th grade war gods were kept in the War Emperor Palace. Outside, Yi Qinghan didn't want to expose his identity. Hence, he didn't let the enchantress teleport him. Along the way, although the enchantress and Yi Qingyu's hot bodies attracted a lot of attention, it wasn't as sensational as it was in Blackwater City. Yi Qinghan didn't use the token to teleport like he did in the ethereal continent. Instead, he handed over the divine stones. He didn't lack divine stones. First, he teleported to the main city of the Yellow Liang Prefecture, which belonged to the Autumn Wind City. Then, he teleported to the westernmost region of the Blood Knight continent, which was closest to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The teleportation array was like taking a plane. It was very fast. In just half a day, the five crossed the entire Blood Knight continent and went out to sea again. On the Blood Knight continent, they saw many races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. They also saw the unique characteristics of the Blood Knight continent. Not only the Blood Knight army, but even ordinary martial artists liked to wear blood-red battle armor. This time, they headed straight for the South Mountain continent and didn't pass by the Soul Emperor Island. As the Soul Emperor Island was within the Starry Sea, they had to take a detour. 1.5 months later, Yi Qinghan finally stepped into the southernmost city of the Southern Mountain continent, Green River City. As soon as he stepped into the South Ridge continent, Yi Qinghan felt that the temperature of the South Ridge continent was much higher than the ethereal continent and the Blood Knight continent. Although a divine realm martial artist did not really care about this temperature, it was not a big deal. However, he was a martial artist from the Southern Mountain continent. He was obviously pretending to be cool. His skin was also slightly tanned. The surrounding scenery was also very different. Many of the men here liked to wear only a pair of tight pants, revealing their strong, naked upper bodies. They preferred to braid their hair into small braids, which was very exotic. The women here all wore very little. It was common to see strange clothes that exposed their entire backs. Moreover, they all liked to wear short skirts. Many of the women's skirts were even short to their buttocks. Moreover, the women here all looked very bold and unrestrained. Their eyes were fiery like wild horses, full of wildness. That seductive gaze seemed to be waiting for a man to control and gallop. This made things difficult for Yi Qinghan. The enchantress and Yi Qingyu did not care so much. However, whenever Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and landed on those women, he would feel a sharp pain in his waist. Yi Qingyu's fiery temper did not care if you were a god king, a god emperor, or a 9th-grade war god. She was not in a good mood, so she flipped out first. Xiao He, on the other hand, was watching happily. Li Shui had entered the illusory palace to experience the legendary divine weapon. He was like a wild bull, and no one cared about him. His pair of quick-witted eyes darted around. From time to time, he would wink at the passing beauties and give them spinach. Yi Qinghan did not explain to the women what he was doing. The women did not ask either. After all, Yi Qinghan had come in such a hurry, so something must have happened. The women could do whatever they wanted with trivial matters, but they did not dare to refute Yi Qinghan when it came to important matters. Yi Qinghan did not waste any time on the road and went straight to Nanling City. He also made the enchantress and the others, including Xiao He, change their appearances. The Rain Empress's matter was very strange. The Rain Empress did not send a message, but Cherry Blossoms sent a message. From her tone, it seemed that Cherry Blossoms did not send a message. Also, Cherry Blossoms said that she was also being monitored. Although Yi Qinghan's current strength and Lord Devour's confidence, he did not dare to act rashly. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any expert in the Nanling continent. However, it was best not to act rashly before he understood the situation. It would not be too late to take action after he entered the village and understood the situation. Nanling City was huge, and it was even hotter. The entire city was built in yellow, just like a big city in the desert. There were more warriors in the square, and their attire was even more revealing. Some women were only wearing a doo-doo, revealing their tan-colored, voluptuous bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Qinghan found a relatively large restaurant in a northern corner near the square. He booked the most luxurious floor and made it clear that no one was allowed to disturb him unless he summoned them. After settling down, Yi Qinghan made the enchantress return to the Dream Palace. He brought out the few who were not in meditation. After all, they were here to have fun. It was not too late to go back and cultivate in the future. However, Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingsheng were in seclusion. Apparently, they had comprehended something. Fireworks, Yinling, and Li Shui, came out and scanned Nanling City with their divine senses. Seeing the exotic atmosphere that was obviously different from the Misty Continent, they became excited and wanted to go out and play. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu helplessly. Yi Qingwu and the enchantress also seemed to be very interested. He nodded and said to the enchantress, "Enchantress, bring them out to play. Remember not to cause any trouble. I am here on business. Of course, if anyone causes trouble, shoot them for me. Also, don't expose your identity. If anything happens, send me a message immediately." With that, Yi Qinghan teleported the two peak 6th-grade war gods out of the War Imperial Palace. He made them follow the enchantress and the others, so that they could serve as a deterrent. Xiaohe did not want to go at first. He was prepared to sneak out and pick some wildflowers. However, he did not expect Li Shui to glare at him. He had no choice but to follow behind. The restaurant's highest floor, which was originally noisy, instantly quietened down. Yi Qinghan was the only one there. Yi Qinghan immediately took out his communication jade charm and began sending a message to Cherry Blossoms. He informed her that he had arrived at Nanling City and his exact location. Cherry Blossom's reply was very fast. She said that she would rush over immediately. Her tone was filled with shock and joy, as though she never expected Yi Qinghan to arrive so quickly. Yi Qinghan arrived quickly, but Cherry Blossoms arrived even faster. In just an hour, Yi Qinghan sensed a few people rushing upstairs. Yi Qinghan hurriedly prepared to open the door to his room to welcome Cherry Blossoms. Unexpectedly, Cherry Blossoms suddenly stopped when she reached the staircase. She coldly berated the two maidservants and guards beside her. "I'm going to meet a friend. Wait here. His Highness, His Majesty has requested us to protect you." The two maidservants did not dare say a word. As for one of the guards, he glanced at the tightly shut door. His eyes revealed a gloomy glint as he said lightly, "Dagwo, what is this place? Who dares harm me? If you dare follow me in, I don't mind cleaving off your feet." Cherry Blossoms bellowed angrily as she glared at the guard with killing intent. She stormed into the room. Yi Qinghan's expression sank. From the looks of it, the matter was truly troublesome. Immediately, a gush of air emitted from the surface of his body, turning his body into a blur. Then, he opened the door and allowed Cherry Blossoms to enter. He immediately deactivated the barrier and released his celestial domain. Of course, even without releasing his celestial domain, with Yi Qinghan's insights into spatial dimension laws, he could instantly detect any probing with his perception through the spatial fluctuations. Cherry Blossoms did not wear golden armor like before. Instead, she wore a skimpy outfit. She wore a green one-piece dress that revealed patches of her wheat-colored skin. She had a head of blue curly hair and eyes that resembled sapphires. It made her look like a lady from a foreign land. The moment Cherry Blossoms entered, she revealed a delighted expression. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and said loudly, "Brother-in-law, you are finally here. Quick, save my cousin, my uncle, and my aunt." Chapter 991. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows furrowed. Why did this matter involve Blue Rain's parents? "Cherry Blossoms, don't be anxious. Come, sit down, and we can talk." Yi Qinghan saw Cherry Blossoms grab his arm in nervousness. Nearly half her body was stuck to his arm, and her ample chest had accidentally touched it. Yi Qinghan was taller than Cherry Blossoms, so he could easily see a patch of white through the hole in her chest. However, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was Blue Rain's cousin, which made her his sister-in-law. He gestured for Blue Rain to sit down and poured her a cup of tea before sitting on the lion chair beside her. He asked, "Where's Blue Rain now?" Her Highness Cherry Blossoms drank a mouthful of water. She knew that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters. She hurriedly explained in detail. Immortal Su Manor is south of Nanling City. It's separated by 2 prefectures. The Blue family is the ruler of Immortal Su Manor. They are also one of the three major families of Nanling continent. Yi Qinghan nodded. Empress Rain had mentioned this to him before, so he had some impression of it. He continued asking, "Where are Blue Rain's parents?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom shook her head and said, "I don't know." Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling when he heard that. Clearly, Empress Rain's parents had been held hostage, forcing Empress Rain to marry. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. How dare they snatch my woman? How heaven-defying. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said coldly, "Who wants to marry Blue Rain?" Cherry Blossoms turned a little embarrassed. After a moment, she said, "It's an elder of mine. According to the rules of the family, I have to call him second grandpa. He is the current king of Nanling City, the current head of the Ing family, solitary Ing Chung. Back then, Blue Rain's cousin had an engagement with him." "Your second grandpa?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and felt a little dizzy. Cherry Blossom's second grandpa wanted to marry Cherry Blossom's cousin? What the F***K was going on? And there was an engagement back then? However, Yi Qinghan recalled the story that the Rain Empress had told her all those years ago. The Rain Empress had fallen into the entrance of the southern mountains of Godseal Valley because she was escaping from a marriage. Cherry Blossoms turned even more embarrassed as she explained with a blushing face. Our family is huge. The monarch has hundreds of wives and many children. The Ing family also has many direct disciples. The founding grandmother of the Lan family was actually a daughter of the monarch. My family had always been close to the Lan family, and the Lan family often had marriages with the Ing family. According to seniority, Blue Rain is my older cousin. Yes, several hundred. That animal, Ing Kuei. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he blurted it out. Then, he realized that the person in front of him was Ing Kuei's granddaughter. He quickly corrected himself and said, "Well, what I mean is that your monarch is a bit of a playboy." "All right, I've met your monarch before." "You met my monarch before?" When Cherry Blossoms heard Yi Qinghan curse, her expression turned embarrassed. However, when she heard the last sentence, she was extremely surprised. Then, she seemed to recall something as her eyes lit up. She tugged at Yi Qinghan's hand and said excitedly, "That's right, brother-in-law. You are now a monarch. You are so impressive. I have a question for you." "Go ahead and ask." Yi Qinghan said helplessly as he looked at Cherry Blossom's eyes that were filled with stars. Cherry Blossoms leaned closer and asked with a look of reverence, "How did you become a monarch? You weren't a divine emperor when I left, right?" Yi Qinghan said with a smile, "I figured out a high-level mystery, eternal space. This mystery is actually willpower." Cherry Blossom's eyes lit up as she asked again. Then, as the youngest monarch, "How did you feel? Did you feel pressured? How did you feel back then?" Yi Qinghan glanced at his left arm as a dark cloud hung over his head. However, he pretended not to see Cherry Blossoms. All he could do was give a random answer. "It was all right. There was some pressure. I'm in a pretty good mood now." How could he be wrong? At that moment, Cherry Blossom's entire chest was pressing against his arm that was placed on the chair's armrest. The two meatballs were rubbing against his arm, but Yi Qinghan could not pull them out, much less remind him. Then, as a monarch, "Do you have any hobbies now?" Cherry Blossoms ignored Yi Qinghan's expression of pain and happiness as she continued pressing with her eyes glowing. "Hobbies? Heh, nothing much. I just want to wander around, read some books, and play some musical instruments." Yi Qinghan was rendered even more speechless. Why did Cherry Blossoms seem like those crazy groupies from his previous life? Play musical instruments? Haha, you like musical instruments too? What musical instruments do you like? Let me tell you, brother-in-law, I know many musical instruments. I can play the zither, and I even play the flute. You know how to play the flute? Let's study it another day. All right. By the way, brother-in-law, your status is different now. Are there many girls wooing you now? Are there any beauties that suddenly climb into your bed in the middle of the night? Not at the moment. Brother-in-law, you have to be careful in South Mountain City. Girls like that are very open. If they were to learn of your identity, it would be terrible. Stop. Cherry Blossoms, stop for a moment. Aren't we going off topic? Let's talk about serious matters first. Yi Qinghan could not stand it any longer as he pulled his hand out. Cherry Blossom's charming face kept inching closer to his face. The fragrance of a young girl inundated his olfactory senses, and with the two meatballs constantly rubbing against each other, it made Yi Qinghan's abdomen flush with blood. Yi Qinghan had never paid much attention to restraining himself in this direction, but at that moment, he had no choice but to restrain himself. He forcefully stopped her. "Oh, brother-in-law, sorry. I got a little excited for a moment." When Yi Qinghan stopped her, Cherry Blossoms realized that most of her body was leaning against Yi Qinghan. Their faces were about a finger's length apart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had suddenly retracted his arm, jolting her awake. She knew what had happened. Her face turned as red as a monkey's, but as her sapphire eyes were filled with embarrassment. Ahem, ahem. Yi Qinghan coughed lightly in embarrassment as he circulated his divine powers to repress the evil desires in him. Only then did he say, "Tell me everything that happened." "Okay." Cherry Blossoms lowered her head and answered softly in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she quickly began her explanation. Yi Qinghan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter after talking for almost an hour. In fact, the situation was very simple. In the past, when Blue Rain ran away from the marriage, solitary Cheng was the southern mountain continent's prince. At that time, he was so angry that he almost destroyed Su Immortal City. Afterwards, when the Lan family's ancestor appeared and the Ying family spoke, the matter was dropped. After that, solitary Sakura alone might have been provoked and directly went into closed-door seclusion. A closed-door seclusion. He said that he would not come out of seclusion until he became a venerable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He came out of closed-door cultivation 100 years ago and went into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years. He actually reached the venerable realm, and it was a superior venerable realm at that. The entire Namling continent was shocked. The South Mountain sovereign was also alarmed. He specially summoned him and gave this sovereign order, making him the current head of the Ying family. Who would have thought that Blue Rain would come out of Seal God Valley and appear in Flame Dragon City? Not long after, Lonely Cherry found out about this and began paying close attention to Blue Rain's whereabouts. Before Blue Rain could return to the Southern Mountain continent, his parents had suddenly disappeared. At this time, Lonely Ying gave the Lan family an ultimatum. When Lan Yu returned, she had to marry him, or else the Lan family would be annihilated. The strange thing was, the South Mountain sovereign had tacitly agreed to this matter. After Blue Rain returned home, not only did she not see her parents, but the family also brought up the matter of marriage. Blue Rain refused resolutely and began searching for clues to find her parents. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find a single clue. In the end, Lonely Cherry appeared and said that if she married him, he would definitely help find her parents. Blue Rain understood. Helpless, they couldn't bear to see the Lan family annihilated. In the end, they could only tearfully agree. The wedding date was between the two Moon Queen. The matter was very clear. Not just Yi Qinghan, but probably everyone in the audience knew that Blue Rain's parents were in Lonely Cherry's hands. And the troublesome part of this matter was the South Mountain sovereign. He actually supported Lonely Cherry's actions. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. He could imagine Blue Rain's feelings. In such a helpless situation, Her Highness Cherry Blossom just so happened to like to go to the Lan family to play. The two of them were kindred spirits, so when he had nothing to do, he would talk to Cherry Blossom about his matters. And right now, Cherry Blossom was being watched probably because Lonely Cherry Blossom knew that Cherry Blossom and Blue Rain were on good terms. He also knew about his relationship with Blue Rain. He also understood why Blue Rain hadn't sent him a single message. Because even if Yi Qinghan was a sovereign, this was the Southern Mountain continent. If Yi Qinghan messed around, her parents and Su Xiansheng would definitely be annihilated. Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. Finally, he suddenly stood up and looked at Cherry Blossom with a burning gaze. He said, "Do you have a way to secretly bring me to Blue Rain?" Chapter 992. This, Cherry Blossom's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that Yi Qinghan was prepared to take action and was extremely excited. However, she immediately turned worried and said, "The two guards beside me were sent by His Majesty. They say that they are to protect me, but in fact, they are to monitor me. If you were to go to Su Immortal City with me, His Majesty would definitely know. When that happens, it would be disadvantageous to Uncle and the rest. It's fine. As long as your cousin doesn't leave, your uncle and the rest will be extremely safe. Tomorrow, you can directly teleport to Su Immortal City and wait for me in the square. I will instruct you on what to do. Remember, my identity is not to be exposed to anyone." Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with confidence. The glimmer in his eyes subconsciously exuded an aura that looked down on the world. "All right, brother-in-law, I'll return first. It will arouse suspicion if I stay here for too long." Cherry Blossoms snapped to her senses as she looked at Yi Qinghan with a look of reverence. She seemed to feel relieved after being influenced by Yi Qinghan. She also knew that although the South Mountain Sovereign was basically unaware of Yi Qinghan's arrival, Solitary Sakura would definitely send people to investigate or stir up trouble if Cherry Blossoms acted abnormally. If his identity was exposed and the South Mountain Sovereign was alarmed, the matter would be troublesome. Yi Qinghan nodded. Only then did Cherry Blossoms stand up and quickly leave. She was dressed in a green flowery dress that revealed her pink back. It was round and smooth, exuding a healthy glow. She was abnormally sexy. Yi Qinghan's body and face turned blurry once again. As a celestial of the Arch Realm Soul Cultivator, it was very easy for him to do so. In fact, Yi Qinghan's body didn't change, but in the eyes of others, it felt like a blur. Those whose souls were not as strong as Yi Qinghan's were unable to see his true body. They could not even tell if he was a man or a woman. Mo Xiao Xiao and Empress Rain trembled at the thought. After Cherry Blossoms left, Yi Qinghan stood in front of the window alone. He looked at the people and the heavy traffic outside as he pondered. This matter had to be carefully planned. It would be best if he could avoid a conflict with the South Mountain Sovereign. After all, they were in his territory, and it would be easier for them to meet in the future. Half a day later, the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Yi Qinghan picked it up and smiled bitterly. He understood that Nanling City was the main city of Nanling Continent. It would be strange if there were no problems with so many peerless beauties traveling together. The Enchantress had sent a message. She had gotten into a fight with a young master at a scenic spot in the east of Nanling City. The other party was obviously from the Sakura family, a hedonistic son of the Sakura family. "Boss, come here quickly. Someone wants to steal your woman." It didn't take long for Xiao Hei's spiritual transmission to arrive. However, it was clear that Xiao Hei was stirring up trouble, wanting to see the world plunged into chaos. Yi Qinghan had become a monarch. Together with Lord Devour and the Ethereal Monarch, there were 3 monarchs of the Ethereal Continent. In Xiao Hei's mind, the divine world was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qinghan's body grew taller, and he changed his facial features. He wore a bamboo hat and, after putting on a disguise, walked out leisurely. He did not panic at all. Since he was a hedonistic son, he would at most bring a few 7th-grade guards. With the Enchantress around, his safety was guaranteed. Even if the supremacies of the Sakura family were to take action, they clearly would not attack indiscriminately. Along the way, Yi Qinghan took in Nanling City's completely different and exotic scenery as he rushed to the east of the city. There weren't many buildings in the east of the city, but there was a floating palace. It was very ancient and exuded a desolate aura. It was huge, with hundreds of smaller palaces floating in midair. He could see them from afar. It was no wonder the Enchantress and company had come here. Nanling Divine Palace? Yi Qinghan's gaze swept across the great hall in the eastern part of the city like a huge dark cloud. He looked at the ancient characters on the great hall and looked at the mystical patterns and diagrams on them. Although he knew that it was an effect created by a restriction that wasn't too complicated, he also knew that it was a miracle used to deceive low-level warriors, but he still felt a little shocked. There were two teams of official army guards outside the divine palace. They were all 7th grade war gods. There were more than 100 of them, and at least 20 of them were at the peak of 7th grade. According to the soul connection with Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan knew that the women were in the palace. He flew toward the entrance of the palace in midair, but he was stopped by the official army guards. He paid 100,000 divine stones and was allowed to pass. He sighed inwardly. He had encountered bandits again. The Sakura family was indeed black-hearted. As soon as he entered the palace, he was greeted by a statue. The statue was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. It was marked as the god of Nanling City. Countless people in front of him were sincerely kowtowing and praying. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew the person in the statue. It was the sovereign of Nanling City. Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Why did the person not die, but become a statue to be worshipped? Without stopping at the main hall, Yi Qinghan walked towards a side hall on the left. In the end, he discovered that there were countless side halls, and each of them had a statue or countless statues. There were also countless people kowtowing and praying. After walking through a few more side palaces, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows and stepped aside. Behind him, 7 or 8 warriors, all of whom were 7th grade war gods, rushed toward him. They rushed forward hastily. Yi Qinghan sneered and followed them. After walking through 2 or 3 side palaces, they came to a relatively large one. The hall suddenly became crowded. They were all excited and gathered in several circles. When the 7 or 8 warriors rushed over aggressively, the crowd in front of them immediately parted to make a path. Yi Qinghan also quietly followed them to the center of the crowd. With a simple sweep of his divine sense, he discovered the situation inside. The enchantress and the others all had their faces covered with a light veil. 2 guards at the peak of 6th grade stood on both sides. Interestingly, the one standing at the front was not the enchantress, but Enling. Moreover, Enling was pointing at the young master opposite her and scolding him like a lioness. In front of the ladies was a young man in a fancy robe. At this moment, half of his face had a clear palm print. He was surrounded by 4 guards, all of whom were 6th grade war gods. There was no need to inquire about this kind of scene. It was obvious that the beauties of these women were being coveted. As a result, the young master was slapped by Enling. With 2 guards at the peak of 6th grade beside them, the young master didn't dare to attack them, so he called for help. Yi Qinghan was somewhat surprised that the Nanling City's prefecture army didn't move. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a voice transmission to the enchantress. After asking, the young master revealed his identity. He was a direct descendant of the Ing family, Ing Chueshue. He claimed to be one of the top 10 young masters of the Nanling continent. Yi Qinghan didn't move. As he watched the show, he sent a voice transmission to Cherry Blossoms. The scene was very boring. It was nothing more than the impressive young master, Ing Chueshue, flaunting his prowess when he saw people coming. He pointed at Enling, and scolded and threatened her. He wanted Enling to lick his toes and get everyone to sleep with him for a few nights. If not, he wouldn't be able to leave Nanling City. Moments later, Yi Qinghan finished sending the message. He also knew why the prefecture army didn't move. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly sent a voice transmission to the enchantress. All right, enchantress, don't waste your breath on him. Get them out of the temple. As long as they aren't killed, you can do whatever you want with them. Slap their mother hard. Chapter 993. Yao Ji's eyes lit up. Her limpid eyes glowed, and the charm that could charm people to death was released inadvertently. Instantly, the eyes of everyone in the hall became dazed, and the sound of people swallowing their saliva was heard. Many martial artists in Nanling continent liked to wear tight pants. As a result, many people began to erect tents on their lower bodies. Sir, let's go out and talk. It's not convenient to do things in this temple. Yao Ji twisted her snake-like body and walked to the front. Enling ostensibly retreated to the back. Yao Ji was wearing a white palace dress and a silk scarf. Her whole body was covered up. However, the charm of the devil and succubus clan was natural. Every move she made was full of charm. especially that sweet voice. It even hooked the souls of everyone in the main hall. Even Xiao He and the two Peak 6th grade guards were deeply affected. After speaking, Yao Ji walked out just like that. The women looked at each other in surprise, only to see that the people in front of them automatically made way for her. Sakura Chueshue and his men did not move, so they quickly followed her. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that when the temptress led the group of people away, all the men in the hall stared at the temptress and followed her. Their movements were numb and their eyes were dull, as if they had all become puppets. But the women were not affected at all. Yao Ji's charm was unparalleled in the world. The dancing beauties were cold-blooded murderers. The dancing beauties lived up to their reputation. If Yi Qinghan's soul strength was not high, he might have followed her in a daze like the others. He sighed inwardly. Yao Ji's charm was really awesome. Yao Ji led the women out of the hall and stood quietly on a small square below. Although the official army guarding the temple saw that the people behind Yao Ji were a little strange, they only looked at them with interest. There was no sign of them coming over to help. Chueshue and his men, as well as countless onlookers, woke up at the same time. There was a commotion. They stared at Yao Ji and were secretly on guard. However, when he remembered that this was Nanling City, Chueshue became bolder. Yao Ji brought the women to stand below and had two guards protect them. Her eyes lit up again, and she hooked her finger at young master Chueshue. Chueshue was once again bewitched, and she gave a lewd smile as she stretched out her hands and leapt at Yao Ji in an incredibly lewd manner. Pa! An incomparably resounding slap rang out, jolting everyone awake. Then, an incomparably shocking scene occurred. Young Master Chueshue's entire face was deformed. His tall body was sent flying like a golf ball. He turned into a black shadow and flew into the sky in an arc. The black shadow became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Young Master. The expressions of the dozen or so guards changed instantly. They scanned the direction in which Chueshue had disappeared with their divine senses. They discovered that Chueshue had been thrown tens of thousands of meters away by a single palm strike. In the end, he landed in a smelly ditch in the city and passed out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Two figures flew in young Master Chueshue's direction like lightning. The rest of the guards unleashed their divine power, and various weapons appeared in their hands. Their murderous aura enveloped the entire small square as they charged at Yao Ji and the others. Countless surrounding cultivators retreated, but their eyes were filled with excitement. It was obvious that they had seen this kind of fight often, and it was very enjoyable to watch the show. Yao Ji also moved. Her entire body transformed into a butterfly and began to dance gracefully in the air. A fragrant wind swept through the entire area. Her figure was extremely enchanting, and her dance was extremely beautiful. As the spectators watched, their vision actually became blurry. After that, their eyes once again became sluggish. This time, it was not only the aggressive guards who were stunned. Even 100 or so rank 7 official army guards on the Nanling Divine Palace were bewitched. Even Yinling, and the other women lost their charm. They were all immersed in this peerless dance. Pa! 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 A few crisp sounds rang out, and everyone was awakened again. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, Chueshue's guards all flew in one direction and finally landed in the same place, in the smelly ditch that Chueshue had fallen into. At this moment, Chueshue was being carried out by the two guards. His body was dripping with blood, and there was not a single bone in his body that was intact. All right, have you had enough fun? Yao Ji, take everyone to the Illusion Palace. I have something to do, and I'll call you when I'm done. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Yao Ji, this peerless beauty, to be so violent. With his eyesight, he could easily see that all the bones in these people had been smashed. Not even a single bone in their heads was intact. However, Yao Ji had controlled it very well. Their souls and divine crystals were not injured. Yao Ji received the order and clapped her hands happily. With a wave of her hand, She took the women, Xiao He, and the two guards and disappeared from the square. This caused an uproar among the nearby cultivators. A venerable. If she could disappear in an instant, what else could she be? A spatial divine artifact would produce intense spatial fluctuations. Such a beauty and such powerful strength. This woman was indeed a peerless beauty. Everyone began discussing Yao Ji and company with relish. They did not seem to care about Ying Chueshua, who had been sent flying. It was as though it was normal for a Ying family member to be slapped. Furthermore, the guards did not show any signs of taking action. Yes, South Mountain Sovereign's rule can be used in Flame Dragon City in the future. Yi Qinghan obviously knew the reason. After he sent a message to Cherry Blossoms, she had given him a clear reply. She would be fine as long as he was not killed. South Mountain Sovereign had married hundreds of wives. His first generation had thousands of descendants, and there were countless direct descendants and collateral descendants. There were millions of young masters like Ying Chueshua in the entire South Mountain City. The Ying family had many descendants, so there was no way to prevent them from abusing their family's power. There was a period of time when there was constant bloodshed in South Mountain City. The mainland warriors had a terrible impression of South Mountain City, and there were many complaints about the Ying family and South Mountain Sovereign. Finally, when the matter reached South Mountain Sovereign, Ying Kuei issued an order. Unless one was conferred a title by the family, the other descendants were not to mobilize the prefecture army. As long as the Ying family members were not killed, the Ying family was not to seek revenge. Yi Qinghan thought that he had many wives now, together with his family, collateral descendants, and relatives in Flame Dragon City. Flame Dragon City would be extremely lively in the future. South Mountain Sovereign's rule was not bad. If he wanted to snatch women or slap people, he had to rely on his own strength. It was understandable if he was strong enough to slap people, but if he was not strong enough, he deserved it. This way, it could stimulate the descendants to work hard. After Yao Ji and the others left, Yi Qinghan relaxed and strolled around Nanling City, admiring the unique scenery of the city. At night, the scenery in South Mountain City turned even more beautiful, especially the beautiful and unrestrained South Mountains women. It was a unique scenery. After a night of shopping in the city, he enjoyed the good time of solitude. Yi Qinghan did not return to the restaurant. He had met Cherry Blossoms in the restaurant, and with Yao Ji and company committing a crime, there would probably be people investigating the restaurant, right? The next day, Yi Qinghan secretly teleported to Sushian City and continued strolling around the city square. Before long, he saw Her Highness Cherry Blossoms, who was dressed in a fiery red grass skirt, walk out of the teleportation array with 4 guards. Chapter 994. Cherry Blossoms. Take your guard to the southern gate 25 kilometers out of the city. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission before he led the way to the southern gate and easily left the city. Not long after, he saw Cherry Blossoms and 4 guards rushing over. The 4 guards were 7th-grade war gods. They wore wary expressions and seemed displeased with Miss Cherry Blossoms leaving the city. Yi Qinghan sneered before sending a voice transmission to Cherry Blossoms. Don't resist. I'll put you into my spatial artifact. As he sent the voice transmission, Yi Qinghan's body shot towards the quartet like a bolt of lightning. The quartet was instantly jolted awake as their divine powers surged. Their divine perception radiated in every direction, but their expressions changed suddenly. Their divine perception could see countless soul-poisoned jade sabers shooting at them from every direction. They had seen it before. It was Sue Immortal City's Miss Blue Rain's famous technique, but the person in front of them was clearly a man. So what if you're a soul cultivator? How dare you attack His Highness? You have a death wish. Not only did the quartet not retreat, they charged forward at lightning speed, protecting Cherry Blossoms behind them. The gray armor they wore shimmered with gray light. The 4 beams of gray light fused together to form a gray wall of light. A combined battle array. Yi Qinghan pricked up his brows. A warrior actually dared to defend against a soul skill head-on? With a loud roar, he released his Sky Fiend voice and charged at the quartet. However, he did not put cherry blossoms into his spatial artifact. The quartet was delighted when they saw this. This soul cultivator was truly a fool. He actually dared to engage in close combat. Did he think that the soul-poisoned jade sabers could harm the quartet? The gray wall of light trembled as it blocked all the soul-poisoned jade sabers. At that moment, Yi Qinghan had already charged in front of them. The quartet revealed lingering smiles as they brandished the gray swords in their hands. Like 4 venomous snakes, they attacked Yi Qinghan's head and divine crystal. Yi Qinghan grunted coldly as he suddenly accelerated. He ignored the quartet's attacks as his palms streaked out after images, striking at the quartet's abdomen at lightning speed. Bang, bang. As expected, the moment the 4 swords struck Yi Qinghan, his body suddenly emitted a ball of white light. Under the defense of his origin energy, let alone these weapons, even transcendent-grade god artifacts would find it difficult to injure him. Yi Qinghan's hand gently patted the abdomen of the 4, easily sending them flying. At the same time, he circulated his origin energy to his hand and unleashed his soul fusion battle skill, causing their souls to tremble in that instant. Then, he forcefully sealed their divine crystals. Xiao! Yi Qinghan did not stop. He flew toward the 4 of them at lightning speed and threw them into the War Imperial Palace as if he were grabbing a sack. 7th-grade war gods and guards who specialized in joint attacks, the Ying family definitely had their soul jade slips. If the 4 of them died, it would alert the enemy. It was better to lock them up first. As for when they would be released, it was hard to say. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so strong. You don't seem to have used your willpower, right? These 4 experts in joint attacks. Even an ordinary supremacy would find it difficult to kill them. Cherry Blossoms was dazzled by the sight. She had the strength of a peak god king, so it was impossible for her to keep up with the battle between the 7th-grade war gods and Yi Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them had vanished. Yi Qinghan was standing beside him with a smile. Haha, this place isn't far from Nanling City. If I had used my willpower, I would have alerted your lord. I launched a sneak attack, and with the 4 of them being wary of you, it wouldn't have been difficult to take down a minor character like him. Yi Qinghan said without a care. In fact, at that instant, Yi Qinghan's soul was circulating at a terrifying speed. He instantly used a few offensive techniques. It was normal for soul attacks to achieve such an effect when paired with origin energy. Wait! Yi Qinghan suddenly vanished from his spot. Moments later, he appeared out of thin air again. This time, he was wearing the gray armor of a guard. At the same time, the muscles on his face and facial features changed, turning him into an icy cold, burly man. The 2 did not speak further as they transformed into 2 shadows and flew towards Su Immortal City. With Her Highness Cherry Blossom leading the way, the journey was unimpeded. The 2 entered Su Immortal City's Su Immortal Abode, the Lan family's manor. Su Immortal Abode was huge, and it was filled with a festive atmosphere. Many places were decorated with lanterns and colorful lights. It was as though they were preparing for Blue Rain's wedding. The Lan family was extremely respectful to Her Highness Cherry Blossom's arrival, but did not alarm the entire manor. Clearly, Cherry Blossom was a frequent visitor, so no one was surprised. A beautiful middle-aged woman who looked like a housekeeper came over with a chuckle to pay her respects. She brought Miss Cherry Blossom directly to the East Courtyard, Blue Rain Court. Every time Her Highness Cherry Blossom came, she would go straight to Blue Rain Court. Everyone in the manor knew that she liked her cousin a lot. Blue Rain Court was heavily guarded outside. Countless maidservants walked in and out, making it appear as though it was a large family. Yi Qinghan kept following behind Cherry Blossom coldly. He did not fake a smile. When people bowed at him, he did not even look at them. He was extremely domineering. However, no one dared to object. They knew that he was a special guard that the King of South Mountain had assigned to Miss Cherry Blossom. Sorry, Your Excellency, you can't enter. This is the family head's order. Men are not allowed to enter. Please forgive us. When Yi Qinghan entered Blue Rain Court, an accident happened. A 7th-grade guard commander outside the court stopped Yi Qinghan. As for Cherry Blossom, She frowned as well. Clearly, she knew of the family head's order. Bam! The answer to the duo was a fist the size of a casserole pot from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked. His speed was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, Soul Annihilation attacked at the same time. The 7th grade guard commander was caught off guard as he was sent flying, smashing through an artificial mountain behind him. Shoo! Shoo! Countless guards transformed into shadows as they flew over. Instantly, they surrounded Yi Qinghan. However, their eyes were fixed on the housekeeper in front of Cherry Blossom. It was as though they were waiting for her order to take down Yi Qinghan. Oomph! Come if you don't want to die. Cherry Blossom was momentarily taken aback. She never expected Yi Qinghan to attack directly, just as she was at a loss as to what to do. Yi Qinghan grunted coldly. At the same time, the power of origins appeared in his hand. His gaze was like a blade as it swept across the guards with surging killing intent. He bellowed coldly. By His Majesty's orders, Her Highness is to protect her when she's out. Anyone who dares obstruct me from carrying out my mission will be killed without mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless guards retreated in horror as they looked at the power of origins in Yi Qinghan's hand and his murderous gaze. No one dared to approach him. This was an envoy with His Majesty's orders. Killing him would be pointless. Most importantly, he was supremacy. My lord, please forgive us. Please come in. The female housekeeper bowed and smiled. She personally invited Yi Qinghan in. Cherry Blossom glanced at Yi Qinghan as her eyes shimmered. The guards looked at Yi Qinghan's stalwart figure and sighed inwardly. Could this be Cherry Blossom's secret? The top secret guard was actually a supremacy. The Ying family was indeed extremely powerful. One had to know that the Lan family was one of the 3 major family clans of the South Mountain continent, but they only had 2 supremacies. Blue Rain Pavilion's scenery was beautiful. There was a huge yard inside that was planted with blue flowers. The pavilion was mainly light blue in color. There were tiny blue bells hanging on the curtains and windows. When the wind blew gently, it produced a pleasant sound. Cherry Blossoms and Yi Qinghan strode in, but the housekeeper did not enter. All she did was instruct the maidservants waiting outside not to provoke the malefic guard. If not, they should not blame her for not warning them if they died. After giving a few more instructions, she left leisurely. The pavilion was mainly light blue in color. The moment he walked in, Yi Qinghan believed that he had arrived at the Rain Emperor Palace. In the huge hall, there were light muslin fluttering everywhere. There were incense sticks burning in the corners, filling the entire hall with a faint fragrance. There were not many furnishings in the room, but it was especially elegant. Yi Qinghan's gaze stopped at the window on the left the moment he entered. He could not tear his gaze away. There was a jade couch placed under the window on the left. A woman dressed in a light blue floral dress had her legs slightly bent. She rested her chin on one hand as she leaned against the window. She looked out at the pool of water in a daze. Her face was very pale, and her 2 beautiful brows were slightly curled up. Her eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. 2 streaks of tears silently rolled down the corners of her eyes. However, she did not seem to notice them as she allowed them to wet her robe. The beauty rolled up the beaded curtains and sat there with her brows furrowed. However, it was unknown who she hated when she saw the wet tear streaks. Yi Qinghan's cold expression instantly turned even colder. He felt his heart wrench in pain as he felt a lump in his throat. After staring at the rain for a long time, he softly cried out, "Blue Rain, I'm here." Chapter 995. When Yi Qinghan shouted that, his voice did not change. His looks did not change either, but the deep emotions in his eyes could melt the snow in the extreme north of the divine world. Empress Rain trembled as she continued looking at the lotus pond outside the window. However, her eyes lit up. Then, she did something that surprised Yi Qinghan and Cherry Blossoms. She turned her head and faced the duo with a round back. Her body was still trembling slightly, but moments later, she stabilized herself. She leisurely turned her head. Her beautiful face did not have a single trace of tears. Her eyes were calm as she glanced at Yi Qing Han before looking at Cherry Blossoms. She released her divine powers and triggered the protective lasers on the wall. Finally, she turned her attention to Yi Qing Han and said lightly, "City Lord Yi, welcome to Su Immortal City as a guest." "Yi, City Lord Yi?" Cherry Blossoms was a little confused. What was wrong with Blue Rain? Why did she suddenly change into a different person? She did not have such an expression when she mentioned Yi Qing Han in the past. Empress Rain glanced at Cherry Blossoms lightly as her eyes revealed a faint look of reproach. She stood up and politely invited the duo to take a seat. She personally went to the coffee table beside her and poured some tea. Her footsteps were very steady and steady. However, when she poured the tea, her hand trembled slightly, spilling the tea outside. Yi Qing Han did not move as he stared intently at Empress Rain. He said coldly, "Blue Rain, stop acting. Your acting isn't good at all." Just as Empress Rain picked up the tea and was about to turn around, her body stiffened. After a moment of surprise, she turned her head and said, "Qing Han, I'm not acting. Didn't Cherry Blossoms tell you? I'm getting married. Forget everything that happened in the past." "Forget? Ha!" Yi Qing Han suddenly burst into laughter, his body bursting with an incomparably tyrannical aura. He strode over, his two thick arms forcefully grabbing the Empress of Rain's shoulders, his eyes staring at her evasive gaze. He angrily shouted. He stared at her evasive gaze and bellowed angrily, "Blue Rain, look at me. Look into my eyes. Let me tell you, you are Yi Qing Han's woman. You were, you are now, and you will always be. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, this young master will kill them even if I have to risk my life. You can only be my person when you are alive, and my ghost when you are dead. Even if the god of heaven or the lord of the underworld wanted to snatch you away, I would still fight them." The domineering roar left Empress Rain and Cherry Blossom's ears ringing. The domineering aura also caused the light muslin in the room to flutter. The entire penthouse was filled with the echoes of Yi Qing Han's furious roar. Cherry Blossom's eyes began to twinkle with tiny stars once again. She looked at Yi Qing Han's muscular shoulders and his sharp gaze. Her tiny heart was pounding like a fawn's. Empress Rain's eyes lit up, and two streams of tears fell silently once again. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and averted her eyes again. She shook her head and wriggled her lips as she said, "Qing Han, don't be impulsive. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Hurry up and leave." "Humph, why can't I act recklessly? Do you believe that I'll storm my way to South Mountain City with you?" Yi Qing Han grunted coldly in an extremely domineering manner. However, he was somewhat puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Cherry Blossoms. When Cherry Blossoms was swept by Yi Qing Han, she suddenly slapped the chair and jumped up. She said with a chuckle, "Cousin, I forgot to tell you something. Brother-in-law is now an invincible 9th grade god of war. I originally thought that brother-in-law would not come, so I didn't tell you, afraid that you would be sad." "What? 9th grade?" Blue Rain instantly turned pale. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at Yi Qing Han and then at Cherry Blossoms. Finally, she looked back at Cherry Blossoms and said, "The two of you must have colluded to lie to me, right? This matter is not to be joked about." Yi Qing Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, if an ordinary person were to suddenly hear of this matter, they would definitely not dare to believe it. He did not explain. Instead, he released Empress Rain, and with a jolt, the power of origins swirled around him. Instantly, the entire room lit up. Power of origins. Heavens! Blue Rain covered her mouth in astonishment. Her face was filled with shock. With the power of origins enveloping his body, he could already reach the level of a superior grade supremacy. When Blue Rain left Flame Dragon City, Yi Qing Han was still a mere godly monarch. How did he change in a blink of an eye? At that moment, she believed Cherry Blossom's words. She gulped and said, "Little man, what happened to you?" "It's very simple." Yi Qing Han retracted his power of origins and said with a smile, "Do you remember when I left Godseal Valley? Back then, I fused with a mystic that had never been fused in the divine world. Then, there is a worldly phenomenon in Dripping Springs City. In fact, I was bestowed with the power of origins back then. Empress Ray nodded. Of course, she remembered. If not for Yi Ching Han fusing with such a mystical mystic, she would still be in Godseal Valley. At that moment, she completely believed Yi Ching Han's words. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Like a little girl, she looked at Yi Ching Han in adoration, waiting for him to continue explaining. Her entire body was filled with joy, as though she had come back to life. Yi Ching Han's muscles trembled, and he returned to his original appearance. A smile appeared on his face. This was the true Blue Rain. Even after experiencing the vicissitudes of time, she was still as pure as a little girl. This was the most attractive part of Blue Rain. He stroked Blue Rain's blue hair and continued. Do you still remember one of the 3 conditions to leave Godseal Valley? To comprehend the laws of space? Eternal space. Empress Rain blurted out. She remembered clearly. Yi Ching Han nodded and said, Yes, I comprehended eternal space in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Eternal space is actually willpower. That's why I have willpower. I reached the 9th grade and was once again bestowed with origin power by the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Ching Han's explanation was very simple, but Blue Rain completely understood and believed him. She stared blankly at Yi Ching Han. She stared at this person who dared to fantasize about her the first time they met. She always knew that Yi Ching Han was a genius. Sooner or later, he would shine and have his own sky in the divine realm. She never expected that day to come so early and so suddenly. Cherry Blossoms saw Blue Rain staring at Yi Ching Han in a daze. She hurriedly reminded her, Cousin, don't let your thoughts run wild. Hurry and tell brother-in-law about the situation. If we stay here too long, we will arouse suspicion. Yes. Yi Ching Han smiled warmly and said, Although I'm not afraid of your family's monarch, it would be best if this matter could be resolved quietly. We're uncle and auntie. As long as we save them, I'll immediately take you far away. The moment Blue Rain mentioned the matter, her expression immediately changed. She turned extremely pale as she felt excruciatingly pained and powerless. She sighed heavily and said, It's useless. It's useless. There's no way to save them. My parents have been imprisoned in City Lord Manor by a solitary Sakura. Saving them will definitely alarm the entire City Lord Manor. When that happens, it will definitely alarm the monarch. The monarch likes solitary Sakura the most because the two of them had similar experiences years ago. Didn't you see him directly order him to be the family head? Cherry Blossoms knows that Cherry Blossoms' original family head was a pinnacle supremacy, much stronger than him. Cherry Blossom's expression changed as well. She knew her family situation best. If solitary Sakura were to openly imprison Blue Rain's parents in City Lord Manor, it was impossible for it to not alarm the South Mountain Sovereign. Yi Ching Han sneered as killing intent suffused his eyes. He pulled Blue Rain's hand and walked out. At the same time, he turned his head to Cherry Blossoms and bellowed, In that case, let's go. Let's be direct. Let's go to City Lord Manor and ask for them. Chapter 996. Cherry Blossoms and Empress Rain were given a fright. It was obvious that Yi Ching Han was heading straight for Nanling City. Blue Rain hurriedly dragged Yi Ching Han out as they wriggled their hands in a bid to escape. Trust me, your man will not harm you. I'll handle this matter. Yi Ching Han turned his head to look at Empress Rain with utmost determination. Empress Rain jolted as a resolute look flashed in her eyes. She nodded and stopped struggling. She obediently followed Yi Ching Han. As for Yi Ching Han, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said, Cherry Blossoms, why don't you not walk with us? We will be fine after this, but your days in the family clan will not be easy. Cherry Blossoms pondered for a moment before looking up and giggling. It's fine. I'm sick of this Nanling City. If I really can't stay here any longer, I'll seek refuge with brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you will not take me in, right? Upon seeing Cherry Blossom's fiery gaze, Yi Ching Han sighed helplessly and ignored her. Just like that, they walked straight out without changing their appearances. The pavilion had activated a soundproof barrier, so the three of them walked out of the pavilion and headed outside without the slightest hindrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment they walked out of the yard, countless gazes swept over. The maidservants outside looked at Yi Ching Han in confusion. Who was this person? Why was he holding her mistress's hand so rudely? The guards at the entrance instantly reacted. Why did this lord's looks change? Furthermore, he actually dared to hold their mistress's hand and walk out? Why was Her Highness Cherry Blossoms following behind them? Was she being held hostage? Shoo! Shoo! Dozens of guards had a change in expression as they instantly blocked the door. Furthermore, they immediately sent voice transmissions. Lord, Mistress can't leave Blue Rain Court. Also, please let go of Mistress's hand. The person who shouted was still the leader of the guards. Although Yi Ching Han had sent him flying, he had not dealt a heavy blow on account of Empress Rain. Although the current situation was very strange, the guard leader did not dare to be too arrogant and spoke with a slightly polite tone. Get lost! How could Yi Ching Han be polite to them? His face was cold, and a murderous aura poured out from his body. It whistled out, and the temperature of the entire courtyard dropped by dozens of degrees. Everyone's complexion changed. The hands of the low-level martial artists holding their weapons trembled. Everyone subconsciously retreated 7 or 8 steps, opening up a path. Yi Ching Han didn't care. He turned a blind eye to them and directly led Blue Rain out, not even glancing at the martial artists on either side. The dozens of martial artists outside the courtyard were all filled with divine power, but no one dared to make a move. The guard commander wanted to shout a few times, but in the end, he didn't dare to do so, because he knew that if he dared to make a move, he would be the first to die. Dozens of people surrounded Yi Ching Han's group of 3, but they didn't dare to attack. Yi Ching Han walked forward, and they followed, all of them glaring at him menacingly. It was a very strange scene. Swish, swish, swish. Countless air-rending sounds rang out from all directions as countless figures tore through the air. As one of the 3 major families of the Nanling continent, the Lan family was a large family with countless experts and hundreds of elders. There were also more than 10 peak 7th-grade martial artists and countless 6th and 7th-grade war gods. The moment they heard that someone wanted to forcefully take Miss Blue Rain away, they were all alarmed and rushed over immediately. Who are you? Let go of the young mistress. Your Highness, quickly retreat. Let go of the young mistress. Your Highness, young mistress. However, when they rushed over and saw the scene, no one dared to make a move. This was because everyone knew that this person was a supremacy. Furthermore, although he was holding Blue Rain's hand, it didn't seem like her divine crystal had been sealed. As for Cherry Blossoms, she was giggling as she followed behind, as though she was watching the show. Why did it look like she was being held hostage? Yi Ching Han decided not to walk any further. He quietly stood in the square in front of Blue Rain Court, waiting for the important figures of the Lan family to arrive. Wong, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a supremacy from the Lan family. He was an elder with white hair, but his face was radiant like a baby's. He swept his gaze across Yi Ching Han and listened to the voice transmission report beside him. He coldly said, "Who are you? You are definitely not from Nanling City? And who are you?" Yi Ching Han did not even look him in the eye as he said arrogantly. His haughty manner stirred the experts of the Lan family. They nearly took action. The elder swept his cold gaze across the crowd. Instantly, there was dead silence. It was apparent that he was an impressive figure in the Lan family. He glanced at Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms and did not flare up. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm the Grand Elder of the Lan family, Supremacy Blue River. May I ask who you are?" When Yi Ching Han noticed that Blue River was rather polite, he looked him in the eye. He converged his killing intent and said nonchalantly, "Get your patriarch to come out and speak. I'll give Blue Rain face." Blue River's expression changed once again. He had spoken in a subservient manner, but he still received such a reply. So what if you were a supremacy? The Lan family had 2 supremacies. The patriarch was a peak supremacy. The Lan family had stood proudly in the Namling continent for millions of years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, when he saw Blue Rain's nonchalant expression and Cherry Blossom's starry eyes, he fell silent for a moment. When he swept his gaze across Yi Qinghan again, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly said to the people beside him, "Quickly invite the patriarch out of seclusion. There's no need. I'm here." At that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was also dressed in blue robes and looked middle-aged. He had an aquiline nose and a cold gaze. It was obvious that he was a ruthless and ambitious figure. "Greetings, patriarch." The hundreds of warriors present knelt down. Even Blue River bowed slightly. As for Blue Rain, they subconsciously wanted to kneel, but were lifted up by Yi Qinghan's divine power. Cherry Blossoms nodded at the person as a form of greeting. Everyone looked at the Lan family's patriarch with reverence. It was clear that this person's prestige in the Lan family was extremely high. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Lan family's patriarch actually took 2 steps forward and knelt down on one knee toward Yi Qinghan. He respectfully said, "Lan Tian greets the frigid night's sovereign." Wow! The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at the Lan family's patriarch in disbelief. Then, they suddenly came to their senses. When they saw Yi Qinghan's face, they were all frightened. They hurriedly knelt down and shouted in unison, "Greetings, frigid night's sovereign." Blue River had actually seen through a moment ago. At that moment, he knelt on one knee with a bitter expression. Not only him, but all the kneeling warriors also became bitter and fearful. They had long heard that after Blue Rain appeared in the Sealed God Valley, their first appearance was in Flame Dragon City. Furthermore, they had an ambiguous relationship with the Flame Dragon City Lord. However, rumors were rumors. Blue Rain had the strength of a 7th-grade war god. At that time, Yi Qinghan was just a minor divine king. No one thought that the two would get together. They didn't expect that they were wrong. Not only did the two of them get together, but from the looks of it, they had been together for a long time and were very deep. Thinking of everything the Lan family had done for Blue Rain over the years, thinking of Blue Rain's impression of the Lan family, and most importantly, thinking of the means of this young man in front of them, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This lord was a murderous demon king, a demon in human form, a ferocious person who could kill dozens of supremacies with a single slap. And their Lan family only had 2 supremacies. If he were to slap Su Immortal Abode in a fit of rage, even the South Mountain sovereign wouldn't say anything, right? "Get up," Yi Qinghan said calmly, but his gaze was on Blue Rain. Seeing Blue Rain gently shake her head, he leisurely said, "I'm taking Blue Rain with me. I will settle this matter. Make way." Chapter 997. Wait. Blue Sky didn't say anything, but Blue River anxiously shouted. Then, he bowed to Yi Qinghan again. "Monarch, we have no objections to you taking Blue Rain away. But if the South Mountain Monarch investigates this matter, the Blue family will be annihilated. Blue Rain, I know you have some misunderstandings about the Blue family, but the Blue family's blood flows in your veins. You can't just watch as the Blue family is destroyed." Lan Yu looked at Blue River, whose eyes were filled with pleading, and at the silent blue sky, as well as the family's elders who were bowing and fawning at her. She felt it was ironic. She sneered and spoke for the first time since leaving the loft. "The Blue family's blood? Hee. You don't know, but what I hate the most is having the Blue family's blood in my veins. My father had the Blue family's most orthodox bloodline, but what happened to him in the end? He lived a life worse than a dog in the Blue family. When I became a soul cultivator, your first thought wasn't that a genius had appeared in the family, right? You brought me to Namling City and swayed around in front of the princes, afraid that I wouldn't be able to get married. Without your consent, would Lonely Ying have been able to silently kidnap my parents in Su Xianju? Hee, what am I in your eyes? Am I a commodity? A commodity that will solidify the Blue family's position? Have you ever treated me like a person? Have you ever cared about my feelings? I'm also a person." Blue Rain's voice was very calm, but it was like a slap to the Blue family's faces. Blue Sky's expression didn't change, but a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. As for Blue River, his body emitted a baleful aura, but he stealthily retracted it. He lowered his head, as if to hide the anger in his heart. Cherry's eyes reddened as she held Blue Rain's hand tightly. She sympathized with Blue Rain's predicament, or else she wouldn't have been so intimate with Blue Rain. At the same time, her face revealed a sense of helplessness. To outsiders, being in a rich and powerful family made them look glorious and mighty. But how many people knew how much helplessness and filthy things were hidden under their bright and beautiful appearance? Blue Rain did not cry. Instead, he grabbed Yi Ching Han and Cherry Blossom's hands tightly as he looked at the experts and elders around him with pride. She was actually a very emotional person. She often cried, but she felt that she could cry alone in front of her parents and her man. However, he could not do it in front of these people because they were not worthy. Yi Ching Han didn't say anything. He just looked at the blue sky coldly, as if waiting for his explanation. Blue Sky wouldn't pipe, dodged a little, did not speak, and fell silent. On the side, Blue River was a bit anxious. He lifted his head, and the anger in his eyes disappeared. With an awkward smile, he bowed and nodded his head. It's all my fault. Blue Rain, Second Grandpa has let you down. You have to understand that everything Second Grandpa did was for your own good. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. A cold shout suddenly rang out, rudely interrupting Blue River's words. It was incomparably rude and even contained a threat. The expressions of all the experts of the Lon family changed once again. Even Blue Sky's expression darkened slightly. Blue River's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare say a word as he looked at the owner of the voice. Yi Ching Han looked at Lon River in disdain. He didn't care about the expressions and gazes of the Lon family's experts. He said coldly to Lon Tian, "The South Mountain Sovereign can destroy your Lon family. I can do the same. Cherry Blossoms, leave. Go to South Mountain City." Accompanying Yi Ching Han's words was a cold air that resembled the extreme north of the celestial world. Under Yi Ching Han's surging killing intent, the hundreds of experts from the Lon family felt their souls turn cold. They were alarmed. This homicidal demon king was indeed, as the rumors said. How many people did he have to kill to have such a terrifying killing intent? Yi Ching Han brought Cherry Blossoms with him as he slowly walked toward the entrance of Su's immortal abode. He no longer looked at Blue Sky, Blue River, and the others. All the experts of the Lon family looked at Yi Ching Han in fear. They hurriedly gave way and watched as Yi Ching Han and the others disappeared from their sight. Patriarch, this frigid night sovereign, is too unreasonable. After Blue River saw Yi Ching Han off, his expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with malevolence as he spoke to Blue Sky furiously. "Pa!" His reply was a resounding slap. Blue Sky's killing intent surged as he glared at Blue River coldly and roared, "You idiot! Are you not comfortable until you kill the Lon family? Scram to the back of the mountain and go into seclusion for 100 years. Scram!" Seeing the furious Blue Sky, Blue River was afraid. He dejectedly teleported away. All the other experts of the Lon family knelt down and prostrated on the ground. They kept quiet out of fear and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Send someone to notify Lonely Cherry that Lon Yu and her parents have already been expelled from the Lon family. Her matter has nothing to do with the Lon family. Also tell him that Yi Ching Han took Lon Yu to Nanling City. Lon Yu, you will temporarily lead the Lon family. I will go meet the sovereign and personally explain things. Blue Sky quickly gave a few orders and disappeared from the scene. Su's immortal abode. Yi Ching Han brought Lon Yu and Cherry Blossoms and flew towards the teleportation formation. Lon Yu pulled Yi Ching Han's hand with a face full of happiness. Cherry Blossoms stood to the side with a face full of excitement. It was as if the place Yi Ching Han was going to cause trouble was not her own family. Yi Ching Han's body trembled as the gray armor on his body turned to dust. He twisted his body and said with a smile, "Lon Yu, don't worry. It's nothing serious. I will handle it." Lon Yu nodded her head forcefully. Yi Ching Han's dominance had completely conquered her. Which woman didn't wish for their man to be powerful and domineering? Moreover, it was a powerful, domineering display for him. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, why didn't you teleport us? Cherry Blossoms suddenly asked. She had always been curious about this, but didn't dare ask. Now, she couldn't help but ask. Yi Qinghan looked at Empress Rain with a face full of doubt. He whispered with a smile, "Actually, I don't know how to teleport." The two of them exclaimed in shock. Then, they recalled what Yi Qinghan had said in Blue Rain Court and seemed to understand. They looked at Yi Qinghan with strange gazes. This person was truly a freak. The number one freak in the celestial realm. Su's residence was not far from Su Immortal City Square. Moments later, the trio flew to the side of the teleportation array. Clearly, the situation inside was unknown to those outside. There was no commotion, and very few people in Blue Rain knew Cherry Blossoms. However, Cherry Blossom's appearance caused many people to fall to their knees. Yi Qinghan did not say a word, but Cherry Blossoms spoke up indifferently, gesturing for them to activate the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the trio appeared in South Mountain City. However, the atmosphere in South Mountain City was somewhat odd. There were nearly no pedestrians on the square, but there were several times the number of guards. Furthermore, every guard looked unfriendly. There were also countless sounds of people tearing through the air. Clearly, there were countless warriors rushing over. News sure travels fast. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and thought nothing of it. He ignored the watchful eyes of the guard around him and flew straight for City Lord Manor with Lan Yu and Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 998. The City Lord's mansion was located at the north of the plaza. When Yi Qinghan arrived at the plaza, he saw countless guards rushing towards the City Lord's mansion from all directions. Furthermore, the teleportation formation on the plaza kept flashing, and countless figures appeared. These figures flashed and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the City Lord's mansion. Obviously, they were the venerables of the Southern Mountain Continent. The number of experts in front of City Lord Manor increased. Moments later, there were more than 10 supremacies and tens of thousands of soldiers. These people had clearly received orders as their gazes locked onto Yi Qinghan, as though they were facing a formidable foe. Is solitarying a fool? He actually gathered so many people. Is there any use in numbers? If these people knew of your identity, they probably wouldn't dare come, right? Lan Yu said with a sneer. The Lan family was a large family clan, and her strength was not weak either. Of course, she knew that no matter how many people there were, they would be sending themselves to their deaths in front of a will. There was no difference between one supremacy and 100 supremacies. Cherry Blossoms was puzzled as well. These people clearly did not know of Yi Qinghan's identity. They had only rushed over after receiving orders. She said in puzzlement, "That's right. Why is the family head so foolish?" "Heh, he's not foolish," Yi Qinghan said with a faint smile. He ignored the countless murderous gazes and explained. He gathered these people to lure South Ridge Sovereign out. If I were to smack so many supremacies to death, the South Ridge continent would suffer a huge blow. Once South Ridge Sovereign learns of this, he will have no choice but to appear. Little Han, what do we do? Lan Yu was a little flustered. After all, South Ridge Sovereign was a powerful existence that had been famous for 1,000,000 years. Yi Qinghan had just broken through to the 9th grade, and he did not even know how to teleport. She was obviously worried. "Don't be afraid. Watch me." Yi Qinghan smiled calmly and patted Lan Yu's palm. With the two of them, he flew into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters in front of City Lord Manor. He amplified his divine power and roared, "Solitary Ying, get out here. Solitary Ying, get out here. Get out here." Yi Qinghan's powerful god power amplified his voice. Although there were many people in front of the City Lord's mansion, it was completely silent. Although there were millions of residents watching from around the square, none of them dared to make a sound. The moment Yi Qinghan bellowed, he felt as though a clap of thunder had exploded in Nanling City. The huge echo reverberated in the square for a long time. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms were dumbfounded as they exchanged looks. Yi Qinghan actually attacked directly, and it was the most barbaric declaration of war, leaving no room for maneuver. The tens of thousands of official army soldiers and more than a dozen venerables in front of the city lord's mansion were also dumbfounded. On the other hand, the martial artists and residents around the square were shocked. Many of them trembled, and many even burst into tears from excitement. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since he had seen such a shocking scene? There was actually someone at the South Mountain Square asking the South Mountain City Lord, the head of the Ing family, the favorite descendant of the South Mountain sovereign, to come out. This is 2F** King exciting. Who is this azure-robed man? This question instantly lingered in the minds of all the warriors present. No one was a fool. Loning Cheng's order was very strange. Furthermore, this person clearly knew that Lone Ing Cheng wanted to deal with him. Yet he had swaggered to City Lord's mansion and shouted at it. This meant that he was not a fool, but an expert, a pinnacle expert. If he wasn't a pinnacle expert, who would dare shout here? Furthermore, this person looked familiar to countless people. After Yi Qinghan shouted, the image in countless people's minds instantly overlapped with the person in front of them. Most of the people present had never seen the portrait before, but with a thought, they guessed the person's identity. The number of people in the divine world who could curse here could be counted on two hands. At that moment, there were more than a dozen supremacies in front of him, and the Ing family supremacies had yet to take action. And this person did not appear to be a fool. That meant that he disregarded supremacies. In other words, he was more impressive than supremacies. He was a monarch, an invincible ninth-grade war god. And the monarchs of the divine world had always been elusive. They rarely appeared in front of the public, let alone shouted in front of everyone. The only explanation was that he was the youngest monarch of the divine world, that hot-headed monarch Qing, the one who killed without batting an eye, the one who never played by the rules, frigid night monarch. Around the plaza, more and more people began to cry. They were too excited. Monarch, for low-level warriors like them, being able to see his supremacy was already an honor. Now they could actually see the youngest, most legendary, and most murderous monarch in the history of the divine world. Furthermore, it seemed like they could personally see a monarch in action. Whoosh! In midair, the space fluctuated and 5 figures appeared out of thin air. The main character had appeared. Greetings, frigid night monarch. The 5 people stood in a straight line with Yi Qinghan. Although the 5 of them said greetings, they only casually cupped their hands and did not bow. Their expressions were cold, especially the supremacy at the very front. His eyes were fixed on Lan Yu, who was beside Yi Qinghan. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Greetings, frigid night monarch. The warriors below woke up and knelt down on one knee. Although they understood that this person had a grudge against lonely Ing Cheng, they subconsciously treated him as an enemy. However, a monarch was the pinnacle of warriors. As a warrior, they still had to show respect and courtesy to the strongest of the warriors. Wasn't the battle not starting yet? Yi Qinghan coldly sized up the supremacy at the very front. Solitary Ing had a dignified appearance. His dark blue hair was tied into a scholar's bun, and he wore a gorgeous golden robe. Every movement he made was filled with a domineering aura. Unfortunately, the gloominess in his eyes caused his entire temperament to change. Without wasting any words, Yi Qinghan said tyrannically, "Hand over Lan Yu's parents, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, humph." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless people's eyes locked on Lan Yu, who was beside Yi Qinghan. They all understood the cause of this matter. Since ancient times, femme fatale. Back then, Monarch Tianxi Imo Shanghuang started a massacre because of a woman from the bewitching demon race. The matter between lonely Ing Cheng and Lan Yu had already spread throughout the South Mountain continent. Recently, they were even preparing for their wedding. No one expected that a man would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, it was the legendary frigid night monarch of the divine realm. The gloominess in lonely Ing Cheng's eyes intensified, but he didn't panic at all. He cupped his hands and said, "Frigid night monarch, are you mistaken? You are the one who should release my fiancé. Lan Yu and I have been engaged for a long time. This is something that everyone in the divine realm knows. As for Uncle and Annie, as the son-in-law, lonely Ing Chung naturally treats them as esteemed guests. Could it be that frigid night monarch wants to use his strength to forcefully snatch my wife? Lonely Ing Cheng's words were logical and reasonable. He used the sad card and even put on a hat at the end. His words were extremely incisive. You. Empress Rain's expression changed, and she trembled with anger. Although she knew that lonely Ing Chung was distorting the truth, she didn't know what to say to refute him. Although not everyone in the divine realm knew about her engagement with lonely Ing Chung, everyone in the South Mountain continent knew about it. Hee, you want to play with this young master? This young master grew up playing with this. Blue Rain, back off. Leave everything to me. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he laughed lightly. He patted Empress Rain's shoulder and had her back off. Only then did he stare at lonely Ing Chung with a smile for a long time. He stared at lonely Ing Chung until his hair stood on end. Only then did he say, Bullsh *T. As expected, Yi Qinghan once again didn't play by the rules. He didn't care about his identity as a monarch and acted like a street hooligan as he directly burst out with vulgarities. The might of this move was huge. Everyone present was stunned and scared silly. More people burst into tears. Big brother? He could play like this? Yi Qinghan didn't care about the crowd. He extended his index finger and pointed at lonely Ing Cheng's face arrogantly. He scolded, You say you have an engagement with Blue Rain. So you think you have an engagement? Call the Blue family's patriarch out and see if there is an engagement. Blue Rain and I got to know each other in Seal God Valley and spent a long time together. Why didn't you save her at that time? If it wasn't for this young master, would Blue Rain have left Sealed God Valley? You little dog, have you gone crazy thinking about women? You dare to steal my woman? Just one word. Are you going to hand her over or not? This young master dared to kill one. 3 billion people. I don't mind carrying more blood on my back. This young master will count to 3. If you don't hand her over, I will kill without mercy. Chapter 999. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, countless people were already sweating profusely. When he finished his last sentence, countless people began to tremble. Who the hell was this? This was the legendary monarch? This mother of king bastard was simply a bandit, calling the Lan family to confront him? If he could bring someone from the Lan family out, it clearly meant that the Lan family did not want to offend either side. If he offended either side, wouldn't he be annihilated? He had spent a long time with Blue Rain in Sealed God Valley. It sounded like the two of them had been together for tens of thousands of years. Actually, many people and families had seen Yi Qinghan's information and knew that Yi Qinghan had only stayed in Sealed God Valley for a few decades. His last sentence was even more unbearable. He directly used his monarch status and his peak strength to suppress others. He did not speak politely and directly started killing. Most importantly, his words could not be refuted. Did he call the Lan family to confront him? Did he not bring Blue Rain out from Seal God Valley? He even dared to kill one. 3 billion people. This was not just to scare people. At this moment, the seawater outside the Seoul Emperor Pavilion was even redder than elsewhere. Countless people looked at Yi Qinghan in worship. What was domineering? This was domineering. There was no logic in the divine world. The fist was the strongest. The iron rules of the divine world were even more unbearable. Those were rules created by several big shots. How could the rules control the people who made the rules? The countless warriors in front of the city lord's mansion and the dozen or so venerables started to panic when they saw the killing intent that Yi Qinghan was slowly releasing in the sharp gaze of a sword. They started to curse lonely Ing Chung in their hearts. If they still did not understand that lonely Ing had sent them here to make Yi Qinghan feel apprehensive and make the South Mountain sovereign appear, then they were all pigs. But Yi Qinghan dared to slap dozens of supremacies to death. Would he care about a dozen supremacies? The South Mountain sovereign hadn't appeared for a long time, and everyone's hair stood on end. As Yi Qinghan counted to 1, more than half of the supremacies wanted to teleport. the martial artists nearby were all excited. Their eyes were wide open, afraid to miss even a second. A battle between sovereigns. To be able to see his mother once in a lifetime, it was worth it. 2. Yi Qinghan stretched out 2 fingers, and his killing intent became even stronger. At the same time, he began to transmit a message to Yao Ji. The Dream Palace was a very special divine artifact. The coordinates to enter the God Realm were not fixed. Instead, wherever Yi Qinghan was, the enchantress would be able to instantly lock onto that coordinate. Cherry Blossoms, are you sure you don't want to leave the South Ridge continent? After the transmission, Yi Qinghan began sending Cherry Blossoms a voice transmission. Cherry Blossoms stood behind him the entire time without wavering. And strangely, after Lonely Ying and company appeared, none of them gave Cherry Blossoms a glance. It was as though she wasn't a member of the Ying family. Or perhaps they felt that the Ying family would lose face if they stood against the Ying family with someone else. I'm actually no different from the Ying family side relatives. After my father died in battle, the Ying family no longer treats me as a prince. Cherry Blossom's voice transmission was very desolate, and there was even a hint of sarcasm in it. Ever since the Soul Emperor Pavilion, all her subordinates had betrayed her and become the bald commander. She had lost all hope for the Ying family. All right, don't resist. Blue Rain, don't worry. Uncle and Auntie, I will definitely bring them to your side safely. Yi Qinghan turned his head and gave Blue Rain a resolute look. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms nodded before vanishing without any warning. Following that, Yi Qinghan slowly turned his head and looked at Lonely Ying. He bellowed, one word. Are you going to hand them over or not? Lonely Ying remained silent as his eyes turned even more sinister. The corners of his mouth even suffused a cruel smile. For a person to enter seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years for a woman, going from the godly monarch realm to the high-grade supremacy realm, it could be said that his personality had changed. Death was nothing to him. Most importantly, he wasn't a fool. He believed that the South Ridge Sovereign would definitely not watch, as more than half of the South Ridge Continent's experts were wiped out by Yi Qinghan. Therefore, he said no. With the 2 words, Lonely Ying Chung, all the supremacies had a change in expression. Even the 4 supremacies from the Ying family wore looks of horror. The army that numbered in the tens of thousands was in even worse states. Countless people began to tremble because Yi Qinghan had vanished. What replaced it was a pressure that seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Everyone's body sank slightly. Solitary Ying and the other 4 were all pressed down. The moment the 5 of them landed on the ground, the bluestone bricks on the plaza shattered into countless pieces. A gigantic face appeared in the sky. The gigantic face seemed very clear. The eyes were the eyes, the nose was the nose, and the mouth was the mouth. However, it looked very blurry. Although one could see it clearly, one could not retain the memory of this face in one's mind. With the appearance of this gigantic face, even the wind stopped blowing across the entire South Ridge city. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, suffocating everyone. This massive pressure did not just press down on the bodies of the martial artists in the city, but also directly press down on their souls. This feeling was like an ordinary person facing a demonic beast that was dozens of meters tall. They felt so tiny and powerless. Willpower. This was the power of willpower. Under the envelopment of willpower, space was frozen. Everyone could only think, but they could not move. They could not even breathe. Under willpower, no one could stop it. These words were not empty words. At this moment, the tens of millions of people in the city truly felt the heavenly might of willpower. Heavenly might could not be resisted. He really dared to make a move. This was the first thought that came to the minds of all the martial artists in South Ridge City. This time, not only did the martial artists and supremacies in front of the city lord begin to feel fear, even the souls of all the martial artists in the city began to tremble. Everyone knew that when the frigid night sovereign's palm struck down, not even a single divine crystal was left behind for one. 3 billion people, and there were only tens of millions of people in South Ridge City. Under this oppressive might, even lonely Ying Cheng's confidence began to waver. He had always thought that he was not afraid of death, but ever since he became the king of South Ridge City, he began to enjoy the endless benefits that authority brought him. His mentality began to change subtly. At this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. How could he die like this? No, absolutely not. Countless supremacies began to regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have teleported away. After all, their lives were their own. But everyone knew that it was too late. The pressure in the sky was becoming increasingly heavy. That mountain-like spatial power seemed as if it would come crashing down in the next second. It would crush them to pieces. Humph! A faint, cold snort suddenly resounded in the sky like the gospel of a savior. Following this cold snort, the massive pressure above South Ridge City melted away like snow. It felt as if dark clouds were pressing down and a storm was about to descend. But as the sun shone down, the sky suddenly cleared up. When the pressure faded away and everyone regained control of their bodies, they felt their backs drenched in sweat. Their faces revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. No one could care about wiping the sweat off their faces. Their gazes all locked onto the northern part of the city, locking onto a giant face that had suddenly appeared. This was a giant face that was even more domineering and arrogant than Yi Qinghan's. At this moment, everyone began to tremble. They knew that their guardian god had arrived. Their true king had arrived.